Branch 25, park communication.
Hello, friends. I'll try to get a word in. I'm listening to the radio. Welcome back. Sorry, we have to restart the stream every 12 hours or YouTube doesn't save the video, and we want it to be saved. I also want everything we're looking at to be saved right now. Why is the light not on? Excuse me, I'm sitting in the dark. I'm not feeling well, and I am back from the doctor. I gotta take care of myself.
Orville Park, Air Tech.
Thank you for your patience. Oops. What was that?
Can you check on the status of Tinker 910? See if he's left McClellan yet, and try to hold Tinker 912 at McClellan.
Hey, welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you, Vods, for...
Affirmative. I'll confirm. According to AFF, they're both on base McClellan at the pits. Orville. Partner attack confirmed they're both approaching the TFR.
Got red flames.
Park communication.
Morgan Summit. We're looking south from Mineral.
Okay, just go ahead, contact McClellan, and have them released at McClellan. Copy.
Hey, that's the DC-10 Tanker 912. These are huge planes. This is just a really big area. So, yeah, thank you so much, Mods, for coming back for that kind of an emergency shift here. Hey, Tommy B says I was just up on 36 in Mill Creek.
Communications, Division Team, Hotel Jewett.
Yeah, Tommy, you were with the fire crews. I'm.
Tehama Hotel, park communication. All resources in division are off the line and returning camp. Park communication copy, 1925.
It's not what we wanted to see. That's Tinker 9.
View Charlie, Deer Creek, MRB on command.
Tinker 910, I think. They're still hitting it with aircraft. You can see here on the map, if I zoom in, it's not the best thing. I'm trying to make the words bigger. I hope you can see Mill Creek and Mineral. So when I do this, though, it kind of screws up the... It's just straight up.
Division View Tango, park communication.
It's just screwing up the actual icons of the planes. It's just zooming in onto a website. So sorry, my friend. My throat is hurting. Okay. All right. Thanks, Tommy B. Yeah, there's like rotating, twisting big columns, but that's what happens with the plumes. I hope it's not. It's probably not fire tornado activity. I'd have to look. Tornadoes, like true ones, they move for a bit and they quickly appear and disappear. I mean, they're true, actual tornadoes. So it is normal, though, for big fires that have any sort of a big, normal but scary plume, that when they hit big forests like this is some of the thickest, heaviest vegetation this fire's hit. Hasn't seen fire in a very, very long time. The tremendous heat will cause a twisting action. Thank you, Tommy, for checking in with us. And where are you at now? I hope you're safe.
Tango Whiskey, Rams 136, command.
You serviced the honey johns or the honey buckets up there? Everybody needs sanitation because you know how sick the crews get without it. you know, thank you for helping out the heroes. We're trying to be hero helpers too. Poor sanitation is number one cause for like armies to fail, and that sort of thing kills more people than the actual war. Sorry, I've got to mute my phone. It's making tons of sounds. I'm really trying to keep up with things. I did check on the Elk Lane fire just before here. We're seeing the big VLATs still working. One of the most. Hang on. We need to listen to them.
Any need for tanker 910? It has to go tonight, back south tonight, and then.
Negative, we're not going to be able to use tanker 910.
Overcome.
Oh no. They just told Tinker 910 to go back. Can't use it tonight. That's one of the biggest VLATs they have. Okay. Right before I restarted, and thank you for coming back, friends. If anybody...
Branch 12, Park Communications. 03 have a report from Placerville, EC of stumps on fire at 173 Violet Road in Cohasset. We have lat long for you if you want.
Okay, I think they just said stumps on fire. I'm juggling the two radios, but friends, here is the Morgan Summit cam that's at Mineral looking south, right next to it. We're finally seeing red flames there.
44, strike 9, meter 9244 Charlie.
Trying to get the Latin long. They've had a small fire break out by Inskip Hill. They were dumping retardant on the left side of the fire as it's approaching Mineral.
Park Communications, did you copy my last?
In the dead end on Stone Ridge Parkway, 1930.
Branch 12, Park Communications. We have report from Oroville, ECC, stumps on fire. We have an address and lat long for you when you're ready.
Okay. It's just, okay, don't panic. That's stump on fire, not stuff on fire, stumps, like tree stumps. Not a big deal. Over at by Cohasset.
Communications, Branch 12, go ahead.
They just need to go take care of it, like with mop up. So,
Branch 12, address 173 Violet Road in Cohasset. Lat long 39 degrees, 54 decimal 305 by negative 121 degrees, 44 decimal 357.
I'm going to turn back on the air attack. Look at that eerie shadow. It's in between smoke columns. So it's just the sunlight is setting. So the sun is really bright. This is looking south. The sun is over here to the right side.
Lima Whiskey, Rems 136, command.
That is a shadow in between smoke clouds, but that's eerie.
Lima training, helicopter 116, Branch 12.
Branch 12, Park Communications.
Let me make sure my phone.
Read the traffic about the report in Cohasset area. I believe that's going to be access best by branch 25 resources. Break. Branch 12 resources all the way up on in the Paint Creek area, and I would like to close the loop on the last report you gave in the Lima November area. Break.
Okay, what he's talking about is over on the other.
You got me inside. You're clear down to 7,000. I'm going to turn left U back.
Between Inskip and Little Inskip, we've been working all week.
Okay. Whoops, I just muted the wrong feed.
Park Communications copies 1933.
I hope this McCarthy Point lookout made it, but what we just looked at with Inskip a minute ago,
Park Communications. Use Bravo.
the hill, not the town, the hill, is this little thing is just like a little hotspot.
Calling Park Communications, your transmission is broken.
They said they've been working that little area all week, I guess. It's not a new start. That was the question for a minute ago. That's what it sounds like on the radio. So I need.
Orville, engine 2163, available on response area.
Excuse me, I'm typing instructions to my mods. So this is on the Inskip Hill camera. Not really a big deal. It's within the lines. They said that on Watch Duty 2. So let me I'm gathering info here for you guys. So let me put this back on. We need to listen to air attack, and they will make assessments of how things are going and put in their.
It looks bad from far, but now it doesn't look too bad.
Right, that's why we listen.
Division Butte Bravo, do you have traffic for Park Communications?
Yeah, copy the stops on fire at 173 Violet Road. I'll be handling.
Park Communications copy.
Okay, at the moment that I want to talk, they stop talking. They stop talking on the radio completely. Of course. So they just said an air attack looks bad from above or whatever, but it's actually looking much better. It's actually getting much better. I think that was his phrase. So, remember, we should trust what they. We should trust what they say more than how things appear, because these are the experts. They're the ones, explaining this stuff. There's a lot of depressing stuff on Twitter, and I just want to remind people that overall, this is a really depressing fire. It's eating up a huge amount of the forest and the landscape. It's destroyed so many homes and properties. The fire itself is very depressing. It's going to be extremely difficult to control. But the smaller the community, the easier it is to defend it. And we've seen firefighters pull off miracles. And that's why I have my fingers crossed for Mineral and Mill Creek, because this is a battle to save those areas. But they have had more than 6 days for structure defense and to prepare. You must remember that the Caldor was really bad. It took out a lot of places. Yet there were plenty of small communities that made it. Many places that were saved, like places near Kivers and Strawberry, and Highway 50 and Christmas Valley.
Branch 15, REMS 136, command.
They were able to save some places from the Dixie, like Taylorsville. Taylorsville. So the smaller and more compact your community is, the longer they've had time to prepare. And of course, when does the fire approach your community? When does it? Or your structure? Let me listen to the air
What I
tape.
saw on that dozer line when I went through there, it's right on the top. So we'll start this side of the knob and try and roll it up to the top of the knob.
All right, I just want to make some reassuring comments. We're taking this one day at a time. What do you want? You want the fire to approach your community at night in the cool of the night, when it's a lot more low key, when it's not windy, if it's going to approach at all. So we just need time. The retardant drops and things, buy them time. Since we're looking south, this is the left side. This is the west side. This is not where Mineral is and such. Mineral is in the front of the camera here. We're looking south. This is from Mineral. Mill Creek is over that way, mostly. You know, it's over on the left side of the screen. We're looking south. So it is approaching, but if it approaches in a lower key way than instead of the roaring, you know, giant train head thing. Sorry, I forgot to, I muted the wrong thing on the phone. Gotta do that. Okay. It stopped the dinging sound. Sorry, I've almost lost my voice. If fire is going to approach your community, you want it low key during the night. The fire is losing its steroids in a minute. That is the sun. The heat of the sun makes fire worse. So let me look back at chat. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to gather all my thoughts and such here. I just want to make sure people know that. And we're doing a lot of listening right now to assess the situation. And then I'll be able to speak more about it. But we're in listening mode right now. We are waiting to see how this is going to turn out. We have to hear what they're saying to get a good assessment of how the night battle is going to be. So just bear with me, friends. I need a drink. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, friends. I'll read now. Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah, Joe, do you have good visibility down there?
Are you in Chester, Brandon?
I'm on base to final. It starts to drop down low, but we were below it. It wasn't great, but it was good.
Branch 15 to Hammer uniform.
All of the plumes start rotating in general.
We're behind him now.
There's always a twist at the center.
Branch 15 to Hammer uniform.
It's a bit more unusual for the sides of the plumes to have a twist, but if they're not moving, like if they're stationary.
03, coming across your 1, moving 12 o'clock, making smoke in a right turn. I got you. We cleared down. We got a long ways to come down. Yeah, come on down. I'm at 63. Climbing now. Clear down. Clear maneuver behind me. I'll just come around this knob off my nose there.
Fires are still pretty bad, pretty dangerous at night. It's because it's
105, you can bump down to 75.
It's extremely dry, but it'll be not as.
Let me know if I need to go faster or slower. I'll just drag you in there and try and point it out. A little hard to see the retardant that's in there. There's a road in there somewhere. Can't see it, so I'll just try and stay tight with you and point it out with smoke. Yeah, copy. Is it toward the end? I can see the retardant line coming down from from the west. Well, it turns the corner and heads around the shoulder there, and those are line in there. Try and point it out.
Okay.
Altitude on the ridge. So you said 61. 61 will work out pretty good for us. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm on a right
base. No copy. You, so far.
We're looking at where the lines are. We got the orange fish in the house. We got Tanker 105, the Mad Dog. Yesterday they did a huge amount of retardant drops. It's like a great wall of retardant they're trying to put around Mineral and Mill Creek. They did some purposeful firing.
Branch 15 on Man Romeo 33 on command.
They were able to do that last night.
You can hold the line as long as you can.
Yes, hit the like button.
Warville, Pike County, smoke report.
I've got good visual. I think I can do that.
So I'm trying to catch up with chat. I don't know when they'll do a next briefing. We'll check. CAL FIRE Butte County has a YouTube page. It's called CAL FIRE Butte County, and they started to put their press and meetings there. Usually these briefings happen at 5.
Pike County, I've got 262 degrees with a brief white top smoke, approximately 9 to 10 miles in that Carlton Sweet Flat area.
Rural 10 and what flats area? Brief flats?
County 1945.
Go ahead.
That could be anywhere in the county. That's huge.
When available, can you make your way back up to DP20?
Already in the black. It's less than a quarter acre, and it's the ground field at the moment.
I don't know the timeline. It is coming to Mineral, but it's coming. I hope it arrives at nighttime. It's not. The smoke's not really directly blowing towards the camera. Let's look at our wind. Yeah, I'm sorry, friends. It's
Nobody in there.
Yeah, you're in Chester. Thank you, Braden.
Branch 15 on Man Romeo 33 on command.
Always appreciate stuff like that.
The 33, go ahead. Sir, that's DP20 looking to tie in with you.
I want to remind people on Cal Topo that it's Cal Topo's heat detections are heat detection. It's not a fire detector, it's heat, and that can be hot drifting smoke. So it's best to look at the cameras to try to see, where a fire's at, and hear on the radio where exactly a fire's at. So there was heat detection and smoke at midnight all over Mineral and Mill Creek, but the fire wasn't there. It's on the doorstep, and it's inching north.
Right turn, or what do you want?
It's inching.
Bang it left. We'll swing around and start the right downwind. Once you reacquire, you split down to maneuver.
Oops. Screwed up this website.
Okay, there you are. You're in left turn. Just follow me around. I'll loop back around, and we'll join up about 63.
Thank you, Branch 15 on CDL Command 2 Delta.
Right downwind. Okay, I got you in sight. In front of me, I'm coming down to 60. So let me know if I need to speed up. Got you off the turret if you want to come back. Turret coming left.
Okay.
Looks worse than it is when you get under there. The visit's pretty good. The exit's a little smoky. Stay over to the center of the ground. Okay, we can do that. I'm going down to 63. Got you. Traffic for Quebec on command 2. Go ahead. 100 is...
Yeah, I got you loud and clear on command 2. Were you able to tie with single uniform?
Yeah, he's trying to take stations right now. 61.
Very good. For the remainder of the work period, one of you guys can line on command 2. I've got loud and clear calls with
work. And if you could brief him on the planned firing operation.
That's a good sign.
That's going to happen tonight.
A planned firing operation tonight. That's really dang good.
The objective is just set up tomorrow for a hot pass-off.
Yeah, I got it.
Set up tomorrow for a hot pass-off. Okay, anyone know exactly what that means? We can ask JB. The objective is to set up tomorrow for a hot pass-off. I don't know if that means like to the next crew, like the day shift. I'm going to do a big question mark. That'll be our big question for Captain John Bruno. Unless one of you guys knows in the chat. What their slang and stuff is. So I'm just writing down those as a timestamp. This is why we listen. Instead of listening to rumor, we listen to the crews. It's a whole lot of despair talk. And a lot of people are just as affected as I was the other day, just kind of crying on the camera. Because look at it. But it doesn't, just because a fire comes doesn't mean we lose everything. They saved this area from the Dixie, and remember how bad that was. And what our fire crews can do is they can save places as long as the weather allows them to, as long as they get time. Retardant buys them time. If they're planning firing operations tonight, that means they think the weather is going to be good enough for that, and it was successful last night. They fired, like a lot of what people were worried about, which I was covering last night at midnight. I know people have to go to sleep. This is Hole in the Ground campground down here. This is Mineral Summit up here, just in this little drainage ravine thingy. So they did a whole bunch of firing. And so that made the cameras like, woo, big fire in the cameras. Big heat detections over there. Oh my God, it's so close to Mill Creek. Mill Creek is right there, the campground. Oh my God. Well, they did that on purpose, right? So unless you hear what their plans are, it can be really scary. But that they had a good opportunity to do that. They're talking about doing it again tonight. So these are positives. So yeah, it's all really damn scary. But don't let your mind leap to conclusions about, this or that place is definitely going to blah, blah, blah. No. Like, if they thought they were going to lose them both, they wouldn't be trying to protect them right now. Right? He would be like, lost cause, go further back. Let's put lines further away. But they're slamming it with retardant. Yeah, I wonder, Kathleen, what that means. I will text JB and see if he can give us an idea. I'm so sorry, my throat is...
Tinker 03, release Fresno, ETA 2015. Tinker 41, release McClellan. Tinker 2000 hours. Tinker 105, release McClellan 2025. Bravo 50, release ready. 10 minutes, 6 rounds.
This is not showing the steepness of the terrain, but it's interesting. Sorry if it makes anybody car sick. I think I should put it on the lead plane. This is the air attack. I don't think that they're going to be able to do many. Yeah, I think the tankers just left the building. I think Elvis has left the building. But the lead plane is still around. Oops, yeah, there goes Tinker 105. It just canceled what I was trying to do there. I think he just had confirmed all of them are off. I have to get a drink. Be right back. I just remember, I thought as the Caldor approached that like everything is going to be incinerated in its path, and we got really good wake up call to how the smaller, more compact the community and fewer buildings there are to prep, the easier it is to save them. It's very, very forested over at the Mill Creek neighborhood, which is it's very confusing. Mill Creek is like technically these days a bedroom community or neighborhood of cabins of Mineral, which is like the post office designated town, like the post office name. I'm sure you're familiar with if there's a big city or something, but there was a very small town and sprawl hit it. That small town gets the actual postal address of the big city, but it's really kind of its own small community still. Ow, jeez. Ah, my throat. So, I have been...
about 2005. Fuel if it's available.
It is on Mineral's doorstep, especially Mill Creek's.
50 National.
We're listening for the status of the very latest from the crews. That is the best thing we can do right now. What happened earlier today during the hottest part of the day? Yeah, happened. We're now approaching the evening, and it sounds like they are ready to do some firing ops, which means that they expect the weather to be good enough to do that.
North of Bravo 50 National.
So it'll be very active. It'll look really scary.
Bravo 50 released from the park incident, 3 on board. That's 2 hours of fuel. 7-minute ETE for ready, and we are positive comms with the tanker base. We'll close out with you.
Air attack should be doing the nighttime orders and then asking for what kind of planes they want tomorrow. That'll give us an idea. It's low humidity and poor recovery, so it'll be very active tonight. But remember, fires are beefed up on steroid by the heat and sun of the day. We're going to look at the weather. I know, Stonewind. We saw basic fire tornadoes during the Dixie just running up and over Dyer Mountain. And guess what? Dyer Mountain lookout tower, the wooden lookout tower, is still there, just because of the wind changing direction and whatnot. They didn't go there. So this is Mineral, the main section, and you can drive down here through the meadow. I took people on a tour there last night. I was showing people that you can go and hug down here. And Mill Creek is like this is like a bedroom community. It was its own thing, its own small town sort of, or area, neighborhood. You guys tell me. I'm not a historian. Back in the day, and now it's a small community of mostly people's cabins where they go on vacation. We of course care what happens there. I've got two of my relatives have their cabins there. But I finally lost a lot of my nerves today, like my nervous disposition, by hearing and being so happy about what I heard on the radio last night, how hard they are to working to save everything. The Caldor, as insane as that was, they were able to save many small communities. Thank you, mods, and thank you guys for being here. We've got to understand it's completely out of our hands, and so it's like what did Julius Caesar say? I used to know the Latin part, but it's the die is cast. So yeah, it's a hot pass off. That's what we're gonna ask JB. I wonder if people are like, we're coming in hot, you know. So meaning the night crew. If I had to guess, and we'll see if I'm correct, the night crew will do the firing ops because they have the easier part. You know, the night shift is easier usually because it's fires have steroids during the day. We have pretty mild wind actually. Of course, this can generate a bit of its own weather, but this is it was like in the vicinity. Surface winds were about 9 to 13 miles an hour. I mean, ridge tops are stronger, but look at the trees just barely moving in the foreground. Just barely a wiggle. This is that's extremely lucky. You know what would have happened if we had 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now? All hell would have broken loose. Like they'd be like, "We can't hold 72." We'd hear stuff like that, and maybe for brief moments they couldn't, but they charged right back, like we heard yesterday. And that just takes balls. Excuse my language, but it's evening. That just takes the kind of courage that's incredible. You see insane, you know, activity. But the nature of this too is that it'll just that's why I call them flare-ups. Like just like you're cooking stir fry in the very very busy Chinese restaurant. You know, if wind hits it for a second, it hits a bunch of dead trees or some other factor. Or it climbs up onto a hill or ridge top, it goes crazy for a bit. And everybody goes, whoa. But when these fires are also this intense, they're burning up their fuel at a faster rate. As the wind kind of dies down for a second, it'll be less intense. So even though they scrambled to their safe places, you see some active tree torching right there. Like as this finds dead trees, it's going to go insane for a bit, especially clusters of dead trees, clusters of dead and down trees. It'll go insane for a bit, but then like it's like a big whoosh of flame in the stir fry kitchen, and then it's okay, a flash in the pan. And the cook leans back for a second, and then they go right back at it. That's all kinds of courage. Like, damn. So what I forgot to tell people, and what I forgot that JB explained to me, so many big air tanker drops. These are my screenshots of the valiant attempt to save mineral, and kind of attached nearby community of cabins at Mill Creek. And the restaurant, I believe, and cafe, I believe, is still there. The fire just lost its sun, the strength from the sun. They're talking about doing firings. That's a really good sign. What I forgot about, you know, people are like, why is this fire behavior so crazy? Well, this is like virgin, it hasn't burned in like 75 years or something. You know, extremely thick forest. These portions right here, especially. One thing we all forgot, what kind of winter do we have? An extreme snowpack winter. Where, remember those, especially around Tahoe, was like 22 feet of snow? I'm sorry, my throat hurts so bad. JB reminded me that snapped trees in half. It destroyed a whole bunch of the small ones under the weight of the snow, and it ripped limbs off. And so they've had, you know, since December and those storms around Christmas, that entire time to dry out. So that's an incredible new source of dead and down fuels, which unfortunately is one of the number one factors of making entire trees burn up, is dead stuff stacked at the base of them. It's like a bonfire, and so it cooks the tree. with the heat rising from below, if it's just a bunch of pine needles and stuff, the tree will just shrug that off. Because their bark is basically fireproof for X amount of time. And even as crazy as many of these fires are, it basically is fireproof. This is interesting that the tower shows what's beneath it. I don't think we'll lose this cam to anything but a power loss. If it ever approaches due to its, I'm glad to see it high up on the pole there. But you see what I mean? There's dead stuff all over, just on the ground, even more than usual. Plus, a lot of it's been there for more than 50 years. So when we hear the fire crews talking about dead and down, that's the issue. Okay, what's wrong with the radio? They're just not talking right now. So with the airplanes, Elvis leaving the building. Hang on. I was hoping we get a bit more of an assessment of the day, but let's check watch duty. Maybe I missed something trying to juggle in between the radios. I'm feeling emotionally better just remembering how many communities survived the Caldor, remembering how they saved this area from the Dixie. So much of the work that they did during the time in the Dixie is still there.
91 medical, AM PM 410 Oregon Boulevard East.
Okay, Butte County's back up there. Yeah, Stone Wind. These columns are 30,000.
Is advising all aircraft are en route to their respective bases. Aircraft will be off the fire for the evening. Have a good night.
We'll see if there's an evening update of some sort. Let me look back.
2005.
Hey, Larry Green, thank you so much for your kind donation. I should order some food, comfort food. I was on the point of like nervous breakdown, not like the super serious type, but like the for the moment type thing, you know. Yeah, five Zoot. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I speak like you do, but we try to remain family friendly language until at least after 10:30 or something. I appreciate your cooperation.
Ellen 10 Charlie,
Oh.
Butte Echo on command.
Yeah, you're totally right, Brandon. Jay, you're there. You could give us some super insight about how much around Chester especially. Like, do you feel like comfortable with what's around Chester? I would be quite upset if there was a whole bunch of dead and down fuels. Thank you, Larry. Thank you for your kind donations, guys. Hit the like.
10 Charlie, command.
I forgot you to please remind
10
you.
Charlie. I'll try to ship a water tender up to you when I have the opportunity. In the meantime, there's a snap tank at drop line 46. You guys can fill up. Copy, thanks.
Yeah, this is one of the worst places for fire to ever hit because the forest has probably not seen a big fire here for 75 years. I don't even know if anybody around the Chester area remembers a time. The Dixie approached, so to the east is where the Dixie already did a lot of pre-burn of the area. I would only be really, really upset and afraid for like the Chester, Drake's Bad area and the like. If there's a lot of brush at the base of the dead forest, the dead forest is extremely concerning to me. So excuse me, let me get rid of the Twitter here. I have too many windows open, but this is what's bad. A lot of these trees could absolutely survive if the dead stuff wasn't around, and if it wasn't this ferocious and intense. But even looking at Street View, they began tree cutting around Mill Creek last year. Saw a lot of the thinning around Mill Creek, and I don't know what effort that was to either protect the community or just get rid of dying trees or something, or what. What you guys could tell me, the dead forest of the Dixies to the east, and it's extremely depressing. The Stover Mountain cams, which we need to check. But I do want to just reassure people that this is one hell of a fire. It probably won't be truly out until the rains in November. Yeah, here's Stover Mountain. Let's do a 12-hour. See what I mean about the dead forest? This used to be just as green as any other cameras. I love that samurai sticker there, by the way. This is a total wasteland from what the Dixie did to it. I still can't even believe what I'm seeing, really. I wonder if there's archive footage of the Stover Mountain cam in 2020 or something. But I would only be extremely worried if there was a lot of brush growing at the base or a lot of dead stuff at the base of these dead trees, so that it's like kindling that gets the trunks going. The trunks burn more fanatically, of course. It's a lot more wood than the branches. Remember when the first fire? Yes, thank you for pivoting. When the first fire hits, it only burns off branches and stuff on the ground. And that's the only thing the Dixie really did. The trunks are left because there's thousands of gallons of water in them, or hundreds, depending on tree size. The smaller trees can be mostly eaten up, but they're small. They're considered brush. So if this is really thick and on your doorstep, yeah, your community's in some pretty dang serious danger. And it depends on how thick the brush is. Some of this is starting to grow back, but it looks grassy. But only you locals can tell me how bushy it is. Is it like 6 feet tall? And then how close is it, to Chester? Because if this were to go up, I can see the lake here. I'm trying to orient myself, which camera view that is. I'm not even sure where Stover Mountain is on the map at the moment because I need to eat. I haven't eaten today, now that I think about it. I had to fast for a medical type thing. Yeah, let's get some food in me. And I'm sorry, my throat is extremely difficult when I'm trying to explain a lot. And I want to read all your comments and answer all your questions, right? This would burn with a hell of a lot more intensity than what we're seeing right now. If it had the bushes at the bottom, like, to keep it going. Because have you ever taken a cigarette lighter as a kid and thought you could light, like, the campfire with it, and you just held it up against the big chunk of wood, and you're like, huh. As a kid, you're like, why isn't the big piece of wood on fire? Well, it takes the kindling, the shavings, and the newspaper to get it going, right? So that is what the small stuff on the ground is. So I hear, and only you guys can tell me, that just like around Chester and around the communities, that a lot of this has been logged away for the protection and also to restart the regrowth. That you cannot replant underneath this. It is total BS, utter dog crap of an idea to think you should replant under dead trees. It just means that the next...
Uniform, go ahead. Yeah, I was hoping to meet you at DP20, your location. That's all. That's all.
Like, hang on. I need a new drink. I'm going to take this as a screenshot so that I can...
Out. 5 minutes out.
Example Dixie did forest is what I'm just going to label this one. So we could do the rest of the time lapses for real. I just needed to pause it on that. So Like this camera's totally safe. There's nothing to burn by it. You could just sit here and watch the Holocaust from here. I'm using the original word language. It means a great dying in fire, which is what happened in the forest. Mass dying in fire.
2160 is in the area. So far, UTL coming down the hill. Does Pike County still have eyes on it?
Engine 2160, negative, Pike County Addison. Down staff, 2014.
Now, if this is right.
Orbital engine 2160, copy. Is anything shown on the camera? Heavy equipment, Los Anderson, command.
Sorry, double traffic on the radio. I'm just turning off one. If it's more like this around Chester, I'm going to breathe a huge sigh of relief, right?
Hey, Anderson, can you tie in with us last time where we saw you in front of the market, DB20?
But you got an ember drift problem if this were to go up, but only you can tell me how much brush is at the base. If it could light the trunk on fire. Some of the limbs at the top of the trees.
That traffic was for
Good.
Anderson to meet you back at drop point 20.
Affirmative.
Copy that. Do you want me to have the dozers start pushing this line to knock out these dog legs?
Yeah, that's affirmative. If we can just tie in when you get a chance. It doesn't have to be right now.
Hey.
Copy that. Let me get them lined out.
What is a dog leg, by the way? Is that just like a bend in a on the map, or like a specific firefighting term? The dozers to work on the dog leg. That's what they also said. It was just all Chinese to me. A little bit earlier. So sorry, I need to look back at chat, like to be interactive with the questions, but I'm really my exhaustion dealing with these fires with no days off, like two. Days off are not really days off. I still look every moment at these fires on my phone, you know. This level of exhaustion since June 6th is just really hit. So doctors like, can you take a break from what you're doing? Yeah, sure. Like even if I wasn't live, I'd be looking at this for like much of my day, you know, getting questions from friends and family most of my day. So yeah, thank you, Brandon. Let me look back at the chat. Sorry. I've asked you a couple things in repeat, so let me see. Yeah, that's Stover Mountain looking at mineral. Yeah, at that moment. But when it turned back around, I was trying to figure out which part of the lake it was at. Like I'm trying to figure out where it is in relativity to the lake. Yeah, please hit the like button, guys, so people find us. I didn't tweet that we were live. I need to get. Yeah. Yeah, Angela, that's okay. I got it. The funny thing is the way that Five talks is like it was a hidden comment. The way he speaks is like the way I talk about these fires. I should get that sound effect, the beep beep, like, oh, this beeping park fire started by the beeping arsonist beep bag who just beeped, you know, can't believe he beeped his mother's beeping car, did this to his own beeping family. What the beep is this? What the beep park? What the beep? Not beeping again. What the, you know, that was my initial reaction, like internally to this situation. But yeah, we've got to keep this family friendly. We do have everywhere from 3-year-olds to 103-year-olds in the metrics of the chat when people check in. Like, so the families gather around who are evacuated and who are listening. They gather around us like a radio. So we are really helping a lot of people. And most people are just listening and not watching because they are doing the thing around their day. So let me look back up at what Brandon was saying. Oh, I live on the peninsula. Okay. Yeah. The forest area has had 4 to 5 planned harvests for the trees. They did a good job. Lots of fuel still between 10 Road and Westwood. Okay. Yeah. What about the West Shore area? I know that they saved a lot of it from the Dixie. Did they thin? I know there was a wasteland where I was there at Canyon Dam. I saw them working a little bit on removing some trees at that intersection. Last time I was there was 4th of July in 2022. I was wanting to meet all of you, especially people in Westwood. I drove through, but I couldn't meet anybody because I got stuck in the traffic jam at 4th of July. Immediately, I'll look at the different cams, friends. And by the way, I'm not saying everything is going to be fine. I'm not. We don't know. This is going to be a monster fire. We're taking it one day at a time. But it's a lot less scary than, and I'm a lot less of a basket case, than I was days ago because I have done my research and found out just how hard they are working. I've just got my spirits lifted by what we heard on the radio. I'm working on my own emotionality by sticking with facts instead of what my eyes see. We all are familiar with something that looks worse than it is. Like I should show the Paradise photo that looks like the entire town has been completely incinerated. There's nobody that could possibly survive in there. Just looks like one giant, huge, tremendous bonfire on the face of the earth. And there are thousands of people sheltering in place. Places like the Ace Hardware parking lot. Who were alive in there. So let me just give you an example of what I'm saying. Paradise. That's Chico right there. Orientation. Chico. That was the campfire, all burning like that at once. And there are thousands of people alive, sheltering in place, even in things like swimming pools. A Safeway parking lot. Under culverts. So, and I was surprised by how much they were able to save where the fire crews were at. There were rows of downtown buildings that survived. The Gold Nugget Museum burned to the ground, but then the train museum is there. Train station's still there. So, what I was wondering is how much salvage logging was being done. Stover Mountain's above there, between there and Butte Mountain, Butte Mountain. Okay. I know Butte Lake better than Butte Mountain, but I know where that camera is. So the underbrush and the burn scars that haven't been logged are bad, but then that's further out of town. And you can actually see the lines of fuel on the camera.
Mineral group trainee on command.
Under that, the brush is knee to waist high. Okay, that's not good. Hey, Jan, thank you.
Resources off the mineral group have been released and have returned to camp.
So the best thing to tell what's going on at night. Best way to tell what's going on at night is listen to the radio. They last night up until midnight, they were doing firing. So let me tell you what we saw on the cams and what triggered the satellite. It looked bad on the cams and would have depressed people, but I was delighted by what I saw because they were they had the opportunity to let me share the map. Thank you, Brandon. You're putting me a lot more at ease. Where would you be worried for which communities, Brandon? The snag and underbrush areas are out of control, but those areas are patchy. Looks like they've done a really good job too.
Charlie on command.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys for that like button. It sucks now that you have to close chat on mobile to do it. But that's really hurt a lot of streamers.
On that east side of 172 over there.
I am so sorry to be annoying.
I'm actually, the engines are there. I'm heading to DP20.
Okay, this is where they're about to do a firing.
I'm assuming to get back over this. We'll just head that way in time right now.
DP20 is drop point 20. Let me get rid of this junk. So let me see Stover Mountain just to orient myself. Then I'm going to show you what they did last night. And they're about to explain, we hope. There it is, Stover Mountain. Oh, so that was the runway I was seeing. I was like, is that the runway in that? Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, I know where we're at. Is there a current ski lift thing here, or is this where everybody used to go because it was the abandoned? Is Stover Mountain the abandoned ski thing that everybody went to starting from the mid-'80s to the '90s, where they had the rope thing still to get to the top and everybody took their inner tubes? I remember there being an abandoned ski place west of the lake, but mostly visiting that as a kid later. Yeah, sorry. We haven't had our cabin there for a while, so now I'm a passerby and pass through rather than somebody who can go and stay there. But all of my relatives have all these cool photos and of their fun times. In the '80s, I think some things were still around, and everybody's set up as an illegal sort of like rope thing that you held, and it pulled you up to the mountaintop. Hey, Jag, welcome back. Yeah, Husky, the charges have been arraigned. There's been a arraignment about that. Yeah. Well, that's good, Brandon. J131. So it was to protect Chester. They worked the operation starting from near town and worked outwards. It's a good policy. But the south end of the park didn't burn as bad as everyone thought, the Wilson Lake area. Yeah, could you elaborate on that? Yeah, that's the old defunct ski hill. Yeah, we had so much fun there. And then so many people did insane stuff with their inner tubes. Like, they took the ones that where you go on the lake and, like insane people that swim in the lake because it's ice cold would be towed behind the boats, like jet ski boats. And then a bunch of people got the idea that they would take those, the giant donuts with the handles and like, six people could be around the donut, bouncing around, towed behind a boat, A bunch of them took them to this ski area and towed them up the mountain and put like a illegal jerry-rigged redneck conveyor belt thing of like tow chains and stupid things like bed sheets and whatnot and rope, like regular nylon rope from water skiing, and put it around the pillars of the old ski lifts and then cranked people up to the top at like rapid speed. It hit the top and like six people went flying. Like imagine having like a bunch of raspberries or something like in a bowl and like they come to a stop and you go flying out. Like nobody got killed. somehow. The way that they cranked it up to the top is somebody had tied it to the bumper of their car, and the car took off, like the pickup took off, and it yanked people to the top, like it went around a loop. That was so redneck. Yeah. Okay. All right, but back to here. This is where the camera is. Stover Mountain. Okay, it turned around and looked at Chester. Okay. So then during that screenshot, so what it's mostly doing is looking due west, right? Let me check it out. So now I'm oriented. Let's show it on the map. Not that one. Stover. Okay, so it's looking west by northwest. We got a ways away. So here's Morgan Summit, looks over Mineral. Looking to the south, and that's where we saw the retardant drop today. And now it's finally crested this hill. This is what the camera can't see over, and I believe it's, we'll have to, is it named? Yeah, anybody got some,
Charlie.
yeah, because there's many things called like Ski Hill.
Charlie,
That's
park communication. All day resources are off to you, Charlie.
oh no. The old cabin for the old ski lodge with the wood stove burned down. Of course it did. Was it the Dixie or Vandals? They used an old log puller for the makeshift rogue ski lift. Good times. I've got still photos from the... You guys have some questions right now. I'm gonna
Calling park communication.
where are you worried for the most, Brandon? I'll just ask you that as a local, and thank you for sharing your knowledge. I want to go back like soon. If I can get in touch with Dustin, he was the one who would have the makeshift laptop that I could use in between buying a real one. Like not that his isn't a real one. You could see all those retardants too.
Park communication.
But I mean like a ideal one, I should say. I could drive down there in 24 hours in a matter of days, you know. I could possibly stay with one of the mods halfway there for one night and then make it down. It's a brutal drive for like
3021 completed assignment of Williams, returning to stage 36, east 5.
That's a brutal drive for 24 hours. Jag says a little something for the Sea Pro Relief Fund. Oh, thank you, Jag.
You have
Thank you.
for park communication.
Yeah, if you can't spare a dime, don't worry, friends. Don't even apologize. I don't accept apologies anymore. Just the best way you can help is free. Hit the share button. Text it to anybody you think might need to know about, you know, this, this, and like real information. This is a nonsense-free zone. I've been consistently able to predict where the fire could possibly reach and much of what it's capable of doing just because I'm a local. You know, I used to live up here. We used to spend a lot of time. And now the Dixie has taught us a lot of lessons, and so has the campfire and the Bear Claremont. So we know what the fire is capable of doing here. Yeah, what do you think about to the northeast? What about Drake's Bad? Brandon, how do you feel about Drake's Bad? But thank you so much. We survive and we want to be advertisement free. So either you play ads and get ads played on top of potentially life-saving quick evacuation information. Like, can you imagine how screwed the people of Westwood would have been if an ad played over our life-saving no, you know, don't drive into the wall of flames because the evacuation info was wrong that day. The Dixie Fire, it was wrong. The evacuation automated voice was totally wrong. The fire was approaching from the west. Instead of saying that, the evacuation info was go to the west. And we heard on the radio the firefighters were running for their lives from the north. And 200-foot tall marching walls of flame were approaching Westwood from the north and from the west. And everybody was about to obey the orders. Some people came in here and said, is this real? This can't be real. The smoke's coming from that direction. I said, hell no, it's not real. It's an error. It's wrong. Go to Susanville right now to the east. We're prepared to shelter in place by the lake. Like you got 10 minutes maybe. And so that's how we got the people and feedback that we probably saved lives that day. And so many other situations. Can you imagine if an ad was playing over that? I have no control when the ads would play. So we are donation based, and I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. You make this possible, and I think I've got to get the behind the scenes money tallied together. Sorry, I got low blood sugar, so I'm drinking the sweet tea. If just 20% of viewers donated $1 to $5 every day, we'd be cool, because we get about 5,000 viewers a day. So don't worry, no donations too small or too big. And the best way you can help is by hitting the like button and sharing, like with your own social media. But I hate the like reminder, but we don't want to be advertisement based. So I just want to thank everybody. You have really helped get us right on the right track financially. Things are looking so much better, friends. It was really difficult last year. Everybody started tightening their belt. We didn't get a lot of traffic. So people were very generous last year, but there was not that many big fires. We didn't get seen. That's what the YouTube algorithm does. Unfortunately, I hate it, but it's like we do okay financially when there's just massive tragedy. I'm going to work on how people can just. I think we're going to do the what's been requested. I think with the good feedback, we'll start the memberships where people can just have like a $5 a month donation. I was unsure about how that would work. This is some interesting clouds. See that up there? I think that means the air is frozen up there. This pattern? Maybe somebody who knows about clouds can tell me. Maybe C-Probe, you know. Wait, did I get a watch D notification? But you guys have made such a difference. I want to go down to California as soon as possible. Okay, yeah, Brandon says, I don't like the amount of fuel still out there by Jake's Bad. Dixie ran fast through there, didn't burn enough, honestly. Plus all the Forest Service guys talk about the 3-year rule. Yeah, the 3-year jinx, right? I'm glad that they know about it. The 3-year jinx is that the Tillamook burned, one of America's worst forest fires that was west of Portland. Burned every 3 years, and it was worse each time because only the limbs burn off the trees the first time, and then the trunks need about 2 years to fully dry out. And by the 3rd year, usually, or maybe the 5th, depending on circumstance, in Oregon, since it rains so dang much, there's such a huge amount of brush that could grow up. Every 3 years, there was a brand new Tillamook burn fire, 1933, 36, 39, and then a smaller one in the 40s if you count it. Oh, thank you, Lloyd. You're so wonderful. So wonderful. Yeah, park update is almost 420,000 acres. Yeah. It's just, that's super depressing. So, yeah, keep it coming, Brandon. What about historical sites and structures and lookout towers and the like? Are they going to rebuild the one at Lassen? I mean, the whole park now is under threat, which is just blowing my mind. Like the visitor center? Is that... stop flashing and moving around. individual places. Like, is there a ranger station at Yellow Jacket still? It says that on a map, but I don't remember. They talked about last night.
Branch 18.
Branch 18, June 9 Alpha. Do you have an update on any of the spots?
Well, they say update on a spot. Hang on, let's take notes. We are waiting for crews to explain.
They've all been located, lined and worked. The largest 50 by 50 in timber. Down just west of drop point 41 in the Foxtrot Echo break. They're currently working a 5-acre slop outside the primary line, but within a secondary line. They're just going to let it come out to a more favorable line.
Awesome. All of the spots today have been located and worked. All of the spots.
Deputy Branch, go ahead.
I'm down here at that 5-acre slop. They're going to go in after it. They got a hose laid to it, and I'm going to have to cut it all out and fill the site up there.
Branch 15 just reported.
And then for yourself and Night Ops, the UAS is going to be up here in the area.
Okay. UAS drone is taking flight to help locate and figure out stuff.
You're a little broken. I think the Night Ops is coming out this way, and he's going to head to you.
I want to.
Negative. Advising we're going to have some UAS operations up here outside of drop point 46 in Bravo, Charlie.
Back up.
Haha, that was good info. Hang on a sec, I'll interpret. But thank you all who have donated. I'm so grateful. I'm so sorry I've missed a whole bunch of stuff. Desi did the best way to donate, where YouTube takes 30%, but they won't, is the PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. I'm trying to work on Apple Pay and the others, but do you guys want the membership thing? I'm not quite ready to make it fancy. Yeah, this is all positive that I've been hearing. So, like, yeah, it was scary as hell today, but they have. They are ready to do night operations and their firings.
I had some Dozers go in there, flying around it, and additionally 31 Charlie, they got some hose around it, they're working it.
So, 31 Charlie has hose.
Stay here if you need them, and they have got a second one if you need that too, to help your progression.
They want a dozer around it, but 31 Charlie, go 31 Charlie, has hose all around it. That's the 5-acre one, I believe they're still speaking about. So the drone is about to work around drop point 46. I'll have to get the map up for you guys to see where drop point 46, is. Branch 15 had a 5-acre spot. 31 Charlie has a hose around it. They want to get a dozer if that'll help them. And then they said all the spots are located and worked. This is why we listen to the radio and not rumor, right? This is straight from the horse's mouth. This is live. This is live current conditions. Yeah. So, yeah, everybody stayed and defended Chester during the Dixie. It's not like you had anywhere else to go, honestly, unless you were going to go into the lake and then go to the east shore. But that could have been a thing. It could have been, oh, get us out of here, Air National Guard. But when the Dixie was making that epic 16-mile-an-hour, 16-mile run, it went 16 miles in like 12 hours. That was like, holy crap. It ran from Canyon Dam past Drake's Bad, going towards Old Station, like it was late for a meeting. The wind spared Chester, and it pushed it right past it. But the embers started raining down. If it had just aimed directly at it, there would have been nothing anybody could have done. That would have been like a Grizzly Flats event. But they had balls of steel, locals and the those who were still there and had business being there, and the crews just got out the buckets and the hose, and they put out the airport that was on fire, the runway and stuff, because they knew that as long as the wind held that direction, they could hold it. So they looked into. They were like, that's like standing next to a dragon just to its side and watching it blow flame. Just, wow. You're right, Brandon. Like, wow. You love the membership idea? Okay, I haven't looked into it because they'll still take 30%, but like Sarah and others were pointing out yesterday, 70% is better than no percent. But I was hoping to do something more like Patreon or something. And then somebody else says, why not both? Okay. If it's more convenient for people, then heck, we'll do it. We'll do it. So, and what I want is donor recognition. I'm so sorry that the phone wants me to be unlocked, and when these apps updated, I have to unlock it with my phone with my finger, and I have to. Then it spams me and says that there's been donations, but everybody who does the Cash App and the PayPal, I didn't put the link up. I just was so worried. It's supposed to be in the description. It is in the description of the video. You can go to the channel page to donate, but it's supposed to be the pinned chat message. Jeez, let me get my beep together. I have to eat. Let's order some food, man. I need some comfort food. What a stressful 24 hours. Okay. You know what? When I went to Greenville, 4th of July, 2020, what's left of Greenville? I'm putting up the links right now. I'm pinning this chat message. It'll be at the top. You can click on it for easy access to Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. I'll try to add the others. I've been meaning to. But man, it would be nice if I got a day off, right? I've tried to make it so it will text message me when I get a donation. So thank you so much, Desi, for the incredible $50 donation yesterday. Desiree, Diana. I tried to do it. Yeah. Everyone is ready at Chester. That's good to hear. It's like you guys are manning the beachhead, right? Ready for the assault? Because it will try. It'll try to get to Chester. Then day after day, the wind blows towards. Day after day, it blows that way. Fire goes where the wind blows, but it's also going to try to go north. And we'll have to try to track that a bit. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's almost 9. Okay. All right, let's look at the live view. These are amazing clouds.
Branch 18.
Hang on, Chris.
I've got 2 water centers. Yeah, watch them install.
All right, they're going.
I think we're doing pretty good on. Actually, correction. Yeah, let's send them up. Drop point 46. They could tie in with Butte Charlie on D Fire 26. Go ahead with E numbers.
Okay. I'll put up the map for drop point 46 in a second.
All right, it'll be water center E30, E75.
They have a quick JPEG instead of these big ponderous PDFs. No, they don't. Wait, yeah, they do. They do. All right. Let me just save this JPEG immediately, and I'll put that up. Oh, it doesn't have the drop points. Oh, seriously. Seriously. Okay, DP 46. Our priority now is the order the food then, because it'll be the big ponderous PDFs I have to see. No, it does. It does. I'm a liar. Cool. Cool. I mean, not that I'm a liar, but here you go. The blue words here. Okay, the blue is drop points, and so these are all the dozer lines that are crazy. They got a lot of them. I can't control the zoom very well. 46, so it's right there. This is where the dozers and stuff are hanging out, and drop point 46 was where they're going to.
Here 3500 minus about 5 hours.
Heat up and do what? Excuse me. Okay, so it's 40. Oh, before I came online, they ordered 15,000 feet of hose delivered to drop point 40. Drop point is where the helicopters delivered them their stuff. So earlier today, they said we're going to do a firing operation at 7:51 p.m. Drop point 20 is where they should work with their priority. 20. There's 24. This only gets huge or tiny. Jeez. Drop point 20 for a firing operation. So it's terribly annoying. I will get this up in a minute. On a real photo viewer, because this is ridiculous. To just go too big or too small, or maybe I could just do this. Oh yeah, I can do that. Okay. So the firing operation will reduce the fuels tonight, and then they're talking about a hot handoff to, I think, the morning crew. If I had to guess, that is what that means. And DP20 is up where 36 intersects with what's that other little road up there? 36. Why is this so pale? I have trouble reading this. It's the Forest Service map, but you zoom out and you just can't see the 36. Is it Morgan Summit? 36 and 89? Um, $36 and 89, right? Is it? Turn around to there. Yeah, 36 and 89. So that's where drop point 20 is. That is their priority right now. And they're going to meet up, and they are going to continue with the prep work there. And then they're going to do a firing op there, right around Morgan's Summit Snow Park, as far as I can tell. Snowmobile area. So they took a bunch of the old mining roads and logging roads and turned them into snowmobile trails, which are pretty dang cool, and railroads too. So we're going to expect that will be a big heat detection there. So don't worry about it. So they're prepping the whole area because I wonder if they want to stop the fire here now. Like up in here. I do wonder. So hopefully they'll give us some sort of a idea. And we'll see if there's been like a briefing thing. So let me go back to the chat. It's cross-country ski area too. Yeah. McGowan Ski Hill? McGowan. Okay. McGowan? Like, when they're talking about DP20, or what do you think? So, sorry, I didn't read what you said. That referencing Ski Hill on the radio. It's literally on Morgan Summit, almost near the park entrance on Highway 36. Well, it says Morgan Summit Snow Park. Is there a separate McGowan? I'm not familiar with that. So, friends, yeah, do you have? Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Wayne the Pain. Do you guys have any quick questions? Because I do have to order the food. Frontier is junk, and that's that. Starlink or Digital Path? Okay. I used to love my Frontier, and I moved though. But my God, you don't want cable. Yeah, David Dillon, our heroes, and thank you for your kind support and generous support. That is a day to hang your hat on, guys. Did I miss some? There's a new fire called the Mosquito. I'm sorry, I missed that. Placer County? Okay, 26 minutes. There's significantly northeast of Placerville and northwest of Pollock Pines, right next to the Rock Creek Dam, which doesn't show anything. There's hose around the main fire. The 2 spots west of that crews are working on. 50 by 50 feet vegetation fire. Okay, thank you for letting me know about that. It looks like it's nothing on the cams now. Oh, nothing on the cams. What is the Morrison fire? What the heck is that? Oh, by the middle fire. It's up high in Yosemite, 10% containment. Let's check on the Elk Creek real quick and then order some food. The Elk Lane. I keep saying creek. Now, zooming back to Oregon here. Thank you so much for sharing your awesome local wisdom, Brandon. So, Drake's Bad is my next, I think, big area of worry. What do you think is the likelihood that they could stop this around the intersection of anybody who's been there? And thank you, everybody, Tommy, who's shared local knowledge from today as well. What do you think is the possibility of stopping it by Morgan Mountain and 36 and 89? 36 and 172, they're not big wide roads. They're just not. They are really narrow and thin. Like 172 is like you pass, I'll just show you guys, you pass somebody on the highway and they're towing a boat or something, you're like, can we even share the road? It's almost like a 1-lane. Like, I forgot how narrow like it was. Look at that huge tree. But when they talk about heavy dead and down stuff, this log could burn for days, a week, you know? And when it does, and if it's intense with the fire, it'll just cook that tree above it. People forget that heat, the heat itself is one of the main killers of the trees, not really the flames. They can lose their branches and grow them back. It hurts. but their bark is pretty fireproof, unless it's breached or like there's just an insane monster fire for the moment, you know, like of true insanity, which is kind of really rare. The even the bark of dead stuff is fireproofing, but you see where it's missing. This will get it started. So the issue is that the heat, the tremendous amount of heat from the ground, will just put the tree above it in an oven, and trees can't survive that. So when you see a dead tree after a wildfire, the conspiracy theorists and people don't know stuff, you know, who have not learned, had not had an education yet. Like you know, none of us are born with a fire education, right? There's people of all ages and all experience levels. I never even thought about it. Forest fire made me think, oh, well, everything burns up. No, the trees are full of water, so the trunks don't burn up. If the flames are high enough, the branches burn off. But most of them die from just the heat of other trees nearby on fire and from below, because heat rises. So the dead stuff on the ground just being, if it burns off quick, the tree can survive. Just like you could put your hand in an oven for a second and get out the casserole. But you wouldn't want to put your hand in there for 24 hours, right? So when they talk about heavy dead and down, they mean heavy fuels, lots of big logs. That's the dead stuff. And a downed tree is like a snapped over tree leaning over. And what we forget, and what people like weather people going, why is the plume so big? You know, it's because we totally forgot even. Oh, right. The huge snowpack, the likes of which we haven't seen for like 30 years last winter, snapped limbs off of trees, broke trees in half, broke pieces off, huge pieces, pushed them over. There were thousands of power lines down. Power was out in like everywhere from Tahoe to Chester, but especially near Tahoe for like a month. But this is too narrow of a road to really be a great fire line. What California has to do is widen these roads. Period. There's nothing else to be done. If only we had the Ponderosa Way back, the Great Fire Break. It used to be 60 feet wide at the minimum, 200 feet wide where it needed to be. They could snake it a little bit, make it a little bit windy to save some of these really big old trees, I hope. You know, maybe a few have to be sacrificed, or maybe they could even do fancy stuff. You know what? They could split the lanes around the big trees. That's done all the time. You can have a median. It would take, you know, or instead of like going around like this, like in a big loop, they could, you know, build a bridge like that was straight or something. You know what I mean? Go around our big classical majestic ones and take down the ones that are like smaller nearby. Because this is frighteningly narrow, actually. This is a highway. This is considered a highway. It's considered a driveway everywhere else. You know, like I've seen homes with wider roads. But that is brush. That's not good. This is what makes the forest fires so bad. If it's just some pine needles on the ground and not big dead stuff. The heat of the brush on fire kills the trees above. Because it just keeps burning. It makes it much more intense. It's much more intense, that causes the pyrocumulus, and then it's just, that sucks in more air, which makes it even more intense. This is just totally awful. This is like a nightmare to try to hold this here. Where are we on the actual map? 172 on the way to Mill Creek, in between Mineral and Mill Creek. In this little bend. I had no memory that, until I looked at this again, I had totally forgotten how narrow 172 is.
Yeah, I'm putting it on.
Just, wow. There's a lot we can do to prevent this stuff. A lot. A lot. Yeah. Shoot, the food. I forgot. It's after 9. Oh, no. Here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Um, um, yeah. David Springman, welcome here. It says even 36 is a tough spot to make a stand. It's just gets so narrow east of there. Yeah. What disturbed me today, what I'm frustrated about, maybe they just didn't have an opportunity. Sorry about, yeah, we don't have any new updates on the elk lane. Let's go back to the park. They have not fired the meadow. Like, why not? We'll look back at the cams, but we need to look. Like, what do you think's going to happen with this meadow here? I know the deer need some food, but it's going to burn anyway. Like, you have to stop the fire in order to. You could put some hay out there later or something. It's not a big deal, but fire that. I love the old split rail fence from the 1930s. From the 1930s as well. Fire crews maybe just dismantle it, put it on a truck, but or put it in one spot, dozer around it, and reassemble it later. That's pretty amazing old wood. It's probably extremely valuable in today's, barn wood craze type, and it would suck to have to kill more trees to put it back, but
Communications with November Charlie on command. 4.
what is this meadow still doing? Not fired. This would be the world's best fire break because the fire is now up on the hills and the wind shifts. It's going to.
Overnight, Helco. 3 souls on board, 2.5 hours of fuel off normal.
The embers are going to rain down when the wind blows this way. And that meadow is going to be on fire if the wind pushes it this way, and it probably will.
Charlie, on duty for night Helco. 2106. November Charlie.
Helicopter. I don't think, all the aircraft is off, but they said Helco. One may be heading that way. Looks like it took off near, Red Bluff. What I missed, if they even said anything, was Air Attack wanting to order airplanes for the next day. So what I'm upset about is what do you think will happen when the embers hit the meadow? Is there some complication with firing it that I'm not aware of? Is it wet under there? Like, can it not burn? It still can. Like when swamps are on fire, the plant part that's sticking out of the water still burns. If this was solid black right now, that would protect minerals so much. That's one hell of a nice fire break you can make. Oh, you're making spaghetti, Kathleen? Yeah. What about just east of Mineral? Yeah, David, I drop point 20, 40. They're going to do some firing here at Morgan Summit. So I think they're going to try to catch the fire in this pocket, try to stop it at 3689 intersection, or at least prep it to be able to hold it if the embers go over this way. Remember the fire. Yeah, 36 isn't much better. This is a very old image. Or no, it's August 2023. I want to know the history of the highway. We can sort of hit the historic button.
Uniform branch.
Look at this. This is 1885 to 1915 maps.
Branch 15, Tango Uniform, go ahead.
Battle Creek Meadows.
Wanted to calm check. You are loud and clear, sir.
Yep, down here near 38 okay.
Morgan and Tyler. Morgan instead of Childs Meadows. That's wow. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot more ghost towns than everybody knows about. Some of those are probably ranch names anyway, but oftentimes ranches were like little towns. They had post offices and stuff. Hot Springs for Drake's Bad, Hot Springs. I've never really been there. Not in living memory. I really want to go there. It's closed, right? I imagine Drake's Bad is closed. They lost a cabin. Let's do maps up to 1945. So these are 1945 or earlier. Mineral Ranger Station, Mineral. I think some of these highways were once railroads. Mill Creek Home Site. XX marks the spot. Ah. Site. Meaning it probably was gone by then. Hole in the ground. Anybody know how it got that name? Lassen Camp, still there. Hello, pre-1945. Sulphur Works. It's actually really sad. I was studying Mount Lassen, and there was a guy who owned some private land there. It was kind of confiscated to make the park, and he had a resort where people had mud baths and, cabins for people to stay.
24-hour dozers to help wear out these dog legs and burn off.
Need a dozer to help.
Strike Team 9473 Golf. Division Tama Whiskey on command.
Burn off the dog leg. Okay. Anyway, sorry, memory lane stuff, but I guess. Hang on. I guess there was a hole in the ground. Yeah. Little stretch between Mineral and 89 to Lassen is all bad news. Hang on a second. Yeah, Mod's got me. Okay. Oh, and Joe. The meadow saved Westwood? Really? Chances that farmer will lose their winter crop? Is it like a farm? I thought it was more like a bog. Like natural plants. I think it's ranching. It's I don't think it's something harvested. There's parts of it maybe, but it's more grazing stuff. Instead of compensating fairly this guy for his hot springs thing that he made up there at Lassen, and this was like the turn of the century, by the way. up by Lassen, at Mount Lassen, like the volcano up there. You can walk all around it, and there's boiling mud pits and lakes and stuff. It's a somewhat easy hike to the top of the actual volcano. He had cabins. He had welcome places, historic buildings in the 1800s, and spas for the hot springs that were up there.
The plan looks pretty straightforward from here.
And he was basically bought out for cheap, and they bulldozed it. They bulldozed everything to make, for no reason really, to make the Volcanic National Monument Park thing. It's like, seriously? Why not leave that there for the public to enjoy? Why bulldoze history? But there's a lot of, even to this day, a lot of that happens. So here's Fat Tony's. Is that still there? I was hoping for a better picture so people could better understand what mineral like the town looks like. Yeah. October 2023. You got big, wider areas.
Go ahead for strike team 9273 Golf.
Sorry, God's getting a hold of me. Let me look.
Medic. Name of whiskey. Strike team 97 Golf. Loud and clear.
Just a heads up, I'm going to be calling all strike team leaders, task force leaders, and IHC, Hotshot superintendents and supervisors over to drop point 20 for a briefing. Your operation over there on that road, it will still continue. I don't need any strike team leaders or supervisors over there. You keep all your resources over there and keep plugging away.
Okay, all the strike team leaders, for the most part, are being called to a meeting at drop point 20. And I hope we get to hear about it, or somebody in watch duty lets us know, because they're going to do some firing operations over by Morgan Summit area, or at least a meeting there to discuss. They need to fire around mineral more to keep it safe, which means burn off the pine needles and stuff on the ground and whatnot. Most of my life, many of these buildings come and go, whether or not they're inhabited or not, or open or closed. Economic times. Is there any gas at Mineral now? I don't have a living room.
Go on there to ground. Command.
Golf Division, Tahima Whiskey, NIFC Command 41.
Hang on, friend. There's an earthquake.
Yeah, I copy you.
An earthquake. Yeah, David, they fired a hole in the ground last night all the way up to Mineral Summit. It went great. And that's why I was telling people, look, just because it looks all scary and big, especially at night, then if it's a cool and calm night, which it was, relatively, you have to listen. Painful as it might be. I wish they told the public. All they would need for the public is a little note, words.
What do you need for working altitude?
words that would point and say firing operation in progress, part of what you see is not the main fire. It's the work of the crews because it's so mild. So I'm not sure exactly where they're going to fire. I think it's the intersection of 36 and
All
89.
resources on Division Same Whiskey. I'll need all resources, supervisors, strike team leaders, task force leaders, and IHC's hotshot superintendents to report to job point 20. This will be with exception of the resources on Turner.
Okay. Everybody on Turner Mountain, keep doing your thing. They are. They have all the spots. They caught them. They caught all of them. Amazing.
Branch 15 safety. Same Whiskey.
Go ahead for branch 15 safety.
Hopefully they broadcast
Deck, I
this.
meet you at shot point 20.
I'm here.
I think everybody needs to calm their tits. I'm delighted with how today went. Unless there was something lost that I don't know about.
Man Romeo 33, Tamo Whiskey. I'll meet you at drop point 20. Copy.
What a superhuman effort. Holy crap. I'm sorry guys, I was fasting for like
Same uniform. Same traffic. I'll meet you at drop point 20.
Sorry, can't get a word in. Fasting for like a blood sugar monitoring test thing, fingerprint prick sort of idea. Yeah. And my throat is pretty sore here. I don't want to talk all night or anything. Ouch. It was southwest of Lamont, about 15 miles. Why didn't I get the earthquake notification? Oh, I only have it within a radius around Portland. And then it has to be above a certain magnitude. So considering the insane 9% humidity and the plume activity, firefighters may run. That doesn't mean they're going to run the whole time. It's like a cook working over a big gas grill and open flame, like Mongolian grill or something like that. And it flares up for a minute, and the cook leans back, but then they lean back forward. They scatter to their safe spots, then they leave them as soon as it's safe to go back. So they caught all of the spots. It's going to be a mild enough night to put more fire on the landscape.
7,000, your heart ceiling 6,500.
Yeah, cats are aliens. That's totally natural. There's no such thing as an earthquake. Everybody needs to stop using the term. It's ground shaking and rumbling for a while. So what the geologist does, let's go to U.S. Geological Survey. U.S. earthquakes. It's just latest earthquakes, USGS. Here I'll link it. What a geologist does, what they do is they take the biggest of the quakes, and that's called the earthquake, just the biggest magnitude. And then anything before it is a foreshock. Anything after it is an aftershock. And there's some more nuance to that, but that's like 8 quakes in 15 minutes. That's pretty normal for any big earth movement. Here's how U.S. Geological Survey works here on this particular map. there's an FAQ, of frequently asked questions, for the latest quakes for U.S. Geological Survey. Now, because the ground is constantly moving and whatnot, like, people don't realize it's sometimes it's a exponential scale. Like, a 4 is hugely bigger than a 3, and a 5 is hugely bigger than a 4. It just keeps going on like that. So, like, the difference between 9.0 and an 8 is, like, absolutely enormous. But it's also huge between a 2 and a 3. It's pretty much impossible to even notice anything below a 4. You know, like, that's walking around New York City and you're on the sidewalk and there's traffic going by, right? Your whole house shook for 30 seconds. Yeah, you could feel the 5s. You could feel the 5s. So, I just need to tell you something incredibly important about this website. This is not a list of all quakes. This is mostly just important ones, and it's like a summary. You get an idea of what has been happening here on the U.S. Geological Survey one. When you hit the latest quakes, show me the latest quakes button. Now, those apps that show every single one of them, it's just ding, 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 ding. Like, the ones are totally irrelevant. Just, that's like a horse trailer going over a speed bump, you know. So almost everybody turns off notifications for 1s and 2s. So these tend to be anything significant or anything reported, like, during an actual larger event, right? So a lot of people say, like, they're hiding quakes or something. No, the list would go by so quickly with the irrelevant ones that you wouldn't notice the relevant. So if you read the FAQ, they will report like this. They have a big delay in the smaller quakes, the ones that almost nobody feels, because it's more important to be accurate on what the size was. So they wait for a bit for the different seismometers to be calibrated together to figure out what the actual size was. Seismometers are located in different areas, hundreds of miles away from each other sometimes, and so, like, what they register, the orange dot down here, okay, where they register, it's more important to be accurate, scientifically accurate, for those we could barely feel, right? So there's a delay. Now, if a larger one happens, the ones people could feel, they instantly put whatever the nearest seismometer is basically saying, boom, that was the size of the quake. So it'll say 5.3. I expect that to go down to 4.9 to 5 or something. They just need to put that out there to acknowledge that it's happening for the public. Then they're going to notify the public. Then what they're going to do is revise. They're going to consult all the different seismometers. Since they're different locations and there's, like, different rock layers in between them, they're going to have different numbers, and then they have to kind of just figure out what's accurate. So some people are insisting to me that, like, it started as a 5.6, so they're starting the revision right now. Maybe it is, the final say is a 5.3, but it is, I just realized I have some chicken nuggets I'm going to probably eat, some organic ones. So don't worry, I did miss the opportunity to eat, order from a restaurant, but I just realized I have something healthy here at home. So I will go and put that in there. Yeah, 5.6, 5.7, that is natural. They just want to put it out there and be like, oh, yeah, a quake just happened, so that people know about it. How was it, Husky? Man. Yeah. Yeah, Legit Gamer says Dr. Lucy Jones on X is really good about explaining quakes and what they mean and their particular faults and stuff. There must be a fault that runs like this. Yeah. Cool. Maybe we should go check her out. From Caltech probably. I took Earth Science Basics. I didn't want to study earthquakes, right? I wanted volcanology. So I can tell you much more about volcanoes, but since volcanoes generate them, and magmatic, movement, I know basics. So a lot of people that don't read the FAQ, or just kind of hate the U.S. Geological Survey, then I'm kind of mad about. I'm happy and mad with the organization. They killed my David Johnston, okay, like during Mount St. Helens. They put people in danger by being too wishy-washy and meek to challenge the governor of Washington, who had rabies, and she wanted to open Mount St. Helens back up to logging, and they let her do that. And so loggers died, tagging trees for the next day of logging, which would have put 2,000 to 3,000 loggers right in the path of destruction. And U.S. Geological Survey just sort of got, well, she whipped them. I'll just say that, berated them into like, oh well, maybe these evacuation zones shouldn't be that big, and they put their own employees right where they were going to die, where there was no chance of escape if a side blowout happened. So I've got my issues with the organization. I would think that they would have learned from that, but they kept putting people in danger for year after year. But that was the 80s, of course. But it's not a perfect organization. But I just don't think that they're trying to lie to the public about magnitude or anything. Looks like we just got a new cluster. But it is totally normal for them to occur. All earthquakes are.
Branch 15, we know factor will be 7.
All earthquakes are a cluster. The seismic kind, the fault line kind. Because the fault is moving for a bit. It's either slipping past itself like so, or it's up and down like so. And the size of the tsunami and the size of the shaking matters because how deep it is. So a shallow depth is massive shaking up on the surface, but local, right? So this one that's twos don't matter. You can't really feel them. Here, let's see what this one that it's not just the scale, okay? It's the depth. So 11.7 kilometers with this 5.3. That's a bit deeper than this 2.7. That's 1.2 kilometers deep. That thing in Katy, Oklahoma, could have been fracking because it's just a 2.7. So yeah, I don't know what is considered deep or shallow for a quake. We'll have to get the. Is the news media on it already? Yeah. Jen says I spent a lot of time in that area in the 90s. The destruction from St. Helens still shows today. I went there, Shannon. Did you see my? I tried to live stream my entire drive there. We went in and out of connection so much that it drove me nuts. I mean, it is kind of the middle of nowhere. But I finally did an upload video and tried to upload from Coldwater Ridge, the 40th anniversary. I went there with my mom on May 18th, so I met some survivors and I spoke with them, but they didn't want to speak on camera. They were kind of gun shy. The people that the stupid governor allowed back in, people who came there to camp. The governor said, "Oh, the top will blow out. There will just be some smoke." Once you see that, please leave the area, but please come back fishing, camping, and logging. It happened on a Sunday, so it kills like 55 plus people. But because of her, She allowed people to go back, and U.S. Geological Survey put their employees where it was certain death for case of a side blowout. But there were going to be several thousand loggers who would have been killed, who had just been nuked. Can you imagine that? And then what she did is she blamed the victims. The governor said, U.S. Geological Survey didn't warn me. People like David Johnston and that Harry Truman guy, they got themselves killed because they were idiots too close, and so did all the tourists. I told everybody to stay away. Oh my God, she had rabies. Like candidate for an actual psychopath, actually. Then, as soon as Jimmy Carter arrived, he repeated her nonsense and trash talked the victims too, and that started the whole thing. He just believed her. It's just oh man. Okay, ABC7 is live. Okay, with the earthquake thing, or thank you. Magnitude 5.3 strikes Kern County.
So that we can see that the basin effect also is one of the effects that increases the shaking that you would otherwise normally have.
Okay, I can't really totally rebroadcast everything.
Thank you, Alan.
Let's just take a look. Thanks for the link.
Thank you, Alan. Do any of our other attendees have any questions for our seismologists? I see a number of folks here from the media. If any of you have questions, please ask them in the Q&A function and we will answer them.
ABC7.
The other thing I would just point out is the USGS has a lot of nice tools for people who want more information. They can go and look at to see like what I'm talking about, the effects of the shaking. There's these shake maps that you can see. Another thing that is really nice is that the Did You Feel It, so people can click on it and say what they felt exactly, and then that will go to the information actually that is added to those products, and you can see how other people felt as well on those tools.
What? Why did it mute?
You can see me and Alan as we respond to these questions. Okay, asking for a review of the earthquake history of this region. The most famous earthquake in this region was the Kern County earthquake in July of 1952. It was also sometimes called the Tehachapi earthquake. It was led to a lot of changes in our earthquake policy because it did so much damage. It did quite a bit of damage in Los Angeles, even though it was up there. It had a very large aftershock that killed 2 people in Bakersfield. So I think its largest aftershock was like 6.7 or something around that. Before that earthquake had happened, it was really quite a quiet region. We saw continuing activity in the region for decades. In the 1980s, we were still seeing a rate of earthquakes above what it had been before the first earthquake had happened, and that's our definition of aftershocks. So those aftershocks continued for 40 years. That earthquake was on the White Wolf Fault, but our preliminary results here suggest that this is not on the White Wolf Fault, and in fact, the automatic analysis says it's most probably on a fault that we don't have in our database. So we can't say this particular one. We can't say it's very near the White Wolf Fault. Now, the White Wolf Fault was only recognized because of the 52 earthquake. It broke through to the surface. A bigger earthquake happens over a larger fault surface. So the bigger the earthquake is, the more likely it is that you can actually see the fault that'll break all the way up to the surface. This earthquake is small enough that it's unlikely that it's producing any sort of surface rupture, and therefore we may never know exactly which fault it was on.
What?
Yes, how many unknown faults are there? I have a question of, is it common to have quakes that are not on a known fault? Northridge was not on a known fault, I would point out.
Really?
So, and in fact, the smaller the earthquake is, the more likely it is it's not a major fault. I mean, we have lots of tiny little secondary features that haven't been, that aren't named, and they'll have little earthquakes on them. When we see like a magnitude 3 near the San Andreas Fault, it's not on the San Andreas, it's on some secondary feature. So most small earthquakes at this point are actually not on our big named faults. The transition to where you think it's much more likely to be on a named fault is around magnitude 5.5 to 6. Plenty of 5s are on faults that we don't know. So this is not that unusual to see something like this. And as I said, because it's 11 kilometers deep and it's only a magnitude 5.3, a 5.3 is going to be a fault that's maybe a few kilometers across. And if it starts at 11 kilometers below the surface of the Earth, it'll only get up to 5 or 6 kilometers below the surface, and therefore we will never see something there. I know we often talk about faults and the bigger earthquakes, it's really significant. The one thing I would say is when you think about, oh, what does it mean for the rest of us? That doesn't change depending on what the fault is. You know, all of Southern California has lots of active faults, and being on one particular fault doesn't say it's more likely to be setting off an earthquake on some other feature. I don't know how much more you want to add to that, Alan.
The only thing I was going to add is we oftentimes get questions about why there's difference in the magnitude before we kind of settle on the final magnitude. Shake Alert, the early warning system, especially uses very little data. So in order to get the warning out, because we don't know when an earthquake is starting, it's going to grow to a very large size earthquake. And so we try to get that warning out as quickly as possible to people. And then as the earthquake grows, there can be updates. But to get that initial that warning out, it's only a few seconds of data. And so with only just a few seconds of data, you're trying to, our automatic systems are trying to determine if that is going to grow into something bigger or get out that information as quickly as possible. And so it might not have all the full information that we have once
on command.
And so it only, with just 4 stations, we start to, seismic stations, I should say, that only detection at 4 locations, we start to put out those alerts. And so as the earthquake grows and as the seismic waves go out to more seismic stations, then we can get a better estimation of actually what the real magnitude is. So those early estimations are good. They're still within, that it was, I saw a 5.7 came out on my phone. And then we settled on now 5.3 looks like is the final. But that was actually after a human came and reviewed it. And so that takes, a few more steps to get to that. But it's still, we weren't too far off with our automatic system. So it's really great that we get that initial value out there. But then it takes time to get the full data set to going across the wave field across the entire state into all of our stations. And then we can go back and look at it and say, okay, this is what really happened. But it takes a little bit more time to get to the full number. And so those initial values that come out might be slightly different.
Yeah, so you know what? You cannot freak out the public by, instead of announcing a 5.7 quake, you can announce it as a below 5.7 quake. Just a feedback U.S. Geological Survey, A
question from Ron Lynn, which is, we've heard of shaking being felt for 45 seconds in Los Feliz and 20 seconds in South Pasadena. In Los Feliz, someone felt at least 3 different waves, 1 weak, 1 strong, and 1 weak. In South Pasadena, it was 2 very distinct waves of shaking before the aftershocks began. Can you explain why the duration was so long? Okay, so the first large aftershock, which was a 4.5, began only about 45 seconds after the main shock. So I think the long duration in being reported in Los Feliz is likely that the person felt the biggest aftershock as well as the main shock. In terms of general duration, right? So I'll put this, the earthquake happens on a fault. The fault is producing energy as long as one side is moving past the other. It's sort of like a rupture front. Much like if I were to try and tear this piece of paper, I don't do it this way, that's too strong. But if I started at one location, then I can rip down the paper. And so the same thing happens on the fault. It rips down the fault, starting at the epicenter and moving down, producing energy the whole way. Look at this, you're hearing the sound the whole time I'm ripping the paper. So let's imagine 5.3, a fault maybe 5 kilometers across. That means the Earth's producing energy for about 2 seconds. And if you were very nearby, you would feel an extremely strong motion for a few seconds because it comes off the fault and then it starts bouncing around off of things. But if you're nearby, there's not a lot of things it's run into. When Alan said that we were having basin effects, amplifying the shaking, that's the waves come into the basin, hit the walls of the basin, bounce back, hit the next wall of the basin, bounce back, and you get a reverb basically set up within the basin. And then you get this extended duration. You know, when we've modeled what the San Andreas earthquake would look like in the LA basin, we get 50 seconds of strong shaking in downtown Los Angeles, and that's because of these basin effects. So this earthquake, much, much smaller, of course, but it was large enough to set up some of these basin effects and get things bouncing around. You know, the very distinct waves, there's the possibility that the P wave was felt here in the basin. So an earthquake produces two different major types of waves. The P wave moves faster, but it's smaller. The S wave is a shear wave and it causes more damage. It's usually quite a bit larger, but it takes longer to get to us. So sometimes you can feel the P wave and the S wave. Maybe if somebody was in a very sensitive situation, you would have one very weak one and then you feel the stronger one. I know quite clearly that I only felt the strong one and it only lasted for about 3 seconds here in Pasadena. And I was sitting quietly on the first floor of a building. So that where you're sitting, you know, if you're in a building, the building might amplify what's going on. What somebody perceives at any location is very variable depending on all sorts of situations of what soils, what rocks the waves went through, and whether you're sitting still, whether you're moving around, all of those are going to affect it by quite a bit.
If you're on bedrock, like nobody felt the 1906 quake in San Francisco.
Also asked, you might pick this up, Alan. Based on the shaking intensity, do you expect that people on taller floors felt more intense shaking than people on lower floors? Yes, right. You almost always, the building itself moves, so you feel it stronger if you're on an upper floor. Also, you've worked a lot on urging cities to get vulnerable buildings to be retrofitted. Where do you think we are on that, and has progress on retrofits been hindered by the pandemic? My standard answer is we're a lot better off than we used to be and not nearly as far along as we could be. I believe in the city of Los Angeles, they've gotten a long ways on the soft first story retrofits. I don't think it's complete yet, but they're pretty far along. It is supposed to be completed by now because that was a 7-year time frame, but they are now going and catching the people who didn't do it. The non-ductile concrete retrofits, of course, people had 25 years to get those accomplished. It's now 9 years into the process. So I wouldn't expect actually that many to be done. I will also say that quite a few other cities have moved forward on this, and I'm personally rather encouraged. But that's partly because the whole thing has always taken a long time. We have several cities such as West Hollywood and Pasadena and Santa Monica that also passed retrofit. As far as I can tell, they're moving forward. Torrance just passed something last year on soft first story. Burbank's moving forward, and there's also Long Beach and Malibu.
Sorry. Just
you'll have to hit them on command, attack won't reach them from there. I copy.
sorry, guys. We still need to check in.
Echo training.
Just trying to get my food in order. We're still.
Continue watch center here briefly.
I want to show the park fire while she's speaking. We don't really need to watch her.
We're in the area of drop point 42 through 46. That little span there with a snap tank. See that?
I'll just put it in a different window. We still want to know about the earthquake because I can't speak the whole time. They're not saying much. My throat hurts pretty bad. but we are listening to the radio to get the final updates on what they might be doing for the park fire, for the firing operations tonight, for example, and what is their plan to like help protect mineral. We'll watch a briefing if they have one. But I want to put her on because I'm over there getting my food in order, so I'll be right back.
Jurisdiction, because it'd be too easy to decide to move a building elsewhere, and statewide really makes a lot more sense because it really isn't going to cost us a lot of money.
Thank you, Lucy. We've had Fox 11 join since the last update, so I'm wondering if you can provide an overview of the earthquake again for them. Or Alan, whoever prefers.
Sure, I can do that again. So we had a magnitude 5.3 earthquake that was just 23 kilometers southwest of Lamont, California, which is at the southern end of the Great Valley, just a little ways north of Los Angeles. So it was right near the Grapevine. It has produced now, I see 31 aftershocks, with the largest two just being over magnitude 4. There was a magnitude 4.5 and a magnitude 4.1. The magnitude 4.5 came just less than a minute after the main shock. So it came in quick succession there, the first aftershock. And so it's been a healthy aftershock sequence, although it's already dying down. The last few earthquakes are really small. Now they're getting down to magnitude 2s and lower than magnitude 2, to the point where most people are probably not even feeling them. Let's see, there's a question about the My Shake. It said a lot of people got the shake alert. A lot of people are getting the alerts for it. And can you explain why? The shake alert system specifically alerts when the magnitude is high enough. That's one factor, and the other is if is expecting shaking is high enough. And so it's above a certain intensity, and that's if it's above intensity 3. A while ago, that intensity level was actually higher, but then after the Ridgecrest earthquake, many people complained that it was actually too high, and they wanted to get the alerts, and so it was lowered at that point. But now, so that's the current level where the shaking's at. But this magnitude 5.1 was high enough to get above the threshold for the magnitude. And then if people are within a certain area where the intensity is correct, above that level of intensity, then they'll go ahead and get that alert also. So a large region actually felt that shaking. And so a large region got it was expected to feel the shaking. So they got the alert for that expected intensity.
I'll add an update too. Just as we said at the beginning, like every earthquake in Southern California, there's about a 5% chance that this earthquake can be followed by something larger, and in the same location. You don't see a foreshock isn't something that's over there and then set off an earthquake down in LA. It would be a further earthquake would be in the same location, and that's of course a 95% chance that it won't be followed by something larger. We are seeing, as Alan said, a substantial aftershock sequence with us, and we would expect that to continue. The number dives off very rapidly with time, but actually the relative number of large to small stays the same. So we're seeing now lots of small earthquakes. Having another 3, another 4 during the night would not be surprising at all. Almost certainly to have 3s, easily could have more 4s. I think that's the most important thing to get in here. We did say this does not appear to be associated with a fault in our database. Having it on not previously mapped fault is relatively common. Northridge is our most obvious example of that happening. So that in itself is not particularly concerning. And also which fault it's on doesn't determine anything about its ability to trigger other events. I see another question from Ron Lynn about if this magnitude quake had occurred in a highly populated part of Los Angeles, would you expect to see a lot more damage? Of course. We can look at what the intensities were as recorded on this earthquake. So if that's all mapped up in the USGS earthquake website. You can see the maximum intensity right near the main shock is magnitude 6 to 7. And that's a level that throws plenty of stuff off of shelves, could be doing some damage. If you had an old brick building, it's very unlikely to really be damaging most of the structures that we have. But we'd see a lot of damage to interiors with lots of damaged products in stores, lots of dishes on the ground.
Okay, I've got to interrupt you right there. This is a big myth, okay? That a brick building is so dangerous. No. Unreinforced masonry, of course, you would want it to be enforced. You would want it to be stronger. But this myth began during the 1906 quake of San Francisco, which was huge. It was in a 7-something magnitude thing. And people see the images of all these brick buildings in rubble, and they think, oh, brick buildings are unsafe. They were dynamited. It was to stop the big fire in San Francisco. The first thing you got to do is, after a quake, shut off your gas lines and don't light a fire in your chimney. And one of the first things some idiot did was go, oh, I'm going to bake, I got a chicken here or something, and it's raw, so I'm just going to cook it real quick. And she lit a fire in her stove and started the big fire of 1906, which did way more damage than the quake in San Francisco. The biggest loss of life in San Francisco was a wooden building and all the wooden structures who were built on the bay, the marina district of today. So the Valencia Hotel, okay, like it was a hotel that was 3 stories tall, 4 kind of if you count its basement area. And it had hundreds of people in there, and so hundreds of people died because it sank. It sank. The Valencia Hotel disaster. I toured that area. San Francisco quake. Now, there were plenty of people who lived in brick buildings and the like.
I believe where your map is. Anything further for us?
Like, this is a 4-story hotel that just sank into the ground, like in quicksand, with the other adjacent buildings not that damaged. Like, this is how it used to look. It is a huge.
One water dropping helicopter for tonight.
And the other structures weren't leaning that much. They leaned forward a bit because there was a break in the water main in the street. So, like, here's what it looks like today. Like, this structure survived. It's still there. I went to tour it in San Francisco, and pretty much most of the street was okay, but this building sank. It was built on top of a creek. It's what is underneath you. Brick buildings are absolutely rock solid and fine if they're built on bedrock, the kind that's sturdy during a quake. Nob Hill, San Francisco, where the rich people dwelled, they slept through the quake. It was one of the largest in American history. They were on a bedrock rock. They woke up the next day, were like, what? Why is the city on fire? What happened? So most of the loss of life were in wooden structures. Wooden structure does not make you safe. Reinforced structure does not make you safe. Skyscraper does not make you safe. There's a leaning tower of San Francisco right now because they didn't put its they did not sink its foundation. People live in it right now. It's leaning. It just keeps leaning, keeps leaning. They did not put its foundations to the bedrock. They did not drill holes down to bedrock, which should be no duh. Thanks a lot, idiot city, for not putting that as building code. And it appears that leaning tower of San Francisco, was it Millennium Tower or something like that? What's it called? Is built on a well, a natural water well. So of course it's sinking and leaning. So it's what is beneath you. Go to Caltopo to start. Go to Caltopo to start and look at where you live. But there will be other maps of your town and your community. and see where there's a bog. Okay, like you'll see bogs on the old maps like this. It looks like this. Like here as we're looking at Child's Meadows, like that's a great example here where the park fire is. It looks like a nice meadow, but it's truly a bog. It's wet all the time underneath there. You cannot build a building on it that you could ever expect to stand. So the Barbary Coast, which was the north shore of San Francisco, today's like Marina District area, sank into the ground. And so when the wooden buildings sink, because if there's water underneath you or unstable soil, the earthquake shifts it back and forth, and it just becomes quicksand. So the building foundations make any structure above it a house of cards. It just collapses no matter what the building's made out of. The building has to have like pillars sunk down to bedrock to be safe. What you experience as shaking depends on the building you're in. She's totally right, but she's like, oh, I would expect brick buildings to fall down. Wrong. What is underneath them? So I'm really disappointed she's repeating a myth right now. So yeah, the Millennium Tower, they just need to tear that down immediately. It's going to fall over in the next San Francisco quake, even a minor one. I'm really disappointed that, but you have Newsom in charge of San Francisco when it's being made. You got Newsom in charge of the state. He should be ordering, tear this building down right now. It's a danger to everyone, but he won't, It's fine. But I'm sure he'll stand on its rubble during the next tragedy and go, this was unforeseen. We're going to rebuild, and kiss a baby or something, that pulled out of the rubble. But this is why we don't like him for disasters. He's not good at preventing them, protecting communities. He's really bad with wildfire. Crows about how he protects everybody from fire, and then it sets California up for disaster after disaster. He keeps Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant open. He gave $1 billion of federal money for it instead of doing renewables. Gave PG&E that, and Diablo Canyon was scheduled to be shut down next year because it's a Fukushima disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, footings. Yeah, building footings, the pillars. So California's disasters are mostly completely preventable. This park fire is totally preventable. We can't prevent arson. You can prepare, though, your community, like Chico, for like the obvious park fire that was going to start with any kind of spark. Like just seeing shoulder-high cheatgrass that was extremely thick.
Utica trainee, 9110 Charlie, on command.
They could have prevented this with a whole bunch of bulldozers plowing every so often and pre-making some dozer lines. You don't build the city walls after the Huns show up. Why didn't they graze it, mow it, plow it under? Yeah, it's we don't get political, but we have to point out when we have really, really bad leaders and ones that set up California for disaster. You have to change that leadership. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm telling you that a lot of these disasters are totally preventable. They have been. We have a history. We should learn from our mistakes in the past, and we have leaders who are completely complacent, like California's freeway burning down. And Newsom goes and says, oh, man, completely, what a tragedy. He and the other people of California are allowing junk to be stored up underneath the freeways, like giant junkyards. They lease them out. They rent it out. And they stored a whole bunch of wood pallets and like vehicles, junk vehicles, and like flammable gas and stuff, and like propane tanks and stuff underneath the freeway, so that many places need new leadership. And I'm not saying there's no one party I'm going to endorse, because I don't like any of them, actually. I like individuals. Like, are individuals good gems of the bunch, right? Who are the good apples in the rotten bunch? And the ones who are talking about disaster preparedness, you vote for them. You ask them what their plans are, you vote for them, and you support them, and do not let them fail. Because the tap dancers who kiss the babies, who say they care but won't lift a finger to prevent disaster, who won't spend a dime on it to prevent disaster, who are totally cool with disaster happening because, oh, I get to kiss a baby and get more votes, or look like a leader in a disaster like that. Those are bad people to have in charge of your state and your community. So when you're going to go vote, and you're going to go to town hall meetings, it's what are your plans for this, that, and that other disaster? What are your plans to make these less bad in the future? To prevent all that we can prevent and to mitigate all we can mitigate. Like she was talking about the structure retrofitting. Like it would help if California if we didn't build in the flood zones. Like Linda, the town shouldn't exist. I'm sorry. The levees keep breaking there. It keeps being wiped out in floods. How about don't rebuild there? Put the ranches that used to be there, earmark it for agriculture. You know, how about you don't rebuild San Francisco's Marina District, because just like the Barbary Coast, all sank into the fill. You know, that's where the biggest loss of life was, wooden buildings. It was because it was built on infill. It used to be old ports, and all these ships got abandoned in the gold rush. You know, the sailors went off to the gold rush, and they didn't have enough crew to go back to New York. So there was like a huge ship graveyard, wooden ship graveyard. So they dumped a whole bunch of rocks on it in San Francisco, then dirt, and then they built the Barbary Coast on it, which is a district. Gambling saloons and cheap housing stuff. And, you know, place where the poor can afford, like a slum. So that's where the poor always get shafted. The highest death toll is always the poor. They put them where there's, you know, people with money know better to live. But the poor can't afford safety. The only way to prevent a slum from being in a flood zone, fire zone, or any low-income place in a fire zone is don't allow it. Don't allow death trap neighborhoods to be built, and that's why I get so mad about this. They built the Marina District on the ruins of the Barbary Coast, and then what happened with the '89 quake? The same places had the biggest loss of life in this wooden building.
And once that Dozers are done working, they could probably be mentioned to watch that thing from the climb from the street.
The Marina District, these are wooden buildings, so stop the nonsense about brick being dangerous. That's a bunch of bull crap. I'm sorry. It's where did you build? Where did you build your wooden building? So when people go, but San Francisco, 1906 earthquake. Look at the downtown over by the ferry building. Okay, yeah, I have looked at it. That's where these are not fire gutted buildings. It looks like war because that's the result of the dynamite. They didn't have water pressure. So when the fire was ripping through the downtown, see how intact everything is? Whoops, I was just showing this one. See how intact everything is after the quake? Like, I'm just smart people like wake up and look. You've been framed to think that brick buildings are like dangerous. They just survived one of the largest quakes in the entire country that we've ever had. The entire downtown basically survived. So just see with your eyes, not what you were told to believe. They couldn't stop the fire because they had no water pressure because the pipes broke. So they turned to their fire captain. How do we stop this fire? Because one idiot putting a chicken in a stove, basically, when she didn't check her stovepipe, just never light a fire, never use gas after a quake. Just don't. The fire chief died immediately in the quake, unfortunately, so they had no leadership. So National Guard comes out, or whoever it was, a nearby fort, and said, we're going to dynamite the buildings to make a fire break. It didn't work because it was the wrong kind of dynamite. It was the kind of dynamite that was granulated, which spreads fire. So they made it worse and worse and worse, but, well, that's what happens when you don't have any leadership. So here's post-dynamite effect of San Francisco. And then people look at that and go, brick buildings are unsafe in a quake. Yeah. So in Portland, they've used this as an excuse to tear down most of our historic structures. They're going to be unsafe in a quake. And it was just a developer free-for-all frenzy of historical destruction. Yeah. So what I just got upset about is, in order to keep the poor safe, we have to get rid of this myth that keeps them in danger. Oh, we could put the poor in slums. We could build places like the Marina District. We could rebuild it, or put anybody. It's wrong to put anybody in danger. As long as it's wooden, it's going to get a free pass. But any of our historical, wonderful, rock-solid brick structures that you can't replace, wrecking ball, and let's let the developers just destroy it. It is political money-grabbing crap. It's just, places like San Francisco are like, let's build condo towers because we get higher tax revenue than a historic structure still standing. And they did that to Portland. They created the homeless problem. What is the homeless problem doing? It's creating fires, homeless encampment fires, squatter fires. Okay, can't have a homeless problem, but Portland manufactured one. There wasn't that many homeless for the last, 50, 55 years in Portland. Now there's 22 to 25,000 people without homes in Portland, just camping around on the streets. Because Portland did this jerk developer pleasing and developer propaganda, which is old brick buildings are dangerous. You got to tear them right down. And they did that to build empty condo towers. They're 75% empty in Portland because they get more tax revenue from that. And what that did is they destroyed around 20,000 units of affordable housing and threw people out. And the waiting list in Portland is too long. A lot of the homeless have a lot of money. They could be in a normal apartment, but it's a waiting list they're on. It's like 3 to 6 years in Portland. San Francisco's doing the same thing. So I get really upset. Really upset. Meanwhile, they're sprawling out into dangerous areas like fire areas. Oh, we'll just expand the city limits over there. They put people in danger. It doesn't matter what kind of structure. If it's on water, it's going to liquefaction. You have to tear it down. They're not going to tear down the Millennium Condo Tower because that's giving them a lot of tax revenue. Portland spent $500 million last year addressing the homeless. It's starting to get cleaned up. I don't know. I don't think they did not. No, they did not. I don't know where you got that, Bugs. They had a homeless tax, Multnomah County and the city. I can't remember which. A tax to help the homeless. And they sat on like somewhere between $9 and $15 million and didn't use it whatsoever since pre-2020. So they came under flack for not doing it. And the Supreme Court, if you got like a article or something to read, that's just link. Tell me about it. But was it Multnomah County did nothing with homeless tax, and they what they did is they threw people out into the street during our last winter ice storm, and people froze to death. New figures show Multnomah County still is not using the homeless service tax money. Metro wants to claw back some of the soaring tax revenues to build more affordable housing, and Multnomah County would not give it to them. So, in February 20th this year, all 5 Multnomah County commissioners took umbrage at the Metro Council's desire to divert some of the $357 million of homeless service tax to build more affordable housing. It's called a cash grab, a non-starter here. So, through the first 6 months of the 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, July through December, the report revealed Multnomah County spent just 22% of the amount it budgeted for the entire year for the homeless service tax. What do they hope? What do they hope happens? That everybody leaves. The homeless just leave Portland. Portland has always had one goal: never have a ghetto. That's why they shoved all the black people, all the poor, all the returning GIs into Vanport post-war, and they built a college there. And Vanport was a temporary city, Oregon's second largest city, just temporarily set up to house the people who came from all over the country to build the warships. And it was supposed to be torn down because it was in a bowl protected by 4 levees, but 15 feet below the Columbia. I'll show it to you on a map. It's called Portland International Raceway right now. On North Victory Boulevard, because it used to be a big town. This is a giant bowl, right? And so this used to be a housing area for 230,000 workers during the war. They've just built it in like less than a year. Like wooden flimsy structures, temporary housing for the huge shipyards. They used to build all the warships right over here, Vancouver. This is where the Victory ships, you can still see the remains. They did the Liberty and the Victory ships here, Liberty, I believe. And over at Swan Island. So it's called Vanport because it was between Portland and Vancouver. So Swan Island right here. This used to be where they built all the ships in Portland. So Henry Kaiser set this up. And Portland's never wanted a ghetto, so they didn't allow Portland to be built up to house these people. So he had to go and purchase federal land for it, for his workers, and build his own little town. It's supposed to be destroyed after the war. Did they do it? Oh, hell no. They shoved the black people there. No black people allowed to live in Portland. And then the returning GIs, especially the disabled elderly people, and the college students, they built a college in a place that everybody knew was going to flood one day. So it was wiped off the face of the map in a single day. One single day, 1948, Memorial Day weekend. I'm a ghost town expert. That's why I know about this stuff. But the main drag strip here is called North Cottonwood Street. This was where the black people lived. After the town was wiped out, a bunch of people died. Housing floating around, and mostly black people around Cottonwood Street got trapped up on the buildings, waving from the rooftops, waiting for rescue. It was like Hurricane Katrina way before Hurricane Katrina. You know, this is the lengths that Portland goes to not have any poor district like in the town. So what they're hoping for is the poor people leave. That they like having an extremely long wait list for affordable housing, and they're hoping people leave. You can't afford Portland, bye. That's the thing. Yeah. So this is what Portland did. It's nothing has changed about the town. They had to rename Vanport University to Portland State University and move it into the town once the floodwaters erased it. So what I'm so mad at is there was a literal blizzard that was raging outside. We had 3 blizzards during the winter time around Christmas and through January, and it first did freezing rain, So we had 3 inches of sheet ice all over everything in the entire Portland area. And a power outage for days. So people started to die of carbon monoxide poisoning, like putting their barbecue grills in their living room, cracking open a window and trying to keep warm. They opened these warming shelters. And this was quite a scandal that, there's tent cities everywhere, people shivering outside. And it turns out Portland's been like sitting on like $652 million and not really spending it. Multnomah County, excuse me. Raising taxes on everybody and not spending it on the homeless. They opened the warming shelters when the blizzard happened. And then they mandated that they all be closed as soon as it became warm enough to be 27 degrees, which is still below freezing. So they shoved all the homeless out when it was 27 degrees, and I left the house. I couldn't make it to my car. I couldn't make it to Sea Probes a short walk away. I couldn't make it to the mailbox. It was just banana peel ice everywhere. And so every single street corner looks like this. Every single street in Portland looks like this. And it's not because they cleaned it up. They bought people bus tickets and they told them to get the hell out of the town. Like, this is the place that wants you to freeze to death instead of live here. And most of the condo towers that are now standing where our history used to be in our historic districts, they're about 70% empty. And they keep building more. The city only approves those to be built and not any new affordable housing. They put a huge amount of red tape on it. So why does this matter to fire? We get all kinds of fires all over. In the tents, in the shanties, under the bridges. We almost had the Market Bridge burn down a couple of months ago. It's because they're cooking and they have nowhere to go, nothing to do. So here's the problem. If Portland... if some of these condo towers actually converted to like a affordable housing, excuse me, I'm listening to radio for the park. I'm just not hearing anything important, guys. Yeah, bring over the crew.
Unit.
9273 Golf Division to Hamo Whiskey on command.
But they did this in the name of earthquake safety.
39 Hill going. Here's ground command.
That's how this all ties back in. They...
Strike team 9273 Golf Division to Hamo Whiskey on command 41.
How earthquake safety bull crap created the homeless crisis in Portland. Yeah. That's what it did. So I'm not happy that this parroted, repeated crap happens.
Let me know when you're ready to lift. And we'll be down in the Mill Creek drainage, no factor.
There's a helicopter talking.
Hamo Whiskey, strike team 9273 Golf on command.
9273 Golf Division to Hamo Whiskey on command. Do you have some resources that maybe are not engaged or maybe had stopped that we can utilize for a firing show?
Yeah, affirm. I'll send out 9436 Golf.
And only other aircraft I got is Romeo 31 up as well.
That's the drone, Romeo. It's the one I believe that helps them look around. But somebody said it might help them do firing ops.
1, Charlie. Copy, thank you. And go ahead and have both the strike team leaders come to drop point 20. They can jump out ahead of their resources, so that way we can get them briefed sooner than later.
I was really hoping they'd
92, Golf, copy.
explain the plan on the radio. So that's headlights. These are vehicle headlights right here. I'm really upset that they haven't fired the meadow. I'm not criticizing them. I'm upset they haven't explained why or why not or when they're going to do that. I would have thought that would have been done a long time ago. I see it as a great danger to mineral. It would be a great fire break though. Like it's there ready. It's there for the taking. Are they gonna just wait for the wind to change and drop embers off of these hills here straight into the meadows at Mineral? I mean, what are you gonna do about it? Right, but it's extremely dry right now. The 9% humidity thing, wherever it's sticking up above like the water, that can burn. When these mega fires approach, no matter how wet, like and mushy and whatever vegetation looks like, and you can just take one look at the bog that was on fire by Sacramento. The two different bog fires. I think there was a third, but the two huge ones, the Eagle Lane or whatever it was. We watched it from the cameras at McClellan right before the Arrow fire began, and also the rice fields that were just on fire by the airport yesterday, Sacramento Airport. Swamps can burn. Swamps can burn massively. The Okefenokee swamp in Georgia absolutely burned. It was on fire, and I witnessed it. Had some massive fires. They're constantly producing methane for one that you can't see or smell. And all of the reeds and whatever is in there, all that can absolutely and will burn. Because when these mega fires approach, the hot wind will dry them out instantly. And I saw that firsthand in the 2020 Labor Day fire when I first began. Yeah. I know, but it has waist-high grass in it. So that can and will burn. So the embers, when they land deeper in between the stalks or whatever, sure, it lands on some wet down there, but what about the tops of them? It's 9% humidity to 15% humidity. You know, any of it that died is not sucking up through the roots any of the moisture through the roots. You know, the great Georgia is always pretty dang humid. Okefenokee swamp. I can't even tell. Yeah, how you spell that? Fire. It was 2007, but it's burned before. This is a swamp, okay? Wetlands do one thing, okay, and they're called swamps. Wetland is a cute, politically correct name. They are 100% all the time producing methane, which is quite a fuel, a blue flame fuel. So methane can even burn underwater. I don't think it's the same exact thing. This is like a deep Everglades type wetland, but absolutely it burns. It was in the south. It can burn underwater, about a foot underwater. Like you could have fire underwater. It's really eerie and weird, but when you have a methane plume, that's it's messed up. swamp gas fires have always been the subject of ghost legends. It's like there'll be plumes of swamp gas on fire, and movies and whatever, and tales. If there's a better idea, maybe there'll be a better thing. So even though it's very soggy, very, very soggy ground, you could never even build on it. That's why it's a big refuge for wildlife. Don't count on something like this not happening. You know? Oh, Jesus. Is that vandal back on California? I'll have to mute it if so.
Yeah, just checking on that piece that you're on. How's fire behavior looking?
Oh, good. Let me write that down.
Burning very well, pulling in. Copy. And as you're squaring it up, is it getting good consumption? Yeah, affirmative. Good consumption. Just a little bit of retardant on some of it. Division Tammo Whiskey.
What did he say? He just sort of mumbled that. Like they're hoping that their backfiring is taking. There's a crew on Turner Mountain doing that right now. They had a powwow.
21 Charlie resources, 21 Charlie actual on command.
Oh, let's listen. See. Yeah, we're switching to Butte County.
21 Charlie actual, go for engine 363.
Those sounds.
Yeah, let's meet at that Forest Service station just outside of Mineral there. I'll brief you guys up.
Copies.
The earth, brick, myth, fueled wildfires and homelessness. Okay. Excuse me, friends. I just want to let you know that that is a danger. It may be that if they could put their reasoning behind not wanting to fire the meadow, I would like to know. Like, is it too dangerous? Can they not grid it or something? Like, what do they expect it would do if it was on fire, though? Can they irrigate it? If they can get it wet from top down, that would be good. No, the super swamps, they produce a hell of a lot more methane than your mountain type, but they're still producing. So it's wherever vegetation is wet and rotting when it's wet that produces the methane. So yeah, I know, Brandon. I don't mean to be all intense right now. I am extremely frightened for Mineral and Mill Creek. I have to keep recentering myself that it's in good hands right now. This is a good result. This is a pretty slow movement. Now it's going to hit the retardant. They put retardant ropes all over here. We saw the drops today. So if the smokier it gets, the better everything is right now, friends. We saw the column fall down. It's laying low. You've got
Deputy Branch 18, 32 Charlie trainee on command.
right now, the safest way to light that meadow might be, this is why I want the pros to talk about it. The ones who are there, I don't know what the problem is. But it appears like it would be a huge, this factor would be a huge problem. The meadow, these reeds and stuff, I'm not sure what this is. It definitely can burn. It's producing methane too. I don't know that it's a great quantity, but that's concerning. See how this part of the forest hasn't really burned up, right? If they want to fire the meadow, then it would probably have to be like a north wind kind of situation of blowing away from the town, right? And then if it raced across.
Strike team 9260, Charlie. Tango Whiskey on command.
There are some buildings and stuff over here. I guess they could probably try to protect them, but they would be lighting this part of the forest on fire, and they didn't want it to be on fire. And right now, they just put retardant ropes there around where it's burning. It's this is what it looks like. What we're seeing in the camera right now. It's in black and white. So this is from mineral.
Firing
Looking
group
south.
1. Tango Whiskey on command.
Yeah, it's too boggy to put dozers in there. To do it safely, they'd have to put dozers and make a grid, like a grid line, so they have just like plowed earth, and then they could.
Tango Whiskey, firing group 1, division Tango Whiskey on Mission Command 41.
They could do it safer that way, but it's impossible. The dozers would sink. So it's one giant tinderbox of fuel with a wooden historical split rail fence around it. That's probably turn of the century or earlier. Yeah. The south side and the west side of the meadow is a big, Boy Scout camp or whatever. Yeah. So this is a giant hazard. And it is a true slogan. You graze it, like all the grass that was by Chico.
Orbital testing 1, 2, 3.
All the grass that was by Chico. We take these old images down to prove the point about wooden buildings not being safe in an earthquake. It's the ground you build on. It's the ground you build on. Like here's a wooden structure that collapsed in one spot. And that's because that spot, what San Francisco did, which is also stupid, which is why building codes and cities got to stop setting themselves up for disaster. What San Francisco did is they took creeks and they filled them with dirt, and that was it. And then built buildings right on top of them. So the way I was trying to tell people you could
Testing 1, 2, 3.
protect yourself is look at CalTopo in the old history map section and see if there's a bog underneath where your plot of land is in town. And that's where you don't want to live, Portland included. Like Portland did a lot of that. It had a bunch of swamps. And so it doesn't matter.
1, 2, 3. 20, 30.
Portland, the big hypocrite, this proves it's a big cash grab, is not going to where there were bogs on the old topographic maps before they built parts of the town and different neighborhoods. They're not going to old topo maps and identifying, it's not rocket science, Like just like in San Francisco, 1906 and in 89, the buildings are going to fall down when they're built on top of a swamp or creeks. They're not demanding that those buildings be torn down or moved. No way. A lot of wealthy people live in those areas, so it's like you can't tell them what to do. They're just going and demolishing wherever the poor live and say your building's not earthquake safe, it's brick. So Portland is ready for a huge mass death event like disaster during the big one, the Cascadia subduction zone quake, or just its own, the West Hills, which are not an actual hills. They're huge fault line. The West Hills. This is not developed because it's a huge fault line that's ready to rupture.
Fire en route to Red Bluff Hella Base, 10 minutes in around.
It's got all the characteristics of California's faults. They tried. They tried to develop all this. Started putting homes in there in the 30s and 50s. Leif Erikson Drive is supposed to be a neighborhood. It's now Leif Erikson Trail and a fire access road. But they started building the homes and they had to tear them down. Because every single road started to slip. Because this is some extremely unstable earth here. Just after heavy rains, it falls apart. Anybody who lives in the West Hills, I pity them so much. They're going to be so screwed during the big quake. If you take Leif Erikson Drive, which is now a trail, if you push those leaves away, you can see the kitchen floors that used to be there. Little steps to nowhere that used to be the front doors. There's a lot of extremely expensive property up there, though, nearby. And it's the black and white checker floors. I don't know if anybody's taken a picture of it. Oh, immense fire load, too. Just West Hills one day will burn to the ground. They just let that build up. The only reason it hasn't is Portland stays mostly soggy.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. But some of the clearings, you push the stuff aside, and it's a black and white checkerboard floor from like 1950s, where the home was. But even as they moved construction materials into the neighborhoods, the roads washed out, just slipped and fell, and every single winter there's always big road closures and stuff. Oh, that's a neat one. Big road closures and stuff because they all get washed out. It's not just the rain, it's as soon as the ground gets wet, the instability just starts to landslide. This is a good example of why everything's going to burn to the ground, too. The invasive weeds. The forest has been destroyed. It's called Forest Park, but it's been destroyed by English ivy that is taking over the trees and swallowing up buildings. What it does is it's a fire ladder from the ground. As soon as the hot wind hits it, like the Labor Day storm fires, like in 2020, I'm really surprised it didn't burn down at the time. These drown and choke out the trees. So it strangles the trees over time. The English ivy, other types of ivy. It's called ivy and it sounds awesome. Okay, you call it a tree strangling vine and it doesn't sound so awesome. It destabilizes everything by weakening the trees, climbs always all the way to the top. And it's absolutely, Forest Park is absolutely ruined by it. Just everywhere. It's square miles of English ivy climbing the trees and killing them. So it just destabilizes the soil even more. But when the big quake comes, it's not rocket science what's going to occur. I'm not a psychic. Like here's the ivy just like everywhere. If you go to the main Highway 26, I'm sorry, it's in dark mode, so everything looks like inverted black and white. They have landslides. Yep, you see this? Tree strangling ivy. It's like kudzu. This is a steep grade down to the tunnel. It's Highway 26 that goes west to the coast. So you climb it to the left. Actually, no, sorry. This is the climb up. This is to the west. Every single one of the trees is like draped in ivory up to the top. And it becomes and blackberry vines. So this stuff looks all wet and it looks all green, but it doesn't take a couple of days of high winds like from the Columbia River Gorge that are like dry during the summer. And this is this is a tinderbox ready to burn to the ground. It's just that the window of opportunity for fire to get a hold is pretty low. Just a couple of dry days every once in a while, every couple of years, that are just immensely dry and immensely windy. But it'll happen one day because we keep rolling the dice. It's just Portland won't take care of the weeds. It's all solid weeds, half dead. Like a deer can't walk through this. People can't walk through this. We have to declare war on weeds, or we're just going to incinerate everything we love. This is a forest way too damn thick to be healthy or exist. Just communities, cities, a lot of these disasters that happen, they're very, very foreseeable by anybody who just kind of opens their eyes for a second. Go down toward the zoo tunnel. The zoo is up on the hill over there. And they've had the entire hillside destabilized. See where there's chunks of trees missing, and just landslide onto traffic. And they're like, "Oh, gee, wonder why." Well, already it's a fault. So one day when the big quake comes, this will be just a shattered freeway, Highway 26, just west of Portland, in the West Hills. They're not doing it any favors. All these trees will just fall down into it. But just one match, just one cigarette out the window. Like, what do you think will happen during a dry, windy day? One homeless person walking around talking to himself and lighting this, because Portland doesn't house the mentally ill. Like, we have to declare war on weeds. You just can't have this. Portland pats itself on the back and got awards for being the greenest city for having the biggest forested park within city limits. They got awards for this disaster in the making. Awards for all of the non-native invasives killing all the native plants and wildlife. It's just unreal. It is a facade, it's a veneer, it's fake. Just another city's setting all of us up for disaster and chaos. This is why leadership matters. I am really upset with Portland and Multnomah County. It's just, are you kidding me? Level of stupidity. But the disaster will happen, and they got FEMA to just, grab that teat and suck on it, It's just like leadership of California doesn't have an incentive to stop the disasters. The Dixie and the Caldor and stuff, 75% was paid by federal tax money from like everybody else in the country. So, state won't go broke on these disasters, so we don't have to try to prevent them. We can fix this. FEMA should come out and look at this stuff and say, cities, counties, states, you're going to fix this right now. We're going to help you with preventative funds to prevent this. This will be job producing. This will be economically stimulating. But if you don't fix your stuff, if you keep allowing death trap neighborhoods, you put the poor where it floods, you put the poor where they're going to be crushed in an earthquake, you allow development in the seismic zones, you allow giant high rises that don't have their pilings down to bedrock. You allow stupidity like this to cause multi-million and maybe billion-dollar disasters like the Dixie. You allow your power companies to not maintain their power lines. You don't fine them when they allow big trees to grow up underneath the power lines. You let them run wild and roughshod over you, and you take their money too in your pockets. Really, politicians? No FEMA money for you, period. You are screwed unless you get your head on straight. Start serving the people you're supposed to be serving. A penny of disaster is worth like hundreds of dollars a cure. The damage will happen. The economic damage will happen. We can minimize it now, or we can just go down the drain. But we can fix it. FEMA should be proactive and not reactive. And just, sorry, you allow rebuilding in a flood zone. You're on your own, states. Have a nice time. Have a nice day. Wherever that occurs, you reap what you sow. That's it. Oh, right now, Stonewall, the nighttime aircraft. That's what I was wondering about too. They're doing the drone aerial stuff, but look how smoky it is. They can see. I was hoping the air attack was going to give its order for the next day or an order for the night. I don't believe so. I don't believe it's going to happen. We somehow missed that on the radio, or they didn't say it on the radio. Let's see if Watch Duty has a report on that. Oh, a Miss C probe comes on the other window. Whoopsie. Good night, dear. Yeah, soggy and boggy wetlands. Yeah. See here. Yeah, I know, Desi. Going through earthquakes are crazy. Well, I'm glad, Bugs, that your friend got a subsidized apartment in Portland after living on 30 years on the streets. He probably waited at least 6 for the housing authority to grant him a place. Right now, if you are in absolute poverty and you do qualify for subsidized housing, which was formerly called Section 8, I don't believe the waiting list is open anymore. You just can't even get on it in Portland. What they tell the poor, because I tried to help some people with their finances and take them under their under my wing. I tried to help some of the homeless I met. I met them through metal recycling. Being green, and there's a lot of homeless that pull metal out of trash to try to sell it and get by. Bottles and cans and stuff. Right now they're doing drone work, so they're not going to put any helicopters there. The drones will do some scouting and recon, especially to make sure they caught all the spots of today. There's still embers that went in between the trees, and they did hit the pine needles on the ground, and they're smoldering there, waiting to find drier fuel, and then the wind of tomorrow will push them back up. So the drones can fly between the trees. The helicopters can't, but that's extremely dangerous. The helicopters will at some point, I think the one that we saw on Watch Duty and on Flight Radar, delivered the 15,000 feet of hose that they wanted to get delivered. I was hoping that would be a mapping plane. The mapping plane will go extremely high altitude. I hope it can run around, but that'll be like after midnight. Just put this away. Do expect aftershocks, by the way. Some that you could probably feel down there in Southern California, in the Kern County area. And do understand that if you feel like your building is unsafe, you should not be in there tonight. If you feel like it's really rickety or damaged, especially already, or if you feel like it's an unsafe kind of structure, There is a 5% chance or thereabouts that earthquake of today was just a foreshock to a larger one, like a 6-pointer or something, which is much bigger than a 5-pointer. It's a very small chance though, but if you really feel vulnerable, I would stay to friends. And the thing is though, the danger could be in place for like a week. But if you're thinking about vacationing and you do think you're living a rundown building that might have been built on top of like unstable ground, let's go back to mineral. There is a small possibility that that's not the earthquake. Like I said, there's no such thing as an earthquake. We got to get that out of our heads. The public needs a real education. Even just the basics would help. Oh, got the river firing group on command. Let's listen. Finally, the radio's saying something. Like, they just say that whichever quake was the biggest was the quake. Anything lower number was the foreshock and the aftershock. In Italy, a bunch of idiots in their own geological group for the country. Sorry, I have dark mode on. It makes everything look weird.
Traffic for Feather River on command.
They told people camping in the streets that there would be no further earthquakes or that it wouldn't be that bad. And the earthquake was just a foreshock to a much larger one. So everyone went back inside and died by the hundreds or dozens or whatever. Hundreds of injuries. It's bad. 19 helicopters have been working the part.
Traffic for Feather River on command.
But I don't think that they can right now. It's really smoky. It's also the pilot timeout thing. The only a handful of pilots are capable. And so the FAA says you have to, if you go over X amount of hours flying, then you can't work the next day. And they have weekly. Now, C-Probe just went to bed. Weekly limits, I think, like a truck driver as well. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't matter if the grass is moist to stone wind when like now. What matters is how moist is it when there's
Firing. Feather River on command.
when a mega fire comes up next
Feather
to it.
River firing 3 on command. How do you copy?
Oh, they're actually talking. Okay, let's take a note.
They got you loud and clear. I copy that. I don't think we're going to be able to hit you on tack until we get out of this hole. So once you guys get in place and that gets flung, hit me up on command. Will do. Yeah, just trying to retrieve a couple captains right now and then get over there in our spot.
Okay.
9150, Charlie, 51 Lima. Sure if you're south of Mineral Lodge, but on the road on 172 on the east side, within your firing group, and 36 east, there's a hose module sitting on the side of the road there. I copy that. I made the engines aware of it. We're going to do that on that. Yeah, copy.
Of course, I want to eat or something. They're like dead silence. I want to talk. They're like, oh, 9150 on command. What I'm trying to say is just because the grasses and the reeds are moist because it's a spring-fed, boggy soil that's perpetually moist.
9150 on command.
Tahama Whiskey firing teams, Division Tahama Whiskey. When you guys are in place, just identify, come up on the air on NISI command.
Firing 3, copy.
Okay, checking in with the mods here on the phone. Thank you, everybody who's donated. I haven't been able to keep up with the phone. I had to mute it, and it's just that was a large amount of crazy information at the same time. This camera at Morgan Summit, I thought was at a radio tower, or that they would have some radio equipment. It's just like you go.
Yeah, open mic on NISI TAC 1 and Tahama Whiskey, open mic, NISI TAC 1.
I just can't talk, can I? It's just like you go around a curve or a bend or a hill, and then you're in a dead spot, or there seems to be a lot of little radio towers. Where was the whole 5G promise? Where did that go? What I was trying to say earlier is I went in 2022, 4th of July, and I did a speed test for 5G with T-Mobile in the ruins of Greenville. It was terribly sad. I was with John Stoker and C-Probe in the car, and we drove into Greenville. I didn't know where we were. I was like, what corner of Indian Valley are we in? It was nighttime. And we were in the middle of Greenville where the homes used to be. And finally I realized, looking at the hillside where the trees, dead trees were, and some of them were still alive though, that there were little steps, little concrete steps when I turned around and put them in the headlights. But I didn't see that till I put my brights on. So I'd driven into Greenville and I stopped and I hit. I said, we're probably not going to have. I said to myself, to them, we're not going to have cell phone service here, I'm sure, right? We're in the mountains. Where it'll be crappy, it'll be slow. And then, boop, maps loaded. And it said I was in Greenville. I said, no freaking way. I turned on the headlights and I noticed the steps to nowhere, where homes used to be. The north part of town that was up against the embankment. I went, oh my God. But then I did a speed test. Like, that was a fast map load. It was something like 800 megabytes download, like gigabits, excuse me, 800 gigabits. Like, it was almost gig. 800 megabits, excuse me, almost gig speed. I went 800 Mbps. Are you kidding me? I repeated the test, and the upload was about 635. Yeah, Brandon J131 says 5G is now awesome in Greenville and Mineral. 4G though over the Almanor Basin. What? Joe Bicker says Action News Now is still reporting there have been no injuries on the park fire. And what we've heard on the scanner, there have been. Yeah. We've had air ambulances happen multiple days. Yesterday too, didn't they evacuate 2 people by air ambulance? I missed it on the scanner, but like Husky and others were saying that there was a broken ankle and then somebody was burned. Yeah, hey, welcome back, Husky. Wow, Joe, can you believe that? It's hard to communicate out of Mill Creek and Child Meadows. I know Mill Creek is like tucked, tucked away. I'll put on shave leave. And guys, they are doing firing ops, and chasing around spot fires and stuff on Tucker Mountain, and they were going to have, I don't know if it's just a meeting or do the actual firing operation, where the where 36 meets 36 meets 89 Morgan Summit. Oh, there's McGowan. Duh. Okay. I was like, where have I heard that name before? It's next to Morgan. Okay. God, I long for this area. I have an itch, like a desire to just jump in the car, like tomorrow night. Just make it to Susanville by daybreak. I bet you it's hard to find any lodging because all the fire crews are there. I'd have to probably tent camp. But I could be in Chester. It's still under warning instead of it's under warning instead of mandatory. I found it, yeah. Finally. I'm like, I thought it was over here somewhere. Welcome back, Husky. No damage where you're at, I hope. Yeah, I could write Action News Now a little note. They should be getting good info from CAL FIRE, though. CAL FIRE has injury report. I'm not a fan of their little incident update thingies that they spread around. They never let us know when they update this website, so they've got these basic statistics, but then they don't put anything in context. So people think there's 6.6 thousand fire crews out there every day, and why can't you stop this fire then? No. Those are the crews assigned to it. Half of them are day, half of them are night. And many of them are not directly fighting it. They're like doing reconnaissance and other things, but one would think that would be like a legion, like a small army, like the size of Napoleon's army for like one of his minor battles. So then why can't you stop it? That's why we need to put it on context. $134 crews of what type now? You might want to explain to the public what a tender is. That's a water truck. It's just, that's why I'm not a fan of sharing these. Where is the map of the destroyed structures? That's what I keep forgetting to look at. This is a meaningless, basic you know, it's like saying there's a big army over there. Okay, like you'd be fired if you were an Army Scout saying that. Oh, the enemy size is big. Here's generally the same thing with the acreage. Like how much of the acreage was lit on fire on purpose? Why don't they have something really helpful for the public, such as some of the fire activity you see tonight? Don't be alarmed because it's a calm night and be like, oh God, why is it still intense? Don't be alarmed. We are lighting the landscape on fire now on purpose. Like that would be amazing to tell the public. Instead, it's percentage of containment, which is meaningless as it grows. So miles would actually be a lot better. Like, 9 miles of the west side where it's completely cool now has black line. That would matter, This is not percentage of progress, because it's more like there's just a different separate fire from where it began. It's completely irrelevant to where it started. Notice the containment is where it started. It's in a different county by now. So it's like telling you, I guess, if an airplane left one airport and then it made a stopover at Chicago O'Hare, then it goes to JFK, New York. So we'll say San Francisco to Chicago to New York. Most of what they're putting in these statistics is relevant to where it began, San Francisco. A few parts of the statistics are relevant to where the stopover was in Chicago. But, the main danger is in New York now. And so, like when I'm checking my flight, is it on time? I don't care about where the other stopovers and stuff happen. Like if you're talking about, am I in danger right now where I'm at? I don't need to know about the places that are not in danger and are very far away from me. But what does the public think? This is percentage of their safety. A lot of people came in the channel and said, I thought the park was out. As a misleading statistics, there's 0% containment where it's still burning with intensity. So it's just a flawed system in general that the public can't get the information that they actually need to know. This is all kind of meaningless. This is all the press will tell you, though. Just parrot, squawk the same meaningless numbers. And the public has no clue what's really going on. So if they did a section, like I'm not just whining here. My suggestion would be to section it out like a clock or something, or like a compass. Like containment of the west side is nearly 100%. That sounds awesome. That sounds like they did something. They did amazing work there. West portion containment is nearly 100%. So people who are still worried about Red Bluff and stuff, who come in from around the world, they see this blanket meaningless blob on the map and still think there's danger everywhere. People keep saying, is Red Bluff safe? Yeah, was after like day 4. But show like where the intensity is. That'd be good. West portion, nearly 100% contained. Then they could boost the public spirits, get some cooperation. Like what people will see is it's going to be 34% stuck there and go down probably if the fire spreads, because it's percentage of a circle getting bigger, right? Yeah. It's just
Firing Team 1. Camo Whiskey on command.
How much of this acreage is good acreage burned, like in a low-key manner, like over by the northwest portion. We saw it at night, just creeping along the ground, doing no real damage to the landscape. Over by the Los Molinos camera. That was an example of fire renewing. Renewing the landscape, just burning off dead grass and turning it into fertilizing ash. So, but people see this as one giant, huge, depressing number. What do I want to know? How much acreage of the Plumas National Forest do we just lose? How much of it was just turned into wasteland? Yeah, what is the acreage of the private timber company land? And when they fly over with those mapping planes, when they fly over with the mapping planes, they know, but they don't tell us.
15. F51 Lima.
Hopefully we get some new info.
Go ahead for branch 15 on command.
Where is the CAL FIRE report that says how many people got injured? Hang on.
Deputy, branch 18. Use 9 up.
At the bottom? Seriously? Why were they life evacuating people? What? Okay, when you leave, when you're injured and you leave on a helicopter, what is at the bottom? What? Okay. Okay. 0 injuries, huh? Who exactly was leaving on those air ambulances? Really? Really? Oh, here's the structure status thing. Oh, God. By entering the site, you are making a public record request. This can be very brutal, so I want to prepare people before I click on something like that. I am offering the service like people first asked me to during Paradise. I technically began Firestream. This is total BS. No injuries. Uh-huh. Sure. Were they private contractors? Or something? The life flight ambulance stuff happened. What about the person with the snake bite? I thought that was a fire crew person too. Are they just? Was it the kind of people who are auxiliary who support them? Like the guys who have to deliver the sanitation equipment, the porta potties and the hand washing stations and the shower stuff. If they get injured, or they just chop liver? Or are they just flying?
Firing Team 1, Camo Whiskey on command.
They gotta be honored. Anybody helping the heroes. Wow. That's upsetting. Seriously. Yeah, I am pissed. I usually write down time of injury. Let's look back in my notes. This is why I make notes now. Yeah. Like, are you kidding us? Also, I don't know if they're not allowed to, but they said they treated SPI Sierra Pacific like chopped liver during their briefing, and said, oh, and by the way, the pre-made fire lines and pre-made fire breaks have been very very helpful to us in stopping the progress of the fire and slowing it down. On their own maps, it says Sierra Pacific Industry fire breaks. This could help the public not hate loggers, for example, if they knew how much, like, almost every single logger is a volunteer firefighter. It's just ask one, you know one. They drop everything they're doing and go fight fires because that's their livelihood. The
Firing Team 1, Division Tehama Whiskey, on NIFC Command 41.
no injuries. Freaking kidding me. But we can. Maybe it's against the rules to mention private industry or something during a briefing, but I just smell BS. Yeah, that's more bad publicity for CAL FIRE. They went.
Strike Team 9251, Charlie. Tehama Whiskey on NIFC Command 41.
What they did is, at their own risk, they went and opened up all their logging road gates, and they led like 80 carloads of people to safety. Most of the inhabitants of Cohasset are alive. You know, they could have died, but they're alive because they were led to safety by the Sierra Pacific Industry reps and many others too. The search and rescue volunteers at Butte County, which may have been the posse, I'm not sure. And they were led down logging roads over to Highway 32 and got out that way. They only had one fire crew to protect them, stuck at the Cohasset camera that night, and the Air National Guard had to come for the rest. And CAL FIRE goes, oh yeah, the shaded fuel breaks helped out. Yeah, created by the loggers, and hard work by people like Zeke Lunder during previous control burns at Cohasset. The Forester with, the-lookout.org. Yeah, Joe Bicker's last weekend was airlifted out due to a large gash on his leg. It took them 2 hours to get him out, and they had to place a tourniquet on him while waiting for the scanner. What? Do you know what time that happened? Oh, you're kidding me. It was Burns yesterday, wasn't it?
Charlie.
I'm not sure who that guy Ken is, I can't slander anybody on my channel. Libel and slander is a suable offense, you know what I mean? I can't say that any individual named did anything bad during a fire that could have caused or put people in danger without hard evidence and proof. That's a get my ass sued off kind of thing, and I would never want to name anybody's name because I have an audience of we've had more than 1.5 million views, or almost 1.5 million views, you know what I mean? So I gotta delete that one. We can't use names, you know what I'm saying? On live on stream. So I hope you understand that. I would have to be very, very, very careful naming people. I want to be absolutely as fair as possible. Sometimes things are misunderstanding, but people remember the controversy and not clearing it up, you know. So, yeah, I'll take down what you're saying. Is he like a big landowner, or I didn't understand the name. Yeah, madrone is a very flammable tree, I hear. Very sappy. let's do some crazy. Okay, we have complete column collapse, I believe. What we want is to see this smoke. The smoke is better than nighttime helicopters actually, because it'll mean it's not very windy, and it will smother the fire. It'll start choking on its own fumes, basically. It won't get as much oxygen as it wants. We don't want extreme smoke because they're trying to do firing ops, and ironically, if it's too smoky, they can't get the pine needles to burn that they're trying to burn off the ground right now. Yeah. Burn injury today on a dozer not confirmed. Like which canyon? Like Big Chico Creek or? I guess there's some Madrone controversy. I talked to a logger who was in the area of the Caldor, Somerset, summer of 2022. And yeah, you don't remember the day, Joe? Yeah, that's nuts. Okay. I wish I could download all the scanner stuff and then have AI transliterate it. I think it's possible. Unable to find address or the site is not accepting email.
I'm firing
Hey.
Team 2 to Hammer Whiskey on command.
What site? Hey, Savvy baby, how are you doing? Welcome back. So,
Firing Team 2 to Hammer Whiskey on command.
yeah, I'm struggling to understand here. I have lived in Portland for a long time, so I don't know. Yeah, thank you for clearing that up, Mountain Rat.
Firing Team 2. Division to Hammer Whiskey on NISI Command 41.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be clear who you're addressing. You know, we don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable in chat. You know. Yeah, Joe says I don't remember the day, but the firefighter injury was last week on the Highway 36 side. God.
Firing Team 3. Division to Hammer Whiskey on command.
To Hammer Whiskey, firing 3. Go ahead on command.
Alright, just looking for an update and seeing when you're ready and you have people in place to start firing.
All right, they're getting ready.
Feather River, firing 3 on command 4.
They're ready to start firing. I want to see how that goes. Sorry, flashing light. Didn't mean to.
Feather River.
Didn't mean to.
Feather River, firing 3. Let's try one more time attack. I think I got you.
Feather River firing team 3. So the name of the game is they're going to do a whole bunch of firing operations. They had a huge powwow about it, about doing it safe, and it's the clock is ticking to reduce the fire load around Mineral and the tiny cluster of cabins community called where my family has 2 or 3 cabins, extended family, over there in Mill Creek. So the clock is ticking to do firing ops to slow down the fire's progress, make it less intense tomorrow when they have to fight it as it approaches the communities. I was actually hoping that it would get closer to the communities tonight, in the still of the night, because it would be easier to defend a community when the fire approaches in the quiet of the night. What they did is they hit it with a bunch of retardant rope in some spots. I don't know exactly. We know it was in the this vicinity, like the left side, west side. Excuse me, in front of mineral. So the next best thing.
Firing Team 3, Sam Whiskey on command. Not sure if I missed your traffic. Just checking on an update from you guys.
So there's an S after wildfires, and there's a D in my name. That I should make it simpler. But man, one more email to juggle. The channel used to just be called the Catherine Davidson channel, because that's what YouTube does when you just sign up with your own name. I just hit the live button one day. I didn't think that these fires would be going more than 2 weeks. And Labor Day crisis of 2020. So I eventually renamed it, but I started the email first. And the channel, you know? So
Firing Team 3, Sam Whiskey.
yeah, I would love to show some pictures.
Down in the Mill Creek side of the Firing 3 area. Feather River will be getting missions from Oregon in about 45 minutes.
Okay, we got it. We got the info we needed.
Agent 72, Bumatics Medical, single episode in the bathroom at Siva's Pub and Grub, 6093 Lincoln Boulevard, between Over Road and Chisel Road, 2330.
Oh dear. Okay, it is now 11:30 at night. They are starting the firing operation on the Mill Creek side area. Starting now. On Morgan Summit, they're going to start in about, I think he said 45 minutes. So it may be that the fire approaches the Mineral Meadows tomorrow, like during the daytime. It's backing down there towards it right now, but they have retardant. Remember, this is an old perimeter, okay? So it's backing down this way, this area. Backing means going downhill, which is like slowly. Think of it walking backwards. You do it slower. Backing also means like against the wind, it's slower. So you can see it. If they just called it walking instead of backing, I think that would be a better way to talk to the public. But if you said to the public the fire's walking downhill, I think they'd get what the meaning was, right? But that the term backing has too many problems because you light a backfire. So people think, oh, it's backing down a hill. Did that mean they lit it on purpose? No. That's just talking about how slowly it's moving. So I'm going to write that down as a note. Backing, fire behavior, movement. As fire movement is a bad term. Confused with
Firing Team 2, Sam Whiskey, Nifty
backfire.
Command 41.
My alternative would be to call it a walking fire. Because it's just walking around instead of jogging or running.
Checking on your estimated start time and if you need anything else.
Estimated start time and seeing if you need anything else. They're going to start the firing ops. So there's retardant right here in front of it. We saw the airplanes do this all day.
Those who got this.
Retardant is a speed bump. People say, oh, well, wet vegetation is not going to burn. Wrong. That's why putting a sprinkler on your house or your lawn is absolutely pretty much not, doesn't matter. Because when these fires Think about the heat they're producing. It's just tremendous. Like trees on fire. You know, have you ever stoked too many logs in the fireplace and it's just too hot to stand next to it? You take steps back.
Fire Team 1, 10 Whiskey, Missy Command 41.
You know, there's just too much heat. The bonfire at the beach, you back away. Well, think about having a flower vase that you bought from the store, like cut flowers. And you're at that party at the beach and there's a big bonfire, right? So it doesn't matter if the flowers are like in a water vase or something. Put that water vase right next to the heat of a bonfire. That stuff's going to wilt. It's drying up, it's drying out. The water evaporates out of the vase. Right up close to a bonfire. Right up in a kiln, in an oven. Just think about it like that. That's the tremendous heat of the approaching wildfire is going to dry it all out, and it will burn even swamp grass or whatever. So, yeah, Sabi, if you could please check your check your the spelling. There's a dot, you know, Catherine Davidson wildfires at Gmail. You could just forward instead of redoing it. Just forward your pictures to the correct email address, and I think that'll work. I'm so sorry you're having trouble. I need to simplify it. So basically, retardant is wet, and it's got like ammonium nitrate type stuff, which is basically cow manure in it and red dye. So it's sticky and jelly, and doesn't evaporate as easily. But it's just a speed bump. So that's all they want out of it is a speed bump, buying time for the crews to work. True dozer lines are what like protect a community, like creating a. It's basically like making a road. Yeah. 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 I just defined it that way, Mountain Mike. I'm talking about how they need to change it so that the public understands. I have suggestions and ideas so that, like for example, rollout should be called roll down. The public thinks like this is how they should speak to the public. How the public can listen and not be confused. They just need to reform their terms so everybody understands them, not just each other. When the public understands firefighters, they trust them and they can understand and go, oh, they begin to listen. So there can't be two sets of terms, one for the public and one for the firefighters. There just has to be a set for everybody to understand. So this is like a brainstorming ideas, writing down notes, not my final report, not my final submission. I'm thinking out loud and on the fly. But I put some of these ideas to JB, retired Fire Captain John Bruno. These are headlights, by the way, guys. So there's activity going by. Roll out, everybody thinks that's response. We're going to roll out to the event. We're going to roll out to the fire. We're going to go to it. But it actually means like on fire pike cones and debris rolling down a hill and lighting fire on the way down. And lighting the base of a hill, fire goes up the other side. Look, you can't expect the public. Like, it would be nice if you would say, well, the public should just do this. They should just, sit here and listen to a lecture about what our terms mean. They're not going to. They don't want to pay attention to fire until it's on their doorstep. So do you want them to cooperate? Understand you? You need them to cooperate, actually. You need them to understand you. Because if they don't understand you, it's the rumor mill and they start spreading crap and nonsense. Even those who with good intentions. So if somebody on the radio says the fire's backing down a slope, they go, they just lit it on fire on purpose, guys. And look, a house just went down. Oh my God, they did it on purpose. The miscommunication that I have gotten, like, and had to clear up, like the rumors I've had to quell.
Deputy Branch 18.
Are enormous, and I hate the job in that way. It's the part of thing I hate. Like, for example, a couple of them at least should be transferred, like, to new phraseology that should be similar to the old ones if possible. So roll out is not response to a fire; it's actually
View, Foxtrot, Deputy Branch 18.
stuff rolling down a hill, lighting a fire. So why don't we call it roll down, fire spread? So I put that to JB. He thought about it for a bit. He goes, "Yeah, why not?" And because all these meetings that they have with the public, there's always questions at the end, and they go, "What's your question?" And somebody goes, "What do you mean backing? Like, what do you mean roll out? Can you use words we understand?" And they have to sit there and define them and waste time. Like,
Foxtrot, Deputy Branch 18.
so I don't know if you were
Engine 72, 2340 break.
I don't know if you're agreeing or disagreeing with me, but I think, hang on, are they actually going to say something?
33, medical 15220, Skyway.
I'm going to,
Coordinates for you for wildfires.
okay, yeah, they're actually saying something. Hey, think of Rome as the public speech, right?
Copy, View, Echo, Deputy Branch 18.
Okay, looks like the drone may have found new spots or something, or they...
Right, between Shawnee Lane and DeSalvo Lane, 2340.
Medical is breaking in over our firefighter chat. I want to know the latitude, lat and long of some spots.
View, Echo.
Deputy Branch 18, View Echo, go ahead.
Same traffic. Do you want to meet me at drop point 41? I've got some IR coordinates for you to check out for spot fires.
Oh,
Yeah, front of, en route from 46, so it'll be a minute. I have to go around, there's a lot of water tankers up there.
I copy. Is your trainee around or is he up there with you?
Yeah, he's standing next to me.
Okay, I copy. You guys can, most of them are right on the Foxtrot Echo break, so I'll leave it up to you, but I'll be at 41, and I can get it to you when you get down there.
Yeah, we'll head that way. We're just checking things out up here, so no issue leaving.
I'm still learning firefighter slang. That's the problem with this. I've been doing this like daily during all major fire seasons since 2021. I still don't understand their slang. Not completely. That's been the biggest learning curve. Is
Equipment boss Anderson, 9250 Lima. Command.
I don't understand why it can't be called a water truck. I don't get it. Tender, it's like it's a chicken tender. I understand that to be a food.
332343.
It's also not good to expect everybody to be able to retain this stuff. I don't. It'll be like a stupid class you took in high school that you never used. Like if you never went into any sort of a science thing or financial thing, do you remember much about algebraic formulas and crap and square root and squaring things? And who gives a crap really if you're not in these sectors? Most people just don't want to look at fire, let alone memorize stuff having to deal with it. It's a traumatic thing for them. So they don't want to sit here and learn new fire terms. It's just that increases the anger. They're like, could you just tell me what it's doing, where it is, and where it's going?
51 Lima, equipment boss Anderson, command.
This public cooperation is not desired. It's absolutely required. And to persuade them, you have to speak to them the way they want to hear. Nice, plainly. And just because there's already standardization doesn't mean it's inadequate. It's standardized, okay? That doesn't mean it works. So just keep working on it. A language is always changing. You know, people used to say, I got raped away to a party. You know? Rape and pillage used to be, up until about a decade ago, like just standard language. It means to take without asking, and it wasn't even a bad connotation in the early 20th century. It had nothing to do with crime, that kind of crime. The language changes. It becomes very different in meaning. And everybody has to evolve with it, and if you use old terms that just don't have meaning anymore, the same way, it's yikes. The penchant for misunderstanding there and all kinds of bad feelings really pops up. But pillage, the R part was to take without asking, and the pillage was to destroy without asking permission. So it's like the bad kind.
Heavy equipment boss Anderson, 51 Lima, command.
It's a hallmark of somebody not very educated in the English language if they don't understand that's not a reference to sex. One of the senators did that and embarrassed himself, and now that the word has changed, people think that sexual assault has always been a part of war. It's always been this thing that only the criminals in war do. Or really, really bad armies of pirates and those committing serious war crimes. It's never been normal. It's never been normal.
Firing Team 1, Tango Whiskey, Nifty, Command 41.
It meant taking away booty and loot, like gold, is all that meant. But language changes, so one must keep up with it. Or you fail to communicate with people properly anymore. But what happens when people don't want to learn about something? You can't have them take a class and a whole new vocabulary of words. They don't want to hear it. That's why I use this word. I'm sorry about the drive the point home. You have to have realistic expectations and not just hope that people will do what they quote should, right? I wish they would tell us about the firing operation. Excuse me, I'll be back in a second. Time for dessert. Gotta keep blood sugar going. And then, if the firing ops are going well, I think that's all I want to know about this situation.
Equipment boss Anderson, command 41.
51 Lima, equipment boss Anderson, command 41.
Heavy equipment boss Anderson, 51 Lima. How do you copy? On command. Heavy equipment boss Anderson, 9251 Lima, command. Lima, Tango Whiskey on command. Heavy Coon boss Anderson, Tango Whiskey on command. Heavy Coon boss Anderson, Tango Whiskey, Nissy, command 41. Hammock Whiskey, equipment boss Anderson, command. Good boss Anderson, Hammock Whiskey, just making sure there's no interior heavy equipment as we get ready to start the ignition. Repeat, you're walked on. Good boss Anderson, Hammock Whiskey, just double check and make sure there's not any heavy equipment, dozers, water tenders, masticators, anything interior will be burning. Nothing that I have. All four of the dozers that I put interior are at the summit, clearing the snowmobile shed with me right now. All resources on Tehama Whiskey Division, please be sure that you're nowhere interior where the ignitions will be between Highway 172 and Highway 36.
Said masticator. Take a shot of milk. I got my milk. Ironically. Oh, I'm glad, Sabi. That's okay. Yes. Okay, Husky, how long do I think it's going to be active and when's it going to be contained? It depends on the next couple of days and I can answer that. If they can't,
Firefighting Team 1, Tampa Whiskey. Nifty Command 41.
can they hold it right here? I think it will go past these communities. I don't think they can, honestly. But then how far will it be able to go? Like, what's the next?
Tango Whiskey, firing 3.
Go
Hang
for
on.
Tampa Whiskey.
I'm looking for a couple water tenders, 1 to 2 water tenders to support 3150 off 36, where it comes down to 172.
Yeah, bring up Heavy Equipment Boss Portella. He's your point of contact. He's getting water tenders for each of the firing teams and holding teams.
Heavy Equipment Boss Anderson, 9251 Lima, Nifty Command 41.
Thank you, Sabi. Yeah, Mountain Bike, the nuances of what the terms are, like the full definition, firefighters will learn. Like, it still rolls down and bounces. What rolls down? It's true. We've had Take a Shot, which I don't drink, so it's milk. Every time they say masticator, really, it's not because of that. It's not. It means to chew. When I first heard about this Wonder machine, I decided it was my favorite machine ever. And I said, guys, have you heard about mastication? And the chat exploded into laughter. I went, no, God, I just set myself up for that one. Yeah. And so, but I'm enthusiastic about the machine. It's like the fastest way to build a dozer line ever without a dozer. And you don't have to crush plants. You don't have to scrape away everything. It's a Caterpillar tractor, sometimes a Bobcat. And that style of tractor with an arm, it goes out and it has a grab arm. Grab stuff like a tree or a log. It's got a wood chipper and goes, and so you could quickly like get rid of the brush on either side of a road. It goes fast. Like one of the number one new ways of firefighting really quickly to save the day, hold the line, make it safe, because they're so efficient and fast. You don't have. It's like wood chipping, but you don't have to drag stuff to the chipper, and you could sensitively reach past like a rose bush and not harm it, and grab a log behind it and wood chipper it, turn it into some mulch. Environmentalists will be less, agitated about a masticator going through a forest logging road or something, fire access road, because it's not going to crush everything its way like a bulldozer will, In fact, you could grab the weeds instead, destroy the weeds, or like some trees are invasive weeds. What are some of the worst offenders? I had no idea that there were some trees species that were invasive till pretty recently. But yeah, thank you for showing appreciation to the mods too. Husky, if I could just do a quick tour of the area, I would be able to tell you really quickly. It changed too much. Like if the Dixie didn't happen, I would be able to tell you all sorts of prediction. I can't tell you prediction. I can tell you potential, really. I'm going to use that term. Prediction is like fortune telling in a way, and it's like you were wrong. There's so many variables, like what happens to a town? A town could be totally erased. It could be Greenville, right? Or it can be a totally saved.
Truckee, Gamma Whiskey, Nifty Command 41.
That's eerie. And what is the different factors? Even if they're similar towns, right? Like similar in size or something. What are the different factors? Like they told the residents of Greenville to come back the same day that it got attacked by the fire. So they had to drop what they were doing, the fire crews.
1, Gamma Whiskey, Nifty Command 4.
The fire crews dropped what they were doing, escorted hundreds of people to safety, and then they came back and their fire trucks had melted in the streets. There's nothing to do by then. So that's why the town was lost primarily. There was like no hope of saving it once that occurred.
Truckee, Gamma Whiskey, Nifty Command 4.
Does the fire approach a town roaring during the daytime with the high winds and a red flag day? Or does it approach kind of slowly and steadily throughout the night on a very calm night with a lot of moisture in the air? Without being there, like how can I predict how it would affect a town, right? How much structured defense has been actually applied? How much prep have they actually been able to do? Oh, is there something new I'm not unaware of? Oh, thank you, mods. I didn't know. I thought you'd be in chat. You could be in live chat and let me know about that. Shoot. Watch duty with the 24 notifications. Thanks for the notification. Thanks for buzzing my phone. See, I hate the phone. Come on, watch duty. Okay, guys. Just when I said I was going to go to sleep, there's a new one. The Neva. So what about fire itself? I mean, I'm using towns as an example. That's why I do best case, worst case, middle ground scenario. Ouch. Crozer. El Dorado County, northeast of Placerville. Just a half-acre vegetation fire an hour ago. Look at it. So there's a lot writing on tonight and tomorrow. This is the biggest most active portion. If they stop it right here, then I can answer a new question like, how long is it going to remain burning? If it was still on fire, which camera is this? Some watch duty reporters don't show the camera. I can't even. I can't read tiny words on the phone. There we go. Coon Hollow must have been it. Yeah. It's it's around 8 acres now. Now, mind you, the camera's totally out of focus, so that's a kind of exaggerated. See how the flames get a lot smaller when it's in focus? Like that's probably a headlight of a vehicle or flashing light of something. Oh, because the screen was open, I got notified of a donation. Hitting Saber with your awesome donation. Thank you for $3. Awesome. Sabbath, excuse me, I can't read. And you keep us going. If we get somewhere between $1 and $5 from 20% of the viewers every day, we can keep going. So that would be great if we could set up the membership thing. I'll try to get to that as fast as we can. I'm trying to prep as fast as I can to go to California. That's like checking up with the doctor today, making sure I got medications and whatever in order, healthy enough to travel, blah, blah, blah. So like, here's a nice lens flare. Was more in focus at the time. This camera is left to its own devices, so it's trying to autofocus, like totally out of focus, sort of in focus, not in focus, really not in focus, truly not in focus, still not in focus, still not in focus, trying to focus. It's switching back and forth into daytime view and nighttime view because it's getting that much light in the camera. Maybe they just need some volunteers to manually focus and train the cameras. Let's see about watch duty. Okay, because wait, quick answer, Husky. Today is too much of a pivotal day. I guess you're asking me a question like this, like how big can the park? How big could it get? How long will it burn? If it continues to grow and keeps going past these lines today, I have a feeling it's really the rains of November and the snows or rains of October, November. And we can pray that there's no Santa Anas before that. The fuels that it's in, like even if the fire doesn't move around, could burn for God, a long time, weeks. Like just the dead stuff on the ground. So many trees on fire in the interior of it. This could be some lightning, right? Like a sleeper lightning fire. There's a lot of lightning around these areas the last couple of days. Could have been like a wet log that had fire in it, but just finally got out of the log. I kind of wonder though, it's also camping season for people. But how big will the park fire get to tomorrow, the next day? Absolutely determines that. Probably the next 3 to 5 days we'll know. If it breaks out of its cage right now, which it's been doing it. Like right now the park fire has been like a lion caged by wooden bars, pushing up against it, and I should say a beaver. Let's call it a beaver. Like Beaver Mafia. It's been like a beaver in a wooden cage, right? So the beaver takes a while to chew out. And so meanwhile, they construct a new wooden cage around the beaver. And so it breaks out of the first one, gets a little bit further, Then it breaks out of the next one. They've been speed bumping it successfully, but unable to really contain it. So if we have a high wind event with this kind of dryness, all hell would break loose and you will not see the kind of fury since the Dixie. If we had a huge high wind event from like a south wind, like 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of the south or like the north either, if we had 55-mile-an-hour north wind gusts, 32 would have never held. It would have been in Paradise by now. Paradise would have had a second fire. It would have gone past Paradise. It would be in Concal. It would be in the Feather River Canyon and go back up towards Greenville. That's what have that is what would have happened, with no doubt in my mind. We got pretty damn lucky day after day, but not lucky enough to contain the damn thing. So, well, I remember it starting in November actually, but we've had 4 years of weird ass weather. You know, it's actually just kind of recently weird that it doesn't. The mountains they get snow early. It's not unheard of for late September snows to occur, like dustings, in the northern Sierras, because there's so much in the way of cold desert air and stuff that can affect it. Not just everything's pretty warm off the ocean, and so Southern California, it's pretty like weird, you know, truly weird. But for the Tahoe to the north of there, it's not unheard of for late September snow, dustings, and to wake up like in the foothills and see white on the mountain tops to the east. Like there's some higher elevation where the park is. Let me see the chat thingy. I think my people want me to go to bed. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. Should I tune in, Sarah, to the I don't think she's listening. She just texted me. I think she's listening to Calaveras County. I think we need to tune in to the new Crozer incident, not Calaveras, El Dorado. But when we lived in the foothills, southeast of Chico around here, we could see all the way to the coast almost. And then we could see up into the Sierras. We could almost, I think we could see Mount Lassen sometimes, depending on the haze, you know. So it wasn't unheard of. The most extreme stuff, like early snows or late snow, is the El Nino La Nina cycle. So, but when we had, it was
51 Charlie, 21 Charlie, on command.
like when Paradise burned down, that was El Nino. So it was an unusually hot, dry summer that went really long. It was still pretty hot and dry in November, like not swimming weather, but excuse me, my collar keeps hitting my microphone. But it was acting like early October, like really warm. So they're saying it's really difficult access to this Crozer.
Charlie, 51 Charlie, go ahead.
That's where I want a helicopter right now. We can't have a new fire. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, we'll be back sometime. I want to sleep as much as possible.
51 Charlie, 21 Charlie, on command 41.
We can listen to both. So I'm going to take the heck is this? Okay, Broadcastify is so weird about editing the feeds. Just want to remove the feed. Okay, there we go. Here, County Fire Dispatch. Get rid of that. Add. I'll save dashboard so it's easy to deal with. We're going to go to El Dorado County real quick. Smitty, if you're up, have you alerted our friend? Got several out there. John Stoker's an Amador just on the doorstep of here. Let's go to. I think Rod's if this gets bad, might want to go take this 24 hours. We could. We're at 5 hours in now. I could restart, but I want to get as much sleep as possible. Okay, El Dorado, starts with an E. El Dorado and Amador Public Safety or El Dorado County Fire EMS. Oh, I still have the Caldor feed. I'll edit that. Do we have another camera looking at this? Look at that grass. What we need is robots, guys. Weed gathering robots. Weed killing robots. A flurry of activity. Because it's out of focus, it's all weird. It looked like the moon at first. There's a fire up there. Okay. Actions, add a feed. Colorado. 8. Action. Okay, public safety. Let's turn that one on. We're still listening to the park fire. They're just doing some firing operations, which.
And advice that she's knocking on the door and the homeowner is scared. This is the 5th 911 call. I'm on with Michelle again.
Okay. Oh no. Caller is saying that she's scared. Somebody's at the door again.
Mary 1 copies. I'll be around.
Alright, so that's El Dorado Amador Public Safety. Let's do the actual.
Agent 317, cover station 430017.
Fire and EMS. Switch to that. We're now listening to El Dorado County Fire and EMS. There's 182 listeners, so probably that's the one. Let me check. Let's see if we've got a heat detection. I'm sorry if it's loud when it begins. They're just not speaking. We'll see this. Give us a second. Okay. Alex says long-range night flying drones or helicopters drop retardant to the new starts. Absolutely. When we have a fleet of new drones to do that.
Water tender 83. Confirming TAC channel and staging location for this.
Tender 83, CDF Tech 9 and the Mosquito Airport.
Hey, Cats or Aliens, how are you? This is El Dorado County. I was just about to put it.
35175. Will we sit up there?
Yeah, he's from this.
I don't see a heat detection. Let's put it up on the maps. It's the Coon Hollow. Oh, the Meadowbrick has it as well. Good. More of these that we have. Or we can cross-reference it. Let's see. It's Meadowbrook and Coon Hollow. I almost get PTSD looking at Mount Danaher. There. Found it. So it's north of Placerville, northeast of Placerville, northwest of Pines. Is that the Placerville Airport? No, wait, Swansboro County Airport. Okay. What? Yeah, I was like, wait a second, the airport's not up there. So just in between Castle Rock and Slate Mountain, up there in the high country, like relative. Placerville is like where the mountains begin and you are out of the foothills. That Rock Creek one looks eerie. Whoa. This is our 1 hour time lapse. Ugh. I like it when they're in color, don't you guys? That really tells the story a lot better. Look at this. It's just eerie. What could be happening here is the wind kind of buffeting it, flaring up that side, no, flaring up the other side. Ow. Look at this. At some point.
Engine 2789, cover station 50, brush 3, cover station 20, 0021.
It's mostly creeping around and then it finds something to burn and goes whoosh. See how bad it is when cameras are not calibrated? They just don't tell the true story of what's happening. That big white blob is mostly the smoke, but there, it found a tree to torch. So it's like creeping on the ground, creeping on the ground, creeping on the ground. Found a dead tree, whoosh.
2372, Camino.
I can take my engine across the bridge on Rock Creek.
We have a new fire.
372 unknown.
Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I cursed everybody. So, northeast Placerville. I'll just say LD County.
2363 are staging, trying to figure if we're going to be able to get across this bridge. We've been told that we might not be advised to be going across that bridge. You got a better route for us?
Oh my god. The bridge can't support the fire truck? Oh my god. Fire access roads, fire access roads. This would just be put out. Keep preaching it here. Fire access roads. Oh my god. Welcome to the 7th of August. Wow.
Been told that we're not supposed to go across that bridge.
Oh man, it probably can't support the weight of a fire truck.
Rock Creek, you can take that one.
Not the Mosquito, only Rock Creek.
Rock Creek Bridge. Okay. This Mosquito Bridge. Okay. Not okay. Yep. If they had arrived quicker, this is an hour time lapse before it started doing this. You're so right, Mountain Mike. Yeah, Coon Holler Bridge. Coon Holler. Oh God. Coon Holler. Cam. But this one is different. Rock Creek Cam. It's on the Meadowbrook as well, so we know exactly where it's at. It's just west of Slate Mountain and just east of Castle Rock. You see how the Mount Danaher and such are out of focus and not calibrated, and the Rock Creek gives us perfect freaking clarity about the situation? Camera quality and somebody being there to man the controls matters a lot. Because now it's out of view. Pan to the left, please. Son of a... 3-hour time lapse. Thank you, Husky. Cool, that's the right one I'm on then. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, Mountain Mike, if we had just hit a button and the drones would have been deployed, a couple of them to look at, heat and size up situation, like close up, and people could see that. And then hit the button for a fleet of other drones, like really, like there's no passenger, but it would be like a 1 to 2 seater, like tiny plane sort of thing. I saw a couple of those experimental craft at the Aurora airport when I was there. But if it could have dry chemical, like fire suppressant or something, if you could just get that to the fire within minutes. Just gotta buy time for crews to get there. Like when it was that small. A lot of fires actually start as one tree on fire, just one log from lightning strike, for example, if this is the case of one of them. I don't know what happened here. If they're very easy to put out when they're very small. Slater Mountain, there it is. We got our heat detection. Yeah, it's rugged. Slate Canyon, Slate Mountain. Dots are structures, so there's 2 over there. Or at least there used to be. Slate Mountain Lookout? Really?
87 assist, 0 Vista Drive.
Really? That's Trinity County, no.
Assist 9024 Cerro Vista Drive, cross Stambo Way, 0028.
Oh, God. Oh, God. No wonder it's torching. This is the trail that goes there. Right? Am I in the right spot? By Johnsondale, California. It can't be right. Never mind. Not Johnsondale, right? I don't remember that there being one. Okay, never mind. Windy Gap by Springville. Aha. Slate Mountain, El Dorado County. What is wrong here? The fire lookout page. Oh, here's Forest Service. Right. The other one was Sequoia. Okay. Something is broke on the picture viewer. 1930s. 1914, they have a lookout tower. I wish that we could see it. Is this broken? There we go. I wonder if that's still there. Or anything of the sort. That was in 1959. You'd think we would have a camera view for there. We're still listening to the park too. They're just saying absolutely nothing. If we turn on the imagery, how old is the satellite data? There's supposed to be a structure over there. What kind of structure? Slate Mountain Mine. Old trail going to it. Soapweed. What the heck is soapweed? That's a 1915 to 1945 map thing. Oh, like my history on fire. So it's in between Slate Mountain and Louisville. Mosquito. Alright, bear with me. Slate Mountain and what again? These resources have made access. 7 acres, moderate spread, well established in the drainage. Making it right to the top of the ridgeline. Yeah, and that stupid camera is not tracking it. Yeah, it started rip roar, yeah. Whoops. Oh, falling this way. So that used to be there. Mount Danaher, Meadowbrook. It was a beautiful day. Try to see how many dead trees are around. We saw some, but not crazy amounts. Is it looking the same direction when the fire actually breaks out? You could try the other cameras. No, it moves. Okay, we'll try the other system. All right. Yeah, Coon Hollow looks over Placerville itself. They're all laser beaming on it. Yeah. Mountain bikes says Native Americans use soapweed to make brushes out of it. Looks like a small hairbrush, brown reddish in color. Oh, yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, you're very knowledgeable. I'm impressed. Yeah, Meadowbrook. You can go do a time lapse here and then see where was the camera looking at the time that such occurred. It's more the panoramic down here is more like what people would see from a distance. Looks frightening.
I got 3 tied in with them. They're gonna go park at the lookout, and they're gonna start hiking in and tying with you.
Okay, copy. I think for now, access is going to be our biggest issue. I've hiked my way out to above the head there. I'm looking at it. And with all the slate and everything, I just think it's going to be complicated to see the light in the south and get access.
Yeah, so my priority is when 41 gets here, let's have lightly improve that access to where you are, and then start blowing that bridge out. The opportunity to get down one of those things. Let's do it.
Yep, stay firm.
Yeah, well, as many dead trees as I was fearing. It was looking a very similar direction earlier today. And when we see the significant.
Cruise your IC, engine 75.
T2772, I've got at least a bar. I could probably at least make a call.
Probably have to order a command channel here tonight.
Okay, yes, hey, firm. I'm just trying to get up towards the head of this a little closer, get eyes on it. Back to the advantage point of the Dozers get here.
There's some dead snags south of it.
Cruise your IC, engine 75.
In front of the Rock Creek Cam. Well, I mean, snags are dead, yes. I'm really tired. Dead trees, snags.
Cruise your IC, engine 75.
You see that?
Look out for your crews. We're going to take 75, patrol 75, head back down to a spot where we can get out of the way. Hey, firm, don't... Engine up there, so as long as you head back to the airport, we're going to wait for the Dozers to get us access, and then we'll engage. Copy 75 and patrol 75, back to Mosquito.
So the guy was like, I'm at the lookout.
That traffic. Your wish is for us to head back as well.
Your location.
Lookout.
Yeah, I'm good with you staying with your guy up there. Need some eyes up there for me, but possibly a relay as well. Do you have cell up there by chance?
Yeah, that's a firm. We got full AT&T coverage up here at this Y at the lookout.
Okay, yeah, remain in place, and if if I don't have cell with 2772, I'm gonna have to relay. You ready? Copy my phone number.
I think I have you, 708.
If you want to shoot me a call right now.
Jefferson.
Okay. Have AT&T, thank God. So if they didn't have communications like that and the radio was bad, they'd probably be like, well, go back to the airport, which is not Placerville's, but the other little one. They're waiting for the dozer crews to give them good access, so wow, they wouldn't want to get trapped, but they're like, we've been hiking in from the lookout. This delay can cost us everything. That's the difference between fire and the back page news. Not even making the news. It's something really bad. I mean, the Caldor started really small for days. Yeah, exactly, driving zoo. I mean, it's just, I hate saying words like Caldor in this area, but most fires start pretty small. I would have thought that if the lookout at Slate Mountain still existed, we might have a camera there. Wonder if it really does. Is there a true official Forest Service list of fire lookouts still around, or? Yeah. Husky says, I think it's now about 15 acres and torching and moderate rate of spread, maybe.
Okay.
Ah. Look at the North Placerville camp. Yeah. You wanna play some bets? I'm betting it's about 18 in any minute now. 18 to 20 acres.
Engine 372, smoke check. 1570 Indian Rock Road, cross Cherry Acres Road, 0041.
I'll let you know if we get a still, and I'll make you the contact. So yeah, get your priorities up there, what you want it for, and also another set of engines for us.
Yeah, A-firm. I've got good eyes right now on the head, just about 1,000 yards from it. And just see what that is. Hasn't really made its way over, but there's a good spot for it.
What?
Okay, I'm losing you a little bit on tack, and probably won't have you down at the bottom, so just make sure we got cell. If not, we'll relay with 351 at the lookout.
Okay, yep, I just talked to Tim's on the phone. I got good cell service there. You can call me.
He said once we get the dozer in there, we'll get the access and then get the engines up there. He goes, yeah, there's something about a spot, which is maybe that is there. But he didn't sound too terribly worried about it in tone of voice. But yeah, a spot just formed right there. So he must be the guy talking. Here. He was able to get there.
49 midnight 42.
Yeah, they're waiting for the dozer to get them water access because you can't go in there with a rake and a shovel. That's not going to do anything. So he made sure that the crews are back far enough. But those at the lookout tower are okay where they're at because A, they have a quick road out. But B, they could communicate with cell phones because their radios are crap up there. Yeah. 1244 spot has developed. is very close to itself, so it's not that bad. This is a poster child. That only one bridge was good enough to support the weight of a fire truck.
I've got pretty good visual other than just the heel there. I can see everything else. I can see this whole right flank and the head. And it looks like, from what I'm seeing, the wind is blowing in alignment, so it's not taking good with it.
I can see the heel and the head, pretty good visual on it. But I can see the wind is in alignment. I know driving through, I was suggesting to JB that the National Guard have two big roles in the United States, and that is hurricane response.
Guys, you got engine 328 and water tender 49 arrived at the airport.
And fire response.
Copy that. I'm about 5 out. For now, no access.
8501, copy.
Yeah, I think he said it's burning. We've got no access.
372, we have a larger incident on Crozier in the Mosquito area up by Rock Creek. If you could respond to this resident's address on Indian Rock, she insists she's seen something other than that that's much closer to her.
Commander 372, we're aware of the Crozier incident. It's probably one of the same, but we'll investigate.
2 midnight 45.
I'm so tired. What? Where? Something on something rock? The National Guard should do two things. The things that hurt the nation the most. It's not really warfare. But they are to guard the nation, right? Hurricane/flood response. And fire response. Just cut through the damn red tape. Who cares if it's BLM? There is an old mine there. Who cares if it's BLM, Fed, state land, what the hell ever? Who cares? The National Guard is here to save the day and just start putting water in the damn fire. The whole, we're a state agency, it's our fire, so we want the funding. No, we're the Feds. It's our fire, so we want the funding. Shut up. I don't think there should be state agency things like that. We're an entire nation. If Oregon's on fire, you send enough people to Oregon. We need the entire nation. These are all mine roads.
Just update for you. It is starting to kind of back down, a little slope reversal off that ridge. It has not established itself. It's still just working real slow back in there. I know we're probably delayed quite a bit on the Dozers, but it was a chance to get a copter in here to do some drops and slow that down. I think you might get some time to get some Dozers in there. I feel very good about doing it right now.
He needs a copter.
Yeah, let's make that a priority if I can do those. And confirming it did swap the ridge we were standing on earlier tonight.
So it's further down the ridge. It's quite a bit. There's quite a bit of a elevation decrease. It's a very minor ridge. It's not as prominent as the one we were standing on, but it's one and the same. And it's just starting to work its way back down that, but it's not as prominent as a ridge as what we were standing on earlier.
Copy that. I'm going to send the Dozer ready to steer straight up to tie in with you. So I have a good plan for him.
Okay, son.
And when nighttime helicopters slow it down.
Okay, I can see the way the smoke's going. If the fire's following the smoke, we're in a good spot.
If the fire is following the smoke, then we are in a good spot. But they want a helicopter. Helicopter should have just been there in 5 seconds, you know? Taking off from Placerville, be arrival time 5 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
copy. We'll start making our way back. I can't really do much here without the Dozer anyhow. And I'll come to with it.
Yeah, 1 sec. Okay, I'm about ready to just turn this off and hand it to my mods. I need to go to sleep, but this is what's really sad. They couldn't make any damn access to the things. It was like this small little affair, just eating the pine needles. Ugh. Freaking spider. Hang on. Okay, where's that? Where's this water? Die. Die, die, die. They couldn't make access. They couldn't make access to it, of course. The engine's like, we're gonna fall through a bridge. They're like, no, you can't take that bridge. You go to the other bridge. So, like, they could look at it. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. You're gonna die tonight. Your number's up. You will terrify me no longer. You have invaded my space. You will leave now. Come here. Come here. Oh, oh no, it made it to the ceiling, you bastard. Bastard. Ah. Yeah. I will get you. You can run, but you can't live. Okay. So, right now, it's a tenuous, bad situation. They're calling for a nighttime helicopter that will really help out. Should have been there already. Imagine in the world that we will live in the future, you hit the button and there's an automatic remote control nighttime helicopters. This will be done. We're not living in the world of the future now, though, so we're in a special little hell where the climate sucks, weather sucks, people suck, everything's underfunded, there's lots of weeds and bad access and poor road access and whatnot. But in the future, when flight is the future, automated flying vehicles and firefighting apparatus, it will all get better. But here we are. So this is in this one particular spot. This is the longitude and latitude of where the fire is at. So when we plug in the longitude and latitude, this is according to where the cameras cross. It's right here, which is by an old gold mine. When we put on the history thing, or in the shade of relief, as you can tell, there was a mine, shade of relief. So some of these roads, and I know El Dorado County, are probably like from the most gold mining shut down in the United States in 1941. So I assume this is a gold mine. Many of these roads have not been maintained since then in the mountains and counties I know about. One decent place they got to real quick was the lookout on Slater Mountain, but when they got closer to this, they backed out because they couldn't really get the water engines. So they need a dozer to create a line, which is a road basically, so that the fire engines can get to it. So it's right about here. So what is the update? Watch duty. The evacuation warning for the area has been put on the perimeter app. Okay. Where is this in relation to, say, Placerville? Wish I could put like a map marker here. Is there a way to do that? I actually never really tried. Then I should map.
Disclosure, you identify?
Private transport board.
Midnight 53.
See if they get their helicopter. I haven't heard about them getting one yet. Let me see about this evacuation thing. Level 2 warning is now in effect. It's in between Mosquito and Wentworth Springs. So it may be by that little airport. Let's see. That's... Oh, the phone locked again. And thank you everybody who has donated. I'm sorry I was in the middle of trying to check that. You are much appreciated. Please hit the like button too, and remember to subscribe or you'll never find us again. YouTube kind of hides us because we don't show exciting stuff. Yep, thank you. So now there's a whole bunch of engines sitting there and can't access it until Dozers make a road, and that's player access roads. Driving home the importance of that. So let's wind out of the east-ish area. So let's see, where's Placerville? Where there proper? Where's... Now you can see it in the frame. Right there. So like, here's 49, you know, here's Placerville proper down there. Camino over here. And here's Camino, Cedar Grove, Crozier. Swansboro County Airport, some of the crews are there. So if it goes down here, we've got a it's like a slide. It's like a slip and slide for fires to go down, you know, in high winds.
Looking directly to the east, this is one of the same as the Crozier incident.
What creeks
72, you're clear for quarters, midnight 56.
Yeah. We should train the Space Force to fight fires too. Yeah, there has been some lightning, hasn't there? Like there was a ton near Tahoe. It could be a sleeper. But usually a sleeper is fanned up by high winds. And usually not at night. So that is a bit weird. Did it start right next to where a road is or something? What's this strip here? Is that it's hard to see the contours. Is it like a just bare rock? The whole slate mountain thing? So if it does go down the chute into the North Fork of the what here? North Fork of what? Then it would be aiming towards this little Swansboro Airport and Mosquito area. You guys already had a mosquito fire here, right? So, yeah, weird. On a road that was contained 2 hours ago. So I would like to know, get ready to start your day. Where you at, driving Sue? Where are you going to go today? It was super suspicious. I saw the cameras when the fire started. It's like all of a sudden out of nowhere. I think it is an active area for trailing and mountain biking and stuff. You guys tell me. I haven't really been here before. So let's see if they're going to call evacuation warning for the whole community. Excuse me, community of Mosquito. Right. 2 of them. You know, it's not a vehicle with a chain or something, because I don't think any of these roads are paved up there. Way up there. You guys know what the Mosquito fire was earlier today? Yeah. But do make sure that you share the stream. Hit the stream share button. And it's better if you go to the channel page and share that with anybody you think could use this info. If I got mod volunteers for the night, let me check. I'm gonna restart the stream and I have to sleep. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just bye.
Midnight 59.
Okay. I'm trying to find out more info. If there's another channel to listen to, I'm listening to El Dorado County Fire and EMS. Crap. I did turn off El Dorado Public Safety. I'm turning it back on. Okay. We were listening to El Dorado County Fire and EMS, but it was just a whole bunch of junk earlier. Okay. So they may be looking for a suspect, friends. Somebody walking around barefoot, according to Sarah. Yeah, Sarah Luna is saying she was listening to that one. Police are looking for a suspect walking down the road barefoot. See, that's why I didn't turn it on. Interesting.
Not making a run.
Copy.
I can't have two channels at once. Yeah.
Copy. Just note that there was a spot fire on the knoll behind, so the adjoining ridge now.
Okay, is it out in front of the fire?
The next knoll over.
Okay, if you can give an estimate on this.
There's a spot fire and has gone over to another ridge, the next knoll over. They're saying that they're like mild hill bumps rather than really big ridge lines.
Short hair, probably a bucket in. Same guy that you guys took a photo of earlier. Black shorts, no shoes. Covered in ash. Looks like he's carrying a lighter, wood, bone, and a spotlight.
Oh. Okay.
On One Eye Creek. It was about a quarter mile and a half mile down for RB.
Okay, RP is the caller. Black shorts. Covered in ash. Barefoot. If you see somebody like that, call the police.
I believe we're met with all gates here. We're trying to figure out if this road continues.
I bet both of these fires were arson. 2024 is the year of the arsonist. I was hoping it'd just be better by now. We've been traumatized since 2020.
Can you inquire with that RP which gate they came through and maybe a code for it?
please don't beat anybody to death, guys, as much as we might want to. Well, police do the job. Wow. Yeah, good, Husky. Now, Mountain Mike, the fire just spotted to another ridge. Nobody's lost up there. There's a town of Mosquito. You look down at the city lights. Placerville's in full view. They've been evading the pursuit and going into different gates, apparently. So Sarah was listening to the other one. I just tuned in. This one is Mount Danaher. It's zoomed in from a long ways away. Meadowbrook is better. Rock Creek was incredible. Like, look at this. And then it's not following the freaking camera. It's like, just use your AI or whatever the hell you're bragging about, Alert California, and follow the freaking fire with the good cams. That's all they gotta do. Keep panning left where the fire went so we can see it in clear view. God.
Take a right instead of left on one eye. There should be a little split. And that's the way the guy came down from. The road you're on, the gate should all have been open now.
Right, the police are in hot pursuit. I mean, look, this is the view. You can see the city lights. I mean, I've been to Placerville tons of times. You can't really miss it. This is scumbag alert. Go get 'em, boys. Yeah. The guy is barefoot, has tattoos, he has short hair, he's covered in ash, and he's holding a cigarette lighter and some sort of a spotlight flashlight.
The subject advising he's off the side of a road, doesn't know where he's at. The subject is still after him. We instructed him to try to call 911 again to see if we can get his coordinates.
Wow. Somebody's watching him. Good.
Motorcycle is taking off on the old Defender grade, going towards 26.
10-4, Defender grade going towards Highway 26, brakes on, do you copy?
Copy en route from Pine Grove.
Get up the helicopters, boys.
Copy, go for 11 Edward 10-8.
Suspect pursuit. The rabbit is on the run.
376, 10-4, watch traffic.
Jeremy, what are you talking about? What is lol? What is funny? There's some arsonist running around, suspected. This is a new one. El Dorado County is on fire. You tell people who live by. I have to call them right now, tell them there's a fire in their area. They just put out the Mosquito fire earlier this...
That was not your RP on 901, just another RP for the fire. The one fire with CHP for air unit.
Multiple colors. So earlier there was a Mosquito fire. They pounced on it. It's by a road lower down on the hill. And
no, I'm going to be in pursuit.
Yes.
10-4, 39 kilometers in pursuit.
Plate is 4. Stand by. It's going to be a rider, black helmet, gray shirt. 4-4. X-ray 2539.
Well, Did he get on a motorcycle?
Oxygen read 44 X-ray 2539 not on file.
Copy. Southbound 26, no traffic, speed 55, just crossing double yellow.
Yeah, that could be different.
10-4 southbound 26, no traffic, crossing double yellow.
Oh.
53, no traffic, still continuing.
10-4 speeds at 53, no traffic.
He's riding in the oncoming lane, no traffic, speeds 50.
10-4 in the oncoming lane, no traffic.
Made contact with him. He's refusing to call 911 again, saying something about they're following him from his phone, and then he hung up on me.
Whoa.
Copy. We're going to check one more spot. If 60's good with it, if we can see if H20 can help us out here.
10-4. 60, copy.
No air ops tonight. They called for a nighttime helicopter.
38, no traffic.
Why not?
10-4 crossing the bridge, speeds at 35, no traffic.
It's a clear night on these cams. Now, did the arson suspect just get on a motorcycle, or is that separate? I think there's a separate caller about the guy who.
Per Calaveras, no one in West Lane.
Copy. I'm going to shut it down.
376, 10-4, terminate.
Oh. They're terminating the high-speed pursuit of a
Creek just north of One-Eye Creek Road, where it splits from the first intersection that you guys took, within 9 meters.
Got that.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that was a separate thing, motorcyclist on the run. But they are still in pursuit, and the new 911, she said that the 911 operator just traced the call of somebody who said they saw the arson suspect who was on foot, going through some gates.
X-ray John Sam 063.
What do you mean it's not a forest fire? Yeah, it is.
8.
Guys, somebody has been witnessed.
Still not providing any further about what's actually being reported.
Okay.
Utility to a Caleb Brown or Ashlyn Adnep out of Glencoe.
Copy, attach that to the call, please.
See? Calm your tits. There's the forest. There's a guy walking through it, lighting it on fire.
Keep going north a little bit. Looks like it should Y, sorta. One-Eye Creek Road is to the right. Rock Creek continues to the left. Keep going to the left.
Got that.
Look, if this turns into conspiracy hour, I'm shutting the hell down and I'm going to sleep. So you guys have to keep the rumors.
Contact Courier IC on CDF TAC 9 112.
They are in pursuit of an arson suspect right now. There are 2 fires. One they contained earlier, called the Mosquito fire, by the community of Mosquito, northeast of it, up the hill, near an actual old fire lookout place called Slate Mountain Lookout. Yes, it's a forest fire. Yes, somebody was just witnessed starting it. So he is a suspect with short hair. He's now running around barefoot. He has tattoos and black shorts. And he's holding a lighter. And in his other hand, some sort of a flashlight or spotlight. So the thing is that the wind has
Highway
aligned.
49, John 5.
The wind has aligned. This camera is out of focus, but it's exaggerating its the size like insanely.
Break.
because the shutter's wide open. That's mostly smoke you see, and the fire's light reflecting off of the smoke. The other camera was the one where the fire was red, is the same time lapse. But you can see it's just trees on fire. These cameras are screwed up. Yeah, go get him. So several different callers are saying that they've spotted him, and he's running around through neighborhoods or gone through some gates. The police were
We're on Rock Creek, just north of, looks like Crozier Loop Road.
Rock Creek and Crozier Loop Road. They named this fire the Crozier after, is it Crozier? Crozier? I'm that tired. They named the fire after the road, the nearest road to get to the fire is how fires are named. And the suspect is on foot still around there, so all they need is like a drone or something. Maybe they can grab one with heat, infrared, just from the air. He would glow in the dark, you know.
Lovely. I added in that Jason's info on the call for them.
I think what we should do is propose that all fire crews have infrared, you know, see in the dark
There was
goggles.
a guy that 20 David's out with. I added his info into the call.
So they can see Arsonist like running away, and go report them, you know.
Going on him earlier.
If he's on meth, they'll never catch him. He'll just run barefoot to the woods at light speed. Never underestimate, though, the adrenaline rush of a sheriff or cop wanting to catch their suspect. Or the angry townsfolk that at least one of them seems to be following him. One of the callers said, "I see him," and then hung up on 911, like, let me handle it. Like, this is getting sick, you know. This is getting messed up.
Around Pine Needle Lane for evacuation.
Oh, God. Okay, they're calling for the evacuations at Pine Needle Lane. It's gotten bigger. It's spotted over to a ridge. Okay, guys, Pine Needle Lane. Prepare to evacuate. Call the people you know. They couldn't get to this fire in time. Somebody.
It's clear. Dealer records stay on file.
We're code 4.
Code 4 says we're okay. That's what that means. We are not okay, though, on Pine Needle Lane. They just said the evacuation word. So if you know people here, dial them up. Don't expect that they know about this. Let's find out what Pine Needle Lane is. Damn it. Sorry, trying not to curse. As now, okay, it's still no cursing zone. Even though it's after midnight, because now families may have to tune in, guys. Yeah, people on meth and stuff like this, but meth isn't.
117, the ICP is Mosquito Airport. It's Cruiser IC CDF Tech 9.
Is it called Mosquito? Or is it truly Placerville? Excuse me, address? Yeah. Pine Needle Lane, Loop Pine, Stope Drive, Dickinson's Road.
20 from the city, confirming your house estimate.
Favor.
Look out.
They want to see him here at the IC. Have him come contact fire. You guys can transport him here, or an ambulance can transport him here.
You got a bunch of background. The wind.
Are you able to transport him here? Or 27 able to transport him here?
Favor. Can you just have, I'm assuming there are paramedics there, but we can be around.
Hey, from you, paramedics here.
Transport who?
Copy, we'll be en route shortly.
Airport.
Who is hurt? Okay. So here is the evacuation map. Well, meth doesn't make anybody into a criminal. It's
2348 en route back at 119.
Meth itself is just a stimulant. It's just like taking a whole lot of coke or caffeine on them, a lot. So it doesn't make somebody, it doesn't change their personality. The only way that can, it's just that criminals happen to do a lot of meth. When crazy people do meth, then they're crazy though anyway.
At 119.
The way that it can drive a normal person crazy is lack of sleep. Like it could make somebody stay awake for a week, then they'll hallucinate, right? But it's there's nothing that like turns somebody into a criminal. But somebody, that's his description, man.
See if anyone can spare 5 units to respond to the airport.
Mandatory evacuations all the way down to the airport here at Mosquito. Mandatory evacuations.
We'll be providing the male subject a courtesy transport back to the airport.
They'll transport the male suspect or subject. Was it subject?
He is very upset with the lack of response time. He was advised of the delay.
Wait, is somebody hurt? I don't know what's happening. Yeah, we can't call for violence. I think that's against terms and conditions. I would like a public.
Now whoever it is trying to break in.
I would like the public humiliation punishments, though. Strip people naked, put their little arms in the stock thing, and the public can just put all the rotten vegetables, manure, and whatever next to them in the street. Put a sign around their neck. I lit a fire and burned down homes. Just give the public X amount of time with the rotten vegetables and the manure.
Oh, they said that they were around as well.
After conviction, of course. There's a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm tough, I'm a badass, I can go do my time, I can go back to prison, I like that. But they wouldn't like that. Guys, we can't call for violence. I mean that. You want to get me banned? That's not free speech, that's inciting violence. That will be not tolerated, that will be removed. And then anybody else calling for violence will also have to be removed. Don't make me do it. You will impair my ability to help the public if I get my channel canceled. Well, up here, this is the community of Mosquito, but it's technically the, it's technically where what your address is, like your postal address, is going to be the nearest post office, which is going to be Placerville, but it is community of Mosquito. Everybody now is either on an evacuation warning or order. It may follow for Kelsey as anyone here. So let's see where people are supposed to go. Watch Duty will probably have that. Can't believe it. And I was going to go to sleep. It's just... I'm telling everybody, okay? I'm not in the mood for joking, lol, you know? This could get people killed tonight, you know? And I cannot be responsible for some, Okay, what if somebody is beaten to death tonight who's a suspect, right? And the police would like to talk to me because here's my channel live and people are talking about beating somebody. You understand? I would never want to be responsible for vigilante justice. It's just the wrong thing to do. Let the police handle it. We have to have order and law. There has to be the rule of law. Where it does not exist, it really sucks. That's called Mogadishu. It's called Somalia.
20 David back out of the airport.
I'm as upset as you are. Let me tell you, there's a lot of things I'd love to be saying. There's a lot of things, but I understand it's my own sense of rage at the time. The real me does not want vigilante justice to be occurring. It tends to be overzealous, so to speak. And this really happens in Tunisia, Africa. There was a guy who saw a fire begin.
97 at the airport with the subject to medical.
And he began helping to fight the fire. And somebody snapped a picture of him, and it looked suspicious, like he was, there, and there's flames and stuff, right? So somebody pushed this around on social media and said he started it.
7100
En route to Mosquito Airport.
100, 125.
But that wasn't the case of Arson, though, in the Peshtigo, Husky. That wasn't that logging slash that got out of control. They didn't have good weather forecasting. Okay, this guy in Tunisia begins fighting the fire. He was a good helper, a good citizen. Somebody takes a picture of him, says he started it. A picture of him next to the fire. A group descended upon him. It became a mob. They put a tire around his neck. They lit it on fire and burned him alive. This is the kind of stuff that can happen with this level of rage. And Californians are pretty enraged. People around the Caldor here, these communities barely escaped their erasure by the Caldor. I'm pissed off, but we have to have the rule of law. And you will get me banned off of YouTube. And in serious legal trouble with loose lips like that. I just need your cooperation, please. I understand your sentiment. I totally do. Trust me, I do. But this is why I can't leave and go to bed. Okay. I can't trust people to be on board all the time. You have to really understand. Let me look back. This is absolutely against the terms of services. It's also against the law. Because your fire, previous evacuation warning area is now on order. Additional evacuations have been issued, yeah. So basically the whole area of Mosquito, if you guys know anybody there, you gotta call them and wake them up and do the yes, we gotta be kind, yeah. We are better than these criminals. We are better, and we have to prove it. How hard as it may be sometimes. How can we say we're better? Yeah. So, but why are you saying arson fact? That's what I was wondering, Husky. Now, there are many different causes of the Vestigo, not just logging slash that was left burning. It was a freak windstorm that came up. Let me put this away in the organ thing. Just trust me, guys. I am absolutely as upset as you are. And I know you're joking. I know you don't really mean it. You're not really calling for violence, but nobody can tell. When you don't know who is watching. There's a lot of mentally ill people who come in on the channel. I gotta ban them. They just spout complete nonsense. They hallucinate. I'm a lizard. They keep saying I have a demon face. They see demons in clouds. This is punishment from God. That they need to go out and participate in the apocalypse. That they're hearing voices like it's had more than 1.5 million views here. Right. It would be good to include accidental In fact, I don't know, accidental arson, logging slash is totally normal behavior. Arson is actual, like, doing something unusual, like being especially stupid with fire. And there was like, with the Peshtigo, I mean, we have to realize that's like 1899, 1910, 1901. None of the logging companies knew that there was going to be a freak windstorm, one of the weirdest on the Great Lakes, pretty much a once in a lifetime and a half event. So stupidity with fire, reckless arson has to be true stupidity with fire. There were plenty of backyard burnings, slash and burn agriculture, where people had harvested and were burning their waste. You know, there were many different multiple starts. That's why it became so huge so fast. Just the Great Lakes windstorm picked up. And let's just see if we got better eyes on this. Where's this different cam? It was, so that's how it trapped so many people. Is it surrounded communities because people on the periphery of the communities were doing their slash and burn agriculture, and before there were dumps, you know, like cities had dumps, but some small towns, even to this day, there's nowhere to take your trash. You're supposed to just dispose of it yourself, and a lot of people just take it out in the back and burn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at Swansboro County Airport in the community of Mosquito. Not, but the address is Placerville. Did they catch this person? Like, is the person they're transporting injured? Yeah.
Camino Crozier, I see.
I'm asking, did it catch him?
Approximately 25 acres. Moderate rate of spread with isolated tree torching and short-range spotting with a threat to the community of Mosquito.
25 acres, moderate rate of spread. Spotting. Torching. Threat to the community of Mosquito. God. You know, the military needs to get involved in this. When there's ever a fire out there.
At Mallard Lane, 2821, 2821 Mallard Lane, apartment 2323. RP Brian is reporting that his father is back. He walked in, used his key, and is now taking a shower.
Is that being evacuated?
Reminder, he is a restrained party.
Okay, restraining order call, whatever. Oh my God. Yeah. Everybody, Mosquito is under evacuation orders. Just go now. If you're going to be told to leave probably in the other 2 evacuation zones. There is an arsonist on the loose. I don't know if they've arrested him. I don't know that anybody in this area is safe whatsoever. Suspected. I have to remember what I have to say too, legally. Suspected. Suspected. Yeah. Yeah, it's a threat to the community of Mosquito. So, it's...
It is too, but I see that you guys are doing evacs. We have a caller at 3216 Buckeye Court advising they don't have a working vehicle and can't leave, per the map that I have showing in a mandatory.
Oh, God. Okay, we have to put this on Twitter. It's time... why didn't I do that already?
It's on a call. 2 adults, 1 large canine, and 2 other canines.
Okay. So, level 3, go now. Level 3, go now. Mosquito. north of Placerville. Leave.
Negative answer.
Leave immediately.
Just confirm Pine Needle.
Affirm.
Copy.
Well, driving too, it's arson's probably not a violent crime in California because the guy who tried allegedly, I mean, he pled guilty, but he was trying to kill firefighters by trapping them, like lighting fires behind them in the Dixie. That professor guy pled guilty. He got 5 freaking years. 5.
Requesting. Check with Placer about 2 additional mutual aid that would meet at the Holiday Market and Cool to do a warning up in that Quinton Head area.
Arson needs to be a terror charge for anybody who intends to hurt with it. There's a difference between...
Just confirming you have 2 additional units from another agency to the Holiday Market and Cool.
Affirm.
So far we've only gotten 2 from Folsom PD. We're still trying.
Okay, intent to hurt, should be a terror crime, a terror charge, especially in a state of emergency.
135. Your current location?
There's a big difference between drunken firework shenanigans and this, and burning a community down, or attempting to, or whatever the hell this is. Or, I just hated my neighbor. I just wanted to burn him out, not the community. Okay, that's still terror on your neighbor.
River Pines? Affirmative. Station 30, River Pines.
Okay, I got a tweet. Okay.
Person who said they couldn't get out with a working car.
Covering the
Brush 3 in quarter station 20.
Mosquito, north of Placerville. Level 3. Evacuations in place. Contact neighbors. Go now.
You to assist. If one of you can break off and go to the address of the person who can't get out because they don't have a working car. If you can handle that once you move your body out of that car.
Okay.
21, 2821 Mallard Lane, Unit 23.
Hey, big copy. I'm around.
Placerville. I can't spell. Is there a hashtag for El Dorado fires? El Dorado County fires? CRO.
Blue Line Court, head back down Blue Line Lane.
Copy. Well, I'm going to come up to you guys and then Jones will help also.
Okay, is there a hashtag I should know about? It's beneath the Morgan Hill camp, okay. Oh, God. This got big. Wait, Morgan Summit? Oh, the park fire. No, guys, this is firing operations. That's the firing operations, guys. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're still listening to the park, too. Yeah, I tried to warn people.
Subject has been handed off to 60, and we're going to be assisting with evac.
So far, are you going to be around to the Buckeye address?
Yeah, they've been talking about this all night. They're trying to make it safe up there, so that the spotting doesn't go over and kill and wreck the towers, from the park tomorrow or possibly. They're doing multiple firing operations in the park fire because it's really still, cool, somewhat calm. I mean, it's got some heat in it and a lot of activity, but part of this is what they're doing. Right now there's a crisis, though, going on in Placer County. So let me tweet that I'm live.
11:45 Central.
11:45, go ahead.
11, so far we have Folsom Glen. Placer County is still figuring out if they have units to send. Did you want us to check with SAC or?
Confirm.
Okay, guys. If you feel anybody needs this information, do hit the like button if you forgot, but share.
5 for here and 2 for Holiday Market.
Share this tweet, please, and you can hit share of this stream and share it with anybody.
And contact SAC and see what they have available for us.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So this is not a true camera burnover. I repeat, it's not a real camera burnover. They're just doing firing operations to protect this radio tower. Don't worry about this on the park fire over by Mineral. It's been planned. It's going well, as far as we can tell. What is not going okay is there's an arsonist running around El Dorado County. And suspected, alleged manhunt, though. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Placerville is in El Dorado County. So, one of the number one reasons for arson, other than, the cold-hearted, insurance fraud, let's go back to Coon Hollow Cam. Other than insurance fraud, or just a psychopath covering up a murder, burning a house down with a body in it, other than that, one of the main reasons for arson is revenge. But people who are like this, who are that kind of criminal, that rare kind of criminal, willing to do this, they repeat their behavior until they're caught. They usually light more than 50 fires. Depends on what kind of individual it is. Sometimes in their career or life, but sometimes more than that in a year. Ow. Sometimes more than 50 a year. So it just depends on.
As soon as you go code 4, if you could 21 dispatch.
When am I ever going to sleep?
It's going to be from ER bed 4 to private residence. Patient's ready now.
What do you mean Morgan Hill cams melted? What are you talking about? I just explained it's a control burn. Guys.
92 copies now.
It's still going. What do you mean they melted?
142.
They're burning the pine needles down there and the dead wood. Guys.
Wrap around.
I explained that.
15, your case number will be 1224 1224.
Station 80, Pine Grove.
I guess the person's not listening.
I believe 40 and 23 start at the top and are working their way down, and then we'll go from there. I'll send you the map.
Tazzy Man, I don't get what you're laughing about. I don't like it. Okay? I really don't like it. I'm not in the mood, friends.
We are clear the court. We cleared all the way up Lupine to... we're about to go to, looks like Holiday Lane.
If people want to tune in from around the world and be amused by the terror that everybody's feeling in California right now, you can get out of here, okay? Please don't be at that level of rudeness. It's
But
okay.
all the way up to where the tape is from Lisbon Court is cleared.
It's okay to express, support and whatnot for people of California. It's not okay to find amusement. Just please understand the level of fear everybody is experiencing right now. I understand. I'm just trying to explain. Calm down? Yeah, my friend died in Wildfire. This is why I do this. My brother nearly died in paradise. I don't do this because I like this. I would love to be asleep right now. I can't tell you how I'm not in the mood for this. People just don't want to understand.
I believe we take a left.
I just wouldn't go to Australia and laugh at anything going on at some wild bushfire. I just wouldn't. And if I was laughing at something else, I'd just be like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I'd have that level of respect. I respect Australia very much. They're helping us with these fires. We help out
40,
too.
20.
This is probably gonna impact the town.
Did you go all the way up Mosquito? And we are working our way back towards the airport.
People may be about to lose their homes, just like right in front of our eyes right now. Okay, let's look back at the clock. It is... No, it isn't. Oh my God. Oh God, I'm getting notifications.
Come in to me, please use my personal cell.
Okay, I'm getting so many messages about what's going on with the Morgan Hill thing. I'm going to put a tweet out to just reassure the people. I know it looks... My biggest gripe about these cams is like when they don't show... They show fires and they don't put it in context. Like it would not be that difficult to put on a little word that says control burn in progress. Don't be alarmed. But they don't have any captions, they don't have any guidance, nothing. So
Well, recommitted to the fire.
328 at 147.
Pine needles. Okay, yeah, they are trying to protect their tower by burning off the stuff before the fire gets there, just like they did that with Cohasset.
Mary 2, if possible, can you send me a count photo for Mary 1, 1015? I'll be transporting into TJ.
They've been explaining on the radio for hours that they wanted to do it. So just don't believe me, though. I'll let you know. I wrote down the timestamp, and you can rewind and hear the radio chatter. So let's see here. Let's see. Right before that earthquake happened. Okay, after the earthquake happened, timestamp. Let's see. They announced they caught all spot fires. If you go back to my stream at the 1st hour and 23rd minute, they caught all the spot fires today on the park fire. The largest was a 50 by 50 in the area of drop point 41. There was a 5-acre spot outside of the line, but they got secondary line around it. And then called to branch 15. They had another 5-acre spot there. They set up a night operations UAS drone right after that. They said outside of drop point 46 at Bravo and Charlie is where they would have it. 31 Charlie has hose around that 5-acre, and they're going to put a dozer around it too. So then later they said they got water tenders, send them to drop point 46, meet up with Butte to Charlie unit, and then they were ordering some
24. Did you guys scope already at Mosquito?
At 1 hour and 50 minutes into the stream, 24-hour dozer lines requested, or dozer crew, or dozer use, excuse me, to help them.
Copy. 27 and I are going to go as far up Mosquito and start working our way back towards you guys. Copy.
Let's see. Then they spoke right about as an earthquake hit, and we swapped to look at that. But they said drop point 20. We need to have a really big meeting with all the leaders. Go to DP 20, except for the resources that we're still prepping for firing Turner Mountain.
Your cal photo's been sent.
And at 4 hours and 15 minutes in the broadcast, ready to start the firing. Feather River Firing Operation Team 6 will start.
Last street's going to be Sanctuary Trail. We'll start there and work down.
They're doing evacuations. Sanctuary Trail, those where they're starting, and they'll work down. But please, you can help out by spreading the word and calling your neighbors, guys. Okay, so at 11:30 p.m., approximately 4 hours and 20 minutes in the broadcast, depending on how you want to scrub backwards, Mill Creek firing operation was starting now. The Morgan Summit firing operation is to commence in 45 minutes. So that's about now, just a little bit ago. So it's right on schedule. I just want to reassure you. So, yeah. Yeah, just please understand our stress here. When people are coming in here, I just tweeted, like, these evacuations are in place. Part of it is I'm worried for you, too, that you might get some flack. I'm not like totally mad. Stressed, really stressed. This is,
We have a shelter set up somewhere.
I don't want to deal with a crap storm in my chat, people attacking each other, tensions are real high. So I'm just asking you to kind of understand that this is for your understanding, right?
I'll respond to station 61 for engine and water tender coverage, 153.
I've not had enough sleep, and I'm really attached to this area, and I think.
Do we have a shelter somewhere we can advise people of?
A firm, our TEP is at the library. Temporary is at the library.
Hey, people are to go.
The Placerville Library.
A firm, Placerville Main Library.
Copy.
Thank you for being a firefighter, of course. I know you guys have.
That's where the TEP is going to be.
Tom 3, I partially covered you tonight.
we let PPD know that our temporary point is going to be at the main library there in Placerville.
So far, break stick theater.
Okay, that
For interview.
answers that question. So it's a really nice big building in main downtown Placerville.
For the Crozier fire will be at Placerville Main Library.
Like the entire town of Mosquito has to go there. So they are going door to door, guys, but remember to knock on your neighbors' doors and let them know that this is happening. Yeah, we were late. We've got a lot of eucalyptus here now because of scam artists basically sold it to us in the early 1800s, and they really do contribute as well as other invasives. I'm sorry. Let me get better cameras on this stuff, guys. I curse things when I say I'm about to go to sleep. I barely slept. I was just going to set the stream up, narrate the end of the park fire, and go back to sleep. I got a calm center. We do have dark humor in the off moments. We'll try to make fun of things. And then we do upset people who come in and go, there's nothing funny about the fires, so I totally get it. I don't mean to be harsh, Yeah. David says, Silveria says, I'm up late working on the Has Whooper 40 so I can get back on the fire cleanup.
Robert, you can put us on the 415 noise. We're all parked.
Thank you for being here. Yeah. Yeah, good night, Mountain Mike. Thanks for being here. Okay, Sarah, can you help me with it? Yeah. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? I'm so sorry.
Second, you're going to stay to the right, and then kind of the road's rougher than heck. You might have to take a blade off the right through the Manzanita. I'm trying to figure out my way through this right now. I'd start opening it up because it's just one wall wide.
What is Cohasset Hill?
Closing, lying down in the middle of the lot, not moving.
What are they doing at Cohasset Hill? That's different.
Medics on en route.
Okay, that's nowhere near Morgan Summit where they're doing an actual prescribed burn. What are we seeing on the Cohasset Hill cam? That's going to freak people out too, because these alert cams just can't put a label on things.
But there's one little narrow path in the Manzanita that goes along on that. You definitely don't want to widen. It's really tight.
Try to figure that out. Is watch duty on it? Will they explain what's going on at Cohasset? 5 hours ago was their last update. Okay. I do not know what fire Cohasset camera is looking at. I have an explanation for the Morgan. They're trying to protect their radio tower by burning off these pine needles and stuff under it. But what?
Sounds like we have a gentleman that needs some assistance evacuating. Do we have a designated spot where we're 1014 and these people to?
What the hell is that?
That's a great question. We probably have to bring him back somewhere near the IC, and then they would have to get a ride somehow to the shelter.
Oh man, that's so sad. People woken up in the middle of the night. Oh, arsonist in your neighborhood.
I'll branch to that last unit. We're going to check and see if we can use the fire station as that point with our community group. Standby 1. 40 copy.
Okay, let's try to get a phone number. The non-emergency number.
Evacuating Sanctuary Trail. I just wrote we're likely running into multiple marijuana grows.
Oh, really? Save the marijuana. On Sanctuary Drive. Multiple marijuana grows. Legal, I bet, because it's legal in California.
Right on the pink flagging.
Okay. Now here, if fire's coming directly towards your house, of course, that's...
2720. Is that you guys in front of me here? Neighbor. Is it the same property?
No, much love, Sue. Yeah, Cheryl, I'm so sorry about Jasper. What?
Up near us have not notified this trailer between us.
Wait, that's El Dorado Hills. Okay, here is the link to El Dorado Sheriff's website. Oops. So you can call the non-emergency number for help with evacuations.
Morning, have an evacuationist. That's going to be 6670 Log Cabin Lane. Elderly female with no means of leaving. She's possibly asleep. That's a neighbor calling for her.
That is exactly what you should do. Call the non-emergency number with the name, address, and phone number of anybody.
That's where I'll be out with the subject.
Anybody who may not be aware of things or need help or may not have a dependable...
This log cabin address, he's advising she has a horse and 2 cats.
Oh, God. So call the non-emergency number for El Dorado for help.
Responding to the evacuation point.
Report.
6670 Log Cabin. Called in by a neighbor. He's not sure if she's awake. Elderly female.
Copy.
You need help. Okay, friends. Call the non-emergency number for El Dorado Sheriff's Office. 530-621-5655.
We're going to need someone to go by there and check what's needed.
And that person?
Negative. That's why I was advising units.
Yep.
Copy. Yeah, if somebody can go check that and see what the need is and then report back, that'd be great.
Got it out here.
Or if you need help evacuating. And you should talk about person, their name, address, phone number of anybody who needs help evacuating, any pets or animals they may have, and why. If that person is asleep, has hearing aids that may be out at night.
My evac. If we can have one unit just to be loose and roving, because we're going to probably keep getting these phone calls and we're going to need to be checking on them. Everyone else can go systematically door to door.
Only if life is immediately threatened, like fires on your doorstep or there's a heart attack happening. Only then call 911. Please use the non-emergency number for welfare checks and saying, I need help evacuating if you don't have a good vehicle or for any other reason.
Male here at this address on Pine Needle. Going to be collecting some items and I'll be giving a ride to the IC.
So for which address?
I don't think so, Cheryl. Yeah, good night, Sue, and much love. Much love. Yeah, 5's out.
On Pine Needle, and I flagged the street sign.
Making noise in your neighborhood is actually a good idea right now to let people know, not for a long time, but wake people up. It's not disturbing the peace when you're helping.
When you start pushing, I believe.
This is what the town bells are for. The town bells, like Placerville still has one.
Gallagher woke up and walked away.
Okay. You know, Placerville still has one from the 1800s. I noticed it when I was there in July of or August 2022, trying to film the big giant burn scar of the Caldor. Yeah, David, I'm not going to worry about Cohasset. They keep from time to time.
Possibly 49 in Coloma Heights, or a vehicle on its side blocking the roadway. Oh no, it's occupied.
Oh, only if the building's on fire. Don't do that because it takes the fire department to turn off a building alarm, and they need to actually fight the fire right now. Let me see if John Bruno's calling. Hey, JB, what's up? This is retired fire captain John Bruno from Shasta County. How are you? Thank you for calling.
Highway 49 at Coloma Springs Road.
Sorry?
See, there's a fire burning in El Dorado County.
Yeah, the Crows are there evacuating Mosquito. It's Arson.
Mosquito is a little small community there. It is probably a sleeper fire that's blown out, I'm thinking.
It's Arson.
It's like on the map. Oh, who said it was Arson?
The cops. They got
somebody in custody?
Unclear, but they were in pursuit. We had several callers. They had a description.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
that's what I thought too.
Unfortunately, the weather is not going to cooperate. I mean, they're not going to get any aircraft on it, of course, till the morning. But hopefully, it'll burn away from the community.
Well, it's headed that way. The wind.
The town of Mosquito there.
Yeah.
You were asking. I just happened to get up and see a clip that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You were wondering why there was fire where you didn't think there should have been fire near.
Cohasset?
Yeah. They might be doing some firing tonight there.
At Cohasset, we didn't hear about that, but we did hear it was on Morgan Summit. I was about to reassure people because people are thinking the cameras are burning over that was planned, and it started appearing on the camera exactly the same time they said that they would begin. So they're doing firings on Turner Mountain in front of Mill Creek and at Morgan Summit, and they coordinated it with the drone that went around looking for spots. But I can't believe they did such an incredible job. They caught all the spots today from the park. They got them all.
Right, and the final control line is probably the spots occurred on the northeast side of the Highway 172. Now, you did a good job about showing the people what that Highway 172 looks like. It's just like a little narrow 8-foot lane through the woods. I mean, that's an old road. It's not a state highway. And so it's on a mid-slope. If you look at a lot of it's on mid-slope. So when you light a fire on the down slope side, and you have any kind of wind, you're going to get ember cast across the road and cause spots. And as dry as it is, and that's the problem. See, it's so dry. I think the humidity was down in the single digits today.
Yeah, like 9.
Right. So, but they seem to be working toward, we see them pinching this thing off. The town of Mineral has a good buffer on the south side. There's a place called the Battle Creek Meadows, which is basically, if you were to drive up there, it's all flat, and a lot of it's green because you got the snow runoff that kind of melts and then bleeds into that area and stays wet. And it's a good buffer. I mean, it's defendable. The town is very defendable. Now, what's a problem is down there is where there's some isolated off Highway 172. There's some isolated cabins. And I think there was 1 or 2 youth camps, very rustic. We were talking cabins, wood-sided cabins in the woods, deep in the woods with not a lot of clearance that are difficult.
Well,
but they could be at a turning point here in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, that's what people are asking me is how big could it be? How far could it go? I said, ask me in about 72 hours. What I'm really worried about is they did not fire the meadow yet. and so it's just ready to burn. And
the meadow, yeah, like I said, though, the meadow might be there's a creek that runs through there. Can you see that on the map? On the south end of town. It's called the Battle Creek Meadows. Have you seen that?
yes, but I also know that swamps can burn even if it is wet down there, you know. So
right, but it's real defendable. What I'm saying is if you have strike teams of engines and spots occur in light grass, unless it's got a horrendous amount of wind, which it doesn't right now, they can catch all that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but do you think they should burn it off like tonight so that it's a big giant black zone for tomorrow, or would that be an option?
No, I think that there's enough of a buffer there. There's enough of a buffer there that they'll wait. Without really seeing it in the flesh, you can't really determine how well it is. But they got a lot of it's real defendable in there. I mean, of course, you know, like I said, the ember cast is what's crazy. Now, if this thing keeps going, as you can look on a map, go on the CalTopo map, pull up the burn scar, the Dixie. So the worst case scenario is this thing's going to keep going to the 32, 36 intersection, and it's going to hit the Dixie. And when it hits the Dixie, it's a done deal because there's nothing there. There's no fuel, or there's limited fuel. There might be some isolated. They did some salvage logging in there and stuff like that, but you know it's going to run out of steam because it's going to run out of fuel. And that's the advantage of having burn scars near your fire. They can help with that.
We talked to a local who was in Chester today, who was wonderful and answered a lot of the questions about like remaining fuel load and if any bushes had grown back, at the base of any of the dead forest of the Dixie. He said that this is about the place where they stopped the Dixie and it never really burned that much over by Drake's Bad, and so that is where he's worried for the most if it gets past, say, Morgan Summit. Right,
but even let's say it was a dirty burn. It's still limited. It's still a limited amount of fuel compared to the natural lay of the land if it had not burned. Guess what? See, Dixie was what? 2 years ago. Help me out. 2 years ago? 3 years ago?
It started in July 2021 and ran until basically late October or early November.
So 3 years ago. So that's a 3-year burn scar. So there's not a whole lot growing in there. But like I said, when it burned, it might have been a dirty burn. So there's fuel left and all. But what I'm saying is it's up on the flats. One thing, it's out of that drainage. The reason why this thing blows and goes is you can tell from what you've been doing is showing people the slopes and the lay of the land. If you go to the relief map, you can see how deep that canyon is, and there's a lot of fuel in there. It's never been logged, and it's natural. So there's a lot of dead and down fuel, and there's a lot of available fuel, and of course you get that. You got about a 6 mile an hour southwest wind, but you got a good drainage that runs southwest and northeast. So just throwing those spots out, and they're getting on it. And so, like I said, they did a good job with that. So the next couple of days will be real interesting to see. But like spot control is a big issue. The reason why you have that is you have such a low humidity factor up there. I mean, it's probably drier up there than it is right here, the valley at 600 feet where I'm at, because of the way the inversions work and all. But the spot fires is a challenging thing. And but there's a lot of troops on this thing now. I think they're up to 45 helicopters. I think 44 last I saw. And that's and then of course they've got the air fleet. I was at Reading Air Attack. They had 5 MAF mobile aircraft firefighting system C-130s from the National Guards all over when Wyoming National Guard was there from other states, and they're flying out of Reading, refilling out of Reading, and then they're flying the fire. So that's what you see up there when you watch those videos on Alert Wildfire, and you put on there, let's say you click on last 30 minutes, you'll see the pink strips of the air tankers dropping. Most of those are the bigger ships.
Yeah. Sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, why can't a nighttime helicopter fly here to the Placerville area? it doesn't look like it's that smoky or anything.
Well, it doesn't mean that they can't. Here's the situation: the availability of a certified night flying ship. I mean, they're very limited. The Guard has some folks, like in the Chinooks. Cal Fire doesn't have all of their new fleet of helicopters night flying certified.
Right.
So those are limited. Now, Southern California has a private contractor. It's called the Quick Response Force.
Okay.
In Southern California, funded by the utility company down there. I think it's SPG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric. And they funded 3 helicopters. They've done it the last couple of years, and they're all night flying capable. But you got to understand that when you're flying at night in Southern California, outside of, Burbank, it's pretty obvious the lay of the land and the hazards. Where you get in country like this fire, this cozier fire, you got to know the hazards. You got to know the aerial hazards, because PG&E has lines strung around canyons with big orange balls. In the daytime, you can see that, but at night, you got to be very savvy. So,
right.
Nighttime flying is very dangerous, and there's a right and a wrong way of doing it. And if that thing's out in the timber, it's not directly threatening life and property, they're not going to send night flying helicopters in there. First of all, I don't know if there's any available. If you got 45 helicopters committed to the park incident, they're committed. They flew all day today. They can't even fly at night. They're timed out. But,
yeah, I wouldn't want to put my nighttime pilots on a daytime schedule. That would be a waste, I would think.
No. It's very limited.
Okay.
There's certain criteria about it. Like if you remember the fire that burned in Fresno County a number of years ago, where they did physical rescues of people that were trapped at this little campground, and they all kind of went to this one particular body of water. They were kind of trapped, and then the Chinooks went in there and got them and rescued them out, physically rescued them. It was that fire that was in Fresno County. Yeah,
wasn't it that gender reveal party?
No, it was the one up there by Hogan Reservoir. I'm trying to think of the creek incident.
Okay.
I think it was called. So anyway, the troops have got a lot to be proud of. They worked hard, but I think the next couple of days they could be pinching this thing off.
The park.
Up at the top where they're at.
Yeah, it's this is a make or break moment, right, for the park?
For the what?
For the park fire? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the next couple of days are gonna, the wind doesn't seem to be real drastic. Of course, it's gonna be hot and dry. And if you ever notice, just in the last 2 days, everything starts happening around noon, keeps going all the way till sundown. And so that's that window, that's when it's the driest. And they got a lot of troops now. I mean, they've got more than I've ever seen in my entire career at Cal Fire. I've never been to a Cal Fire incident where there were 6,600 troops of firefighters.
Awesome.
I've been on a few that were like 4,000 and 5,000, but this has got about the maximum effort I've ever seen for a single incident.
During the Dixie, 35% of the entire nation's firefighters were on the Dixie. I mean, it was a very long-term event, but yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, how many acres was that Dixie fire?
Almost 1 million.
Yeah, it was like in the 900s.
Yeah.
And it burned in timber country too up there. So.
Yeah.
So there's a big effort, and like I said, any new fires will get the aircraft priority. So because they don't want the new fire to become a big fire, so aircraft gets prioritized.
Right.
Let's say it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when this closing fire took off.
Sorry?
They would divert air tankers. They would have diverted air tankers from the park to that new fire.
I'm sorry, you were fuzzed out the beginning of your sentence.
So let's say, for example, this cozier fire in El Dorado County would have taken off at 2 in the afternoon and not 2 o'clock in the morning. They would have got air tanker support probably diverted from the park to this fire to help suppress this fire when it is at the stage it's at. It's what's burning. It's what, 100 acres or 50 acres right now, somewhere in there. And they want to hit that hard with aircraft, especially if it's inaccessible, and help keep that contained, because that's the way it works with air tankers. That's the policy, is air tankers get diverted on any new fires unless they have the incident commander hold no divert declaration, which happened on this fire. But sometimes when there's a no declaration, when there's a declaration of no divert, that can be overruled by the region headquarters, command center. So in this case, you know, if it was during the afternoon, they would take those air tankers and start dropping on that fire so it does not become a major fire.
Yeah, that's their best use. That's what you said. I could see that.
Right. People don't understand air tankers. A lot of them think, well, if we had more air tankers, the fire would go out. Air tankers are designed, first of all, to retard or slow down the fire. They've never been designed or created so they can put fire completely out. If you had 6 inches of grass on flat ground, yeah, you could probably completely 100% put a fire out with a drop from a VLAP or an S2. Right. But when you have canopy, when you have a Christmas tree looking tree that has boughs that come off of it, they're keeping retardants from hitting the ground. So it slows the fire down, but you still got a ground fire that moves until you back it up with ground resources, cruise engines, dozers, and hose lays from engine companies. So you might slow it down, but you might slow it down to the point where the ground troops catch up with it and get a line around it. So that's what they do. They retard, retardant. They retard or slow down, the spread of the fire.
Right. It's a speed bump, and we saw them putting a huge amount. Yeah, a huge amount today, south of where the meadow is in Mineral, and they used the big aircraft. So it started backing down the slope, and people were like, "What is the rate that it's backing down?" And I'm like, 3, 2, 1, it stops because it hits the retardant. But I got interrupted, but I was trying to explain to people retardant will dry up and dry out, and then when it chews through it, it'll burst through. You know, like it'll look pretty calm for a bit, but when it finally fails, it fails. But it can perhaps hold until like tomorrow afternoon, maybe. You know.
Right. It has It does have resistivity in its dry form, but not when it's compared to when it's wet. But
yeah.
Its concentration is important too. That's why you'll hear on the air-to-air transmissions between the air attack and the air tankers, they talk about coverage levels, and I told you about that. It's, well, when they come in and they drop their load, are they opening one door 8 times, or are they opening up 8 doors at one time? It's concentration too, and of course, in heavy fuels, it has to be heavily concentrated. So if I come in and I do a salvo drop, all 8 doors, let's say it has an 8-door system or 4 doors on an S2, I think it has 4 doors. It drops all that, then it has to return and reload. And that's why the more you have, the more air tankers you have out there. You can continually drop while the other ones go back and get another load and then come back and get in a daisy chain.
Yeah.
So it's quite a science. But like I said, they're designed to slow down. Like in this case here, they would use air tankers to slow it down, and then, of course, if it's threatening any infrastructure like homes or cabins or subdivisions, they would try to keep and vector it out of that.
Yeah, I think
force it away from that.
I think most people are tuning in right now because they have just been woken up by this fire. Do you think that the retardant will be used tomorrow to protect Mosquito?
Oh yeah, they'll have aircraft on it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Look on the map. I don't have anything in front of me. I don't have a computer in front of me right now, but is there a water source like a pond or a lake or some kind of creek or river near there?
Yeah, there's a little lake that's by the airport. Let me get an idea of what it's called again. It's called Finnan Reservoir. If I enter,
yeah, well, they'll probably dip out of that. They'll probably dip out of that, since the typhoons will go on that thing. It just depends. It shouldn't. I don't think they get any high winds predicted for tomorrow there.
They'll probably go back to slide. I'm sorry.
It'll probably just be regular diurnal winds where it comes out up slope, up valley, up canyon,
Well, that can't come a moment too soon. That would be protective of Mosquito. Right now, I'm looking at the cams and replaying stuff. I think it's a burn pile at Cohasset, guys. Being exaggerated by the cams. This has not moved. But going back
there were some islands. I hate to interrupt, Catherine. There were some islands that were along that Cohasset country and out there. So they might be burning some of those islands out. An island is exactly that. It's unburned fuel that was, either because of suppression efforts or fuel type or whatever, the fire burned around it. So they might be burning those out.
It actually, it looked bigger on the other cam, but there's a new second Cohasset cam, and it looks like it's not even bigger than, 10 feet to 15 feet circumference, and it's on the ground. So it may be where they pushed some stuff together and lit it, I guess. And it's right in front of the cams. So the we've been trying to look at that, which I didn't have an explanation for. It went Cohasset, but now just looking at it looks pretty.
Well, aren't you monitoring the traffic, the radio traffic there too?
Well, we were listening to the park for a long time, but it would have been cool if we could have admired the like cats or aliens are saying in the chat, that we could have just watched this stuff, because it's firefighting at work. I would have been explaining it like, hey, this is how they protect their this is how fire behaves pretty calmly at night, but then this new crisis broke out. Huh?
Right. Not always, but in most cases when we did big firing operations, we did them at night. If the prescription was right, that means if it was dry enough and conducive to fire, we would fire at night rather than during the day, because when you fire during the day, your spot fire factor is going to go way up. It's out of control. Right. So when you do indirect firefighting, which that's what they're doing, is you have to build a control line or use a control line like a highway, and it has to be tied in on both ends. And then when you fire, you have to put fire on the ground. It draws in from the main fire, draws it in, and then you have to hold or keep that backfire from spreading across the control line. And so normally that's done with cruising engines, and it has to be done at the right time at the right place. And when it's not, it can be kind of crazy. And we try to use the benefit of having a little bit of more moisture and calmer winds and cooler temperatures at night, but yet it's dry enough, warm enough to burn.
Right, and I try to reassure people that if it is a pretty calm night, but then you see huge activity showing up on a camera for no reason, it probably is a control burn. That they are taking advantage. It's a good sign, taking advantage of the good weather.
It's a backfire. When they see it on the map, you'll see it because it's way out there and it's a strip that is being burnt. You'll see the map. The delineation of the map line will show it as a strip on some kind of highway or control line, and on a camera you would see it as being something that's real continual. How can I say this? You would see, if you could see it, if it was filmed, you would see that it would be smoke and fire coming linear toward the main fire in front of it.
Right.
If the camera angle was just right.
Yeah.
So there's two different things. There's backfire and then there's burning out. So a backfire is where we have a control line. Let's just say a dozer line, and let's say it's 5 blades wide. We opt to set a backfire. By that is we're going to draw the fire back into the main fire. The main fire is burning so hot that it'll draw that fire in. So you light off the edge, and there's different ways that they're doing it. They have different styles and ways to do that. and they get this black strip along the edge sucking in or being drawn in, and then you have, as a firing crew does it, normally it's done with, in this case here, they've probably got all kinds of devices like helitorches, and there's actually several crews, and we used to have the hot shots often do the firing, and then behind that is engine companies, if the road is accessible, which is a dozer line, four-wheel drive apparatus, and then we'd have hand crews spread out all along that road behind the backfire to patrol it so something doesn't spot over, cross over and start a new fire. And, you know, normally they start from the top of the hill and work their way down. And then that's the backfire. Now, burning out is lots of times where the fire has burned toward a dozer line, but it hasn't reached a dozer line. So let's say it's 50 yards short of it, but it's kind of smoldering. They'll burn that out, so it's a clean black line all the way to the bulldozer line or to the hand line, and we call that blacking that out and having clean black. So and let's say it's a dozer line. Later on, engines are going to come in there and they're going to mop that up 100 feet one day, the next day 200, 300, 400 feet in.
Okay, well, that's thank you for explaining how that can help protect communities. We better get back to the radio because they're.
All right, I'll let you go back to doing what you do best. All right, take care.
Well, this is how we find out if evacuations are going to happen right away.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, JB, and I'll text you some questions on terminology today. Thank you so much.
Send them to me.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know what a dog leg is. Like, we'll find out. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay. I just muted myself. JB is an awesome resource, and so whenever he calls, you guys can ask, a real firefighter or a retired fire captain, like how things are done. So we need to turn back to radio. It hasn't been that active. I was watching it out of the corner of my eye. They're doing, mandatory evacuations of basically the entire community of Mosquito, which is by Placerville, just to the north. Now, the good thing is that I don't see the fire moving a lot as we keep replaying stuff. I keep watching where the smoke is, which direction it's going. If firefighters can predict, what a fire's, they can predict where a fire is going to go, and they can be a lot more aggressive with it if the wind is constant. And so what JB was reminding us about too is that if this is going to try to go down a ravine towards the town, the diurnal winds, as soon as there's the heat of the day really gets cooking about 11 a.m., maybe to noonish 1, then the heat rising from the valley will push the winds back up into the mountains and push this fire back on where it came from. And it's already exhausted some of its fuel. So if they can keep it in an area right now, even if they don't have full containment, because you can see it flaring up as it finds new deader trees. I say deader because some trees kind of slowly die, but drier, more dead than others. Those are the ones that you just see just completely torched from bottom to the top. Some are completely dead, some are mostly dead. So as it finds deader fuels, you can see it start to get pretty active. So all they've got to do is kind of keep it up there. And I was wondering why they didn't have any nighttime aircraft like they requested. And he's pointing out that there's only so many pilots, and so California's been extremely slow. I mean, they pat themselves on the back about having new nighttime capable flying pilots. That is an extremely slow rate of production for what I would consider wartime. California is in a war against mega fires, the ones that just obliterate. The ones that do not renew. The ones lit by criminals like here. Alleged arsonist. We're in a war here. Nighttime pilot could have found the arsonist for one thing after he seems to have lit the earlier Mosquito fire of today as well. I don't know if he's been apprehended. I don't know if the community's still in danger of another fire until they make an announcement. This has got everybody on edge. But this is, you know, like they've got like 5 helicopters that can go at night, and we need like 50. California would save millions of dollars if we poured like $5 million into the program, like had a prize, like, hey, pilots get trained real quick. As you know, something like that, it would happen. But since like 2018, when they first wanted this, having like 5 or 6, okay, you know, World War II has come and gone by then, and look what we were able to achieve as a nation. This is just sad. In World War II, we were able to just crank out thousands of warships and planes and just restarted the economy, and we thrived. If we declare a war on mega fires, on these super destructive fires, they wouldn't happen. They would not happen. We don't have to cry in our cereal bowl about global warming. That's the one thing we can't solve in a nutshell real quick. But that's only the 35th reason for mega destruction fires. The 34 others we can solve, such as, you know, rewind how much of a mild affair this was hours ago. They just couldn't reach it because they didn't have fire access roads, and one of the bridges was out, or it couldn't support the weight of a fire truck. So the fire crews were right next to it, just watching it happen. These are their headlights, and they couldn't get to it when it was really small. These are the headlights up there, just right off frame here. But seriously, if California would just keep their felons in prison, you know, would the park fire have happened? Then, you know, the men who, like, I can't even say the word, did something with a girl under the age of 14 and then did armed robbery with intense bodily harm. Why did he ever see the light of day? Again, you know, climate's the condition, but not the ignition. And our response is utter crap. I'm giving a D- grade. All these heroes are pulling off miracles, and their hands are tied behind their back, though, with just not enough funding and not enough seriousness and not enough attention. No national attention to this. No mentions of wildfires and presidential debates. It's just all this situation can get much, much better if we demand attention for this, and if we demand that situation ends, then it will. You know, it's just it is our fault, and that means we can solve it, and we don't have to tax cow farts to do it. There are many tangible steps we can take, and we don't have to wait for the government to. I'm very proud of the communities that just put their own fire lines around their own properties and their own communities ahead of schedule, ahead of you know, they don't wait for a fire to be on their doorstep. We've already seen good results. When the Pedro fire broke out, there were a bunch of trailers that didn't need saving because they just had a tractor go around them in a circle, building a little dirt strip, and so the fast-moving grass fire couldn't get them. If a lot of these communities are more proactive, like Chico, noticing that, you know, shoulder-high grass that's really thicker than the last 15 years is growing, you know, maybe do something about that. Maybe cut it down, graze it, plow it, make fire access roads or dozer lanes before the fire begins. Do control burns in between them. That park fire would not have happened. These things are optional. Arsonists repeat their behavior until they are caught. And a lot of the last couple of years, big fires have been arson. So it's there's a lot we could change about these situations. Until then, all we have is each other, and to rely on each other. But we will be here. Cats Are Alien says, Medellin Falls grew up on the west side. We visit Vancouver regularly. Yeah. I don't know why. Oh. Yeah, the El Dorado Amador County Public Safety is still playing.
Yeah, copy. If you want to move it back to where you're standing, probably would be better. Good idea.
Okay, we got it up. We got it up again. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things we can do. I just want to remind people there's people very upset on social media. The Morgan Hill, Morgan Summit, that's a control burn. The park fire is not past Merrill or anything. They announced when they would start that on the radio, and flames appeared on the camera at the time. So I should probably make a tweet about that. If anybody wants to ask questions about what's going on, it's unclear if they do have a suspect in custody or if they found him or what's really going on. Okay. Let's look at Sarah Luna's Twitter. She's got images shared with her from Placerville. And thank you, Sarah, for giving us permission. So let's go to Twitter. I typed in Sarah as Sarah Palin came up. Oh my God. Not that Sarah. Okay. So let's look at
4, cone 3.
There. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. These are photos
I'm in
of the
service to the Crozier Fire, Swansboro Airport.
Trying to be terrifying. This is the view from Placerville. Now notice there are stars in the photos. So that means the shutter is wide open, so the light is exaggerated, but it's nevertheless freaky.
Service.
It won't be that quite that bright to the human eye, but definitely a big glow on the horizon that you can't ignore. So thank you so much.
We're going to go check on Loop Line. We're going to take that east.
I'm going to repost this. So here is Sarah's Twitter. She's great. She does some good reporting on the fires. Sometimes goes and sees them herself and reports from the scene. Right now she's inactive with that, but she has a lot of connections and can get retweeting a lot of great information. So she's listening to the radio right now, helping us keep informed. Ow, jeez. Sorry about the radio noise. And if you want to follow me on the Twitter, then here it's K Wildfires. And a warning though, I will share everything. On YouTube, we don't show, homes burning down if we can absolutely help it. We don't want anybody traumatized here. This is a sanctuary. We always go live when a crisis happens. If it's humanly possible for me to do so, we'll go 24 hours if we can. To make people have their evacuation information, and we connect people to it in this maze of, where do I go and what do I do? Because oftentimes unfortunately, evacuation info is hidden behind social media posts like Twitter from sheriff's offices. So do hit the like button if you can to help us break through this algorithm thing. We've had 3,000 views and 175 likes. So in order to be noticed by YouTube and get seen by people, we appreciate you hitting the button. If you hit subscribe with the ringing bell, then you will be notified whenever we go live, which is much of the time during fire season. I've been live almost every day since June 6th, without a day off because of all the crazy fires breaking out. We do Oregon, sometimes Washington, and Western Nevada. But we want to maintain a ad-free environment. So thank you, donors who help keep us on the air. If about 20% of the viewers donated $1 to $5, we'd be good for the funding. We must always give a shout out and love to those who keep us on the air without advertisements interrupting evacuation info. So we see an ever increasing evacuation warning area, which we could interpret as a bad sign, but we can also interpret it as a good sign that they're being very cautious. that they're being very cautious with the fire. As seeing it again, this Morgan Summit is just a control burn over there by the park fire. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna tuck it away in the park fire camera. I always like to see.
75 Coaching Medical, log cabin lane.
You need me to shuffle that engine too?
Yeah, no, the engine's good. I'm just clearing around it, and I'm going to work back up there towards you, widening this piece.
There's a dozer line already being constructed, and it will allow fire engines with water to get to the scene.
Head in the drainage.
I copy. I think still
I can't make that out.
Affirmative, I think you're correct.
What we like is we don't see a lot of movement. That's great. Fire can burn as bright as it wants to as long as it stays within its lanes. So as long as they can stave it off and keep it from going toward the community tonight, then tomorrow's wind change where it's just, the normal heat rising, which makes the wind reverse direction go up into the canyon instead of down, that might blow it a little bit back on itself. We just, we don't want the winds. We don't want the winds to be too strong and blow it up in the mountains. So Godspeed to our fire crews. One thing clear here is they need bridges that are worth a darn that can support a fire truck. They said that they could go on one of the bridges and the other one they could not. So I made a little note. Rock Creek Bridge was okay for a fire truck to pass. The Mosquito Bridge was not. It was really small and they got to it fast, just helplessly watched because they couldn't get right up to it. But I'm not sure if the suspected arsonist has been arrested, is in custody, or been cleared, or whatever the heck is going on. But the fact that there's two fires that started on a pretty clear, calm night near each other, it's highly suspicious. Extremely suspicious. Multiple callers. Some said that
ambulatory patient that needs evacuation.
Some callers said that he was carrying some sort of a lighter in his left hand, or in one of his hands, in a some sort of like a spotlight or a big flashlight in the other. So we had a suspect description of short hair, black shorts, barefoot, covered in ash, with tattoos. If you do subscribe, you can also hit the live chat and ask any questions.
6939 Log Cabin Lane, I have medic 49 en route, confirm response, patrol 75.
Now, there was an elderly lady that needed help evacuating, or at least notifying, like a door-to-door notification. If you do have trouble evacuating from this,
contact 247.
From this Crozier fire, where is my link here? 1 second. I can't change the description of the video while it's running, but here it is. Here are the non-emergency numbers that you could call for El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. If you need help evacuating, you can let them know. And just don't call 911 unless somebody's like dying. Or like the fires.
Ambulatory evacuees are being taken to Mosquito Station 75. And Station 75 is dealing with it from there.
Ambulatory evacuees are being taken to Mosquito Station 75. And then that's where people are assembling, which is the fire station. And those who can drive, try to give your neighbors a ride if you can. Check on them. Give them some gas money or whatever they need. and the assembly point is in Placerville's library. But if you think anybody might need help, if they have, say, are they not home, but they have animals, if you need somebody, if you call somebody you can't reach them, you think they may be home, just call the non-emergency number and say welfare check, name, address, and phone number, and those kind of factors, so that they can know who they need to do a welfare check on. It's a pretty calm night. But if the fire were to say jump lines, make a run, blah blah blah, then they would like to know a list of the people who they would need to do a welfare check on. People without good and reliable transportation, special needs, anybody without the wherewithal to know that they're in danger, like maybe somebody pretty old. I survived World War II, so I can survive a fire. You know, that kind of attitude. They need to know about that.
75 responding with medic 49, EDSO on scene with a non-ambulatory evacuate.
That's somebody who needs to be carried. This is breaking my heart here. So, yeah, thanks, Cheryl, for the links. I guess we'll be able to watch that at some point. The
93, entering the unit, Highway 49.
Engine 4493 at 250. When responding to the fire, take Rock Creek Road off of Highway 193. Do not take Mosquito Road.
Right, because Mosquito Road has...
4493 copies.
250.
Mosquito Road, the bridge is out or can't.
Get out, and we're coming out for the plan. Looking at the map, it looks like there is some kind of old road that goes down that space. I don't know if it's right where you guys are at or somewhere near there. It might be worth checking out if we can use it to blow that out.
Yeah, just like I was looking at the map earlier, they are probably looking at the old mining roads.
This ridge line, 16 foot. Yeah, I copy that. If you do, you got the dozer working, it's going to be coming above you here in a while. But he's getting started. If you do find a spot where you feel like you're going to engage, the priority down there is going to be that Bravo side, anchoring the heel and then working that Bravo side to protect the shooter. We're going to try to punch this out and start getting around the other flank. Yep, copy that. And then also just information, there is resources scouting out that road below just to see if there is any access or potential access to better working there. Copy that. Also, that trail that we were on, it looks like there was a road right below where we were pretty close. So if that dozer blows out that whole ridge line, and he should be able to connect back into that road. I affirm that Forest Service road I've been looking at too. It looks like we got a new spot fire out there. I'm hoping it's not below it. But potentially, if it stays above that, you know, we can bring out the front of it too as a dust on the hill.
Okay, so he said there is a new...
We should be able to tie up this Yankee side pretty good and then start working that Bravo side. Yeah, affirm. Just the priority as far as just for the safety of Mosquito would be that Bravo, fuel to that Bravo side and buttoning that up. Yeah, affirm.
Okay, that was a lot of quick information. I can't take notes quite as fast as I want to. So the dozer is looking great. He says, well, we're good to finish up the dozer line on the Yankee side of the fire. Y side. So I'm not sure which side is Yankee unless we get a map or something. He says, once we tie that up, we're going to start on the, I think he said Charlie side? Can't remember. So they're looking at roads, like old roads and old trails that might go down the hill, and that would probably be involved in what was kind of obvious to me as a mine. I don't know which map set I was using. There was a couple of old mines, yeah, like Slate Mountain Mine, and then extremely old roads and trails that would go to it. And it looked like also, if you put on shade relief, here's the longitude and latitude of where the fire is. That looks a lot like one right there. And little roads and trails like going to it. So this is LiDAR, and it can see through.
Upper 3 cap.
Could be a little reservoir. Ouch, jeez, that's loud. It's unknown what that is. It kind of looks like a mine. So, but whatever it is.
The engineer from Ponderosa 4 can tie in with me and the other captain.
Copy.
Wow, this is hurting my head. It's like instant headache. Let's see. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dulce Vendetta, or is it Dulce? Dulce Vendetta. The old bridge is in the process of being replaced with a new one. Yeah, I did not know that. It crosses the span way higher up, but it's only halfway done. Okay, so the bridge is out. Nice. But that would be good. When it is complete, then we do need fire access. Fire access roads. So they did say that there was a little bit of a spot down somewhere. He goes, well, if we can get below it. And they were talking about the possibilities of like little trails and whatnot. This could be remnants of those seen on the LiDAR. He says, well, as long as it stays above you, then we could get below it and tie it in with a dozer line of some sort. So this is where it's at, but this drainage means the community's looking down the barrel of a gun in a little bit of a way. Because if there were to be a big gust of east winds, like a big wind event in the next few days, that would want to push it all the way down there. So you don't want fire above you in the drainage that's aimed at your town. That's one of the big factors for a town to be at seriously high risk. So these big evacuation zones are absolutely spot on. They are absolutely serious. And I appreciate them doing it. So if you are
Come to the laser.
If you are in a mandatory evacuation zone, then it is wise to leave tonight. But remember to put people in your car first before belongings. If they do get a good handle on it tonight, it's touch and go right now. But I do like to believe that it's not really getting bigger on the cams, and the spots aren't of huge concern yet. So it's big, it's ugly, it's horrible. But that was an ancient bridge. It looks like something from 1884. Had a seriously low weight limit. Oh, that's kind of sad. Is it like historic or something? Sometimes they can move those and move them to parks. Mosquito Bridge, El Dorado County. Mosquito Road Bridge Project. Oh, wow, it is. It is one of those early suspension bridges. That might be even like Civil War era almost. That is very similar to the one that they had. It was one of the first suspension bridges of California. The one that was at underneath Lake Orville, the town that they put underneath Lake Orville. Wow. Okay, I just want to see pictures of the old bridge. Where is it? Mosquito Road Bridge Project page. Yeah, that is extraordinarily rare out here in the West. I can't remember its design. Presentation. I was hoping they'd like move it. I just want this to be bigger for the love of cars. Yeah, like show me a good clear bridge. Wow, that is That's incredible. So is it still in place and they're just building the big one next to it? Or what? Oh yeah, that's like that's the time of wagons. This is pre-vehicle. Like this is like pre-car type of a bridge. It's a balanced cantilever. This one? Or that one? I can't remember. I don't know my bridges, but the let's see, concrete, bill and pier. Are they saving the old one? Yeah. Well, we absolutely need the tall, big, spanning bridges that are going to be critical. Yeah, look at that. It's a wooden classic. Yeah, if that becomes like a trail or something, that is almost identical to the one at Bidwell. Geez, I'm really, really tired, friends. In order to build Orville Dam, they were going to drown the town of Bidwell Bar. So they mostly just destroyed the buildings with the flood of the reservoir, but they took the first suspension bridge of California ever, and they took it up higher up into Orville.
Anybody hiking into the fire yet, or you guys still just based up with Orville?
Yeah, I can see why a fire truck.
Right now we have 2 crews cutting down in towards it, but we are kind of at a spot where we can't get the fire's edge. But I've got good eyes around, at least from the head to the heel on the Yankee side.
Okay, I copy. And as you're, I'm heading down. I just left the ICC, so I'm going to come up in that area now. I guess if we could get anywhere up there to try to establish Division Bravo for your left flank, as far as I'll be up there. I'll try to come face to face with you and try to put our brains together, build a plan to get some people in here and start putting some water on this.
Okay, yeah, A-firm. We have something going now, and then we kind of have, I think we have something scouting, maybe an access road towards the heel. I don't know if that's going to work out or not, but there's something going. But for now, I think if the crews can cut down and Dozers can make some engine access, we could probably at least lay a trunk lay in or something instead of hose lay off the heel, which would be a good break.
Yeah, copy.
Okay. So they have
your operations now, and go direct with me if you need anything.
Okay, well, you're going to make me operations for that. Confirm.
So the left flank of the fire, which would be presumably what we're looking at here. The heel would be over here. Head would be over here in the front.
But this is the ridge they want opened up, right? I got it.
Yeah. They actually had vehicle traffic on that thing. What a trooper. These bridges are built to last, man. Yeah, that's got to be one of the first or second suspension bridges.
116, code 2 medical, Ridge Road.
In the state, yeah. That's a trophy. That thing is one of the rarest things of its type. I'm glad they didn't destroy it. They moved the one at Bidwell Bar as they flooded the town for the God. I want to go here.
Station 2758, Station 5361, code 2 medical, 14275 Ridge Road, cross Winton Road, 0303.
What incredible. Yeah, project existing bridge remains in place.
Go ahead.
That's
You
incredible.
guys have cell phone service out there?
Safe from.
Copy, we got a landline at 2714 phone.
Yeah, you call.
That's just incredible engineering. Wow. So they drowned the town of Bidwell Bar to build Lake Orville Dam. So 2 things they had to rescue for sure, and they're trophies of, historical treasures. of Oroville. And then every time Oroville has a fire, I'm like, are these two things going to be lost? And one is the first suspension bridge of California. And the Billwell Bar Bridge. So
early in it, entering the unit.
well, I just want to see the picture. It looks like so. So they moved it up into Orville. Is it too hard to get a big picture?
Engine 1681, respond to the enclosure incident. Make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. Do not take Mosquito Road. It is not passable by the engines. Contact Crozier IC on CDF Tech 9.
Yeah, definitely don't take the Mosquito Bridge fire engines. You're going to have a bad time. You know, the whole can you imagine? It's in the dark. Can you imagine a fire truck trying to do this? Oh my God. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that it's very similar. And this is the original Bidwell Bar Bridge. This is deep underwater in Lake Oroville. But sometimes when the lake gets very, very low in the drought years, you can see the remains of the town. Lake Oroville is pretty new, actually. You know, my dad and many of my relatives remember the dam even being built. And many of the old buildings from the 1800s and the gold rush towns are down there under the lake. The foundations stick up out of the mud when the lake's really super low. So presumably these foundations would still be there. They just deconstructed the wooden part. It was kind of portable. They put it up to Orville. The other one is the other treasure they had to save was the very first orange tree. The very first orange tree of California. You got a few like that in Canada? Yeah.
All the way up to Lake Canyon. As of now, no fire is west of the 12-inch 70 road. It's all up on Lake Mountain.
Yeah, copy. Is that going to be a access road for us potentially?
Yeah, currently Fire's Edge, right as you get to the bend in the road right before Lake Canyon there, where it makes a hard turn to the north to break. That bend in the road, there's fire above Rock Creek Road, probably 500 feet break. It'll be access to it. It'll be a tough hold, but maybe worth a shot.
Okay, fire's location.
We'll face to face again. You can identify that on the map, and we'll make our divisions a little bigger.
Okay, I'm going to continue up Rock Creek just to make sure that I have a full picture here.
Copy, and can you run out Crozier Road?
No, negative. I'm on Rock Creek Road. It's the 12-inch 70. So Crozier Loop would be that 11-inch 89. 12-inch 70, you basically go over One-Eye Creek and continue out up into Lake Canyon.
Yeah, I'm tracking with that, and I did drive that 11 in 89 earlier, and it's going to need significant improvement.
Affirmative. That looks like it may be your best access to the deal, but you guys know it.
Copy.
The road's going to need improvement. Well, really too bad that bridge hadn't been constructed yet. This fire would have been like a little blip on watch duty. But man, they really need, I think fire crews should have like their own kind of thermal gear. Maybe they'll see these arsonists scurrying away from them, and they would have known one needed to be arrested earlier in the day.
Just send them on up. Give them the same direction you gave me and unload at 41 and start tracking up there.
Okay, so up by the lookout and tie into the back of 41.
Yeah, for right now, just get them all the way up there. Don't stick them or nothing. Just get them go and find a wide spot. Start tracking them up. You can follow the track of 41.
Yeah, is there still parking up there by the other transport?
I saw the tender, and I think that road will be right behind the white spot off the main road. Come on back left. So that you're talking about what 41 is.
Copy.
At 309.
I don't even see like Rock Creek Road.
For the Porches Dozer to give them direction.
Copy that, thank you.
They're not very labeled here.
Head up to this trail up top. I'm gonna go up top right now and check it out.
Crozier Loop Road. The old, this is like a 70s map. Or earlier. Slate Mountain Mine inactive. Like you can see like the roads kind of drift into like old trails. Even in the 70s or whatever this was. Some of them are seriously old. Rock Creek Road, which is the only other way to the town of a very long activity. It's from Highway 193. Fire engines cross it, but very slowly. Okay. So Rock Creek Road and Highway 193.
That's where 2772 is.
Oh, way over there.
Okay, I got you slightly broken, but I heard you're at 2772. If you continue to follow that road path, you stay along the top of the ridge, you're going to end up coming to a abandoned vehicle. Don't take the right road below that. Walk past it and keep going straight along the ridge. And you'll meet up with the other crews. That copy is that road you're talking about past Utility 88. Past 88 and past 2772 and just keep following the ridge line. There goes. See, Mike?
Yeah.
That for me, Cub?
Oh, the Google car stops right there, does it?
I got Pine Grove 1 coming in. You guys utilize them to help you with what you got going on?
Copy that. As they hike in, they should run into the engineer off of Ponderosa 4.
Copy that. Great, Pine Grove 1, copy.
That is super far away. That is one hell of a detour. So here's... Wow.
That seems 758 at 312.
Seriously. Okay. So... Okay, here's Mosquito Road. So, like, this is where the fire's at, is over here. Like way over here. And they can't just take the bridge directly to it. They've got to go all the way over this way. And, like, that way. Unreal. So any of the fire crews, they're down here, like in Mosquito. They have to drive Is there a bridge even over here? Like, did I have to go all the way down to the highway? Take 193 and go up around like that? Are you kidding me? Oh man. Yep. So when's the new bridge supposed to be finished? Do you think this sinister person thought about that? That would be one hell of an evil thought. You know, like if you the only reason I think you probably didn't think this through is this was a calm night. You know, if you wanted to torch a town, it would be a red flag, high wind thing if there was a lot of thought put into it. But some of the most evil do think like that. I mean, this is lighting it up on the Mosquito Road. This is the terrain, and it's extremely dangerous to put fire in elevation above a town, looking down the barrel of a gun, because a canyon points right at it. Fire tends to race in the wind tunnels called canyons. And they love to run downhill as much as they love to run uphill.
It looks like it's pretty well hung up in the slate for the most part. We're going to punch through, put a line down through the slate, and tie in to the fire's edge. It's about 1,300 feet to tie into the fire's edge if we were to put a hose lay in. About half the cut is going to be improving a existing trail too.
Improving existing trail, it's a clue about where they're putting it.
And additionally, do you have a pumping platform that you can set up there or start getting water tenders for some stuff in there, or is that we're not there yet?
Not there yet.
I just saw the Dozer tracks in. I believe that's probably the wrong road.
This is why we need internet everywhere. High-speed internet everywhere.
I was following in the Dozer tracks. Is that correct?
Yeah, they should be 2741 is working along the road there, so if you're following those tracks,
right where you're at.
Division Mike 2741 attack.
Good.
I improved a fairly large area just before 2772 and around it. It would be viable to get engines and a pumping platform in that far. And as I progress down, we can keep moving.
Okay. And the road into 2772, is that
where it got real narrow and brushy, probably about a half mile before the engine, I took a blade out of it to open it up so it wasn't so tight. And the Borges Dozer is going to come behind me and improve that, but it should be a better ride.
Okay, perfect.
Probably, if I had to guess, I'd say room for... Oh, you get 2 strike teams in here if needed.
Yeah. Rock Creek Road is bridge, but it's long, curvy. Yeah.
Little whiteouts, and I'm at a trail. It's, I believe that trail is the walking trail that goes through it.
Okay, so are you on foot right now?
Negative, I'm still, I just passed that trail on my pickup. Now we're going to pop out of that trail or keep coming in. Okay, copy. I'm at utility 88 now.
Give me another driver for transport Dozer 1645.
1645 Casino. You're responding to the Crozier incident. For navigation, you'll need to access from Highway 193 north from Placerville to Rock Creek Road. If your GPS is taking you Mosquito Road, you will not be able to access.
You have to go all the way.
Work here where we park. Copy that.
Yeah, GPS will take you where your bridge is out. You know, if they're using Waze, hopefully Waze will report that the bridge is out. But Garmin's will lead you right to your death. Yeah, this is the rugged high Sierras. This is where the hills really start to become the mountains. There's about 1,000 elevation here. Placerville is most of the towns that survived the gold rush, right? They were big towns in the valleys. They survived, you know, to support the huge gold mining thing. Like, you know, millions of people descended upon California in 1849 when gold was discovered from all over the world. That was the big population boom. So the agricultural towns survived to support the gold rush. The ones that had good agriculture. The ones that were just about gold mining in a valley, the gold played out there earliest. You know, people used the picks, the pans, the shovels, and so they went into the hills next. And there were millions of years of gold nuggets that were just sitting there. You know, many millions of years. Every time that there's a storm, gold flake, gold nuggets, they wash out of the mountains and the hills, and they go into the water and just sit there. So it was very possible that in the earliest days of the gold rush, especially the 1849ers, every single day you could find as much gold as your entire hat. You could fit in your hat. Upside down hat. And they had no banks, no nothing. They found things like boulders and hollow trees and stuff and stashed it, and then they got gold fever and they went off the next thing, and they went up and they chased it all up, higher up into the mountains. Until finally it kind of ended. That's called placer mining, the stuff you can do with pick, pan, and shovel. And it became, okay, only the wealthy landowner investors could do hard rock mining, which is drilling and tunneling. But then something was invented where the average person could get at it again. Well, not average, but a wealthy person could get at it again. And as they made more towns, they totally abandoned the ones behind them to go deeper, and higher into the mountains, right? So there's these gold rush towns like on the Feather River, like Hamilton City, that doesn't exist. It's just a place name on the map, but it was once like perhaps going to be Butte County seat on the Feather River. So we have a Hamilton City.
Is that a road that turns into One Eye Creek Road, or is this just a ridge top you're pushing off?
So it's not a road, there's a trail on top of this ridge, only a hiking trail, and that stays on the ridge top. The crews and everybody have been making access that direction on the same ridge I'm on. I'm not sure where that lower road goes.
Copy.
Well.
Right, or the east there?
I was just asking Cook if what he's improving is like an old 2-track or something, like a bird dog on front of him, but it's not.
Could improve an old 2-track. Anybody want to know what that sling?
2372, TAC 9. Go ahead for operation.
What's that slang? California is the most ghost towns of all because they just got settled, abandoned, settled, abandoned, settled, abandoned. After the hard rock mining began, they invented the hydraulic monitor, which is a huge water firefighting thing for boats.
2779, operations, go ahead.
Yeah, wow. This is beautiful.
Operations, engine 2372 on TAC, on 9.
Incredible.
2372, go ahead for operations.
The fire's up there somewhere.
Camino, Battalion 1616, part of 9162 Charlie, entering the unit. Zone 6.
This is a May 2012 thing.
Crozier incident, contact Crozier IC, CDF TAC 9. Access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. There's no access on Mosquito Road.
Oh yeah, I am seeing.
9162 Charlie, copies.
I do see what you're saying. It's Dulce Vendetta, right? Am I saying that right? It's a crazy thing. Yeah, you got to put this.
I'm just rolling on scene now, so just confirming you're out evacuating.
Yeah, you got to put this in low gear. This is about all that horses could do. They would struggle slowly up here to get to the mines, and they would have resting places called mile houses, which were for the stagecoaches and then to rest. Up in some of the ghost towns of California are where there was always a little stop, a little stagecoach stop, because the horses would need like super rest for like a week. Keep going. And you would do a horse.
Back now. It looks like the Dozer's almost to you guys, so we can probably start moving engines in here pretty slowly. Yeah, copy that. And 1,300 feet probably from where you started down to the fire's edge is what I was gathering from Sergeant Crew.
About that.
This is 2012.
Copy, yeah. We try and get some engines in here and get that started, just working behind your crew.
So this is how bad some of these roads are. Like that's what the map says a road is.
But it turns into a lot more dumb, dirt, heavier brush. That if we can access down to the bottom of that Dozer working up, I think we'll be very
Okay, copy that. I know both Dozers that we have up here are up in here, but I think we have another one coming in. I don't know if they found access to the heel down there yet or not, but it's something they're looking into.
Okay, so here's where the bridge is. To answer your question, I am curious too, because I'm Catherine the Curious now. That was supposed to be my original channel. We would just find out stuff like this.
2771 Division, Mike.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, if you want to make your way past the lookout down that road and follow it till you get to 2772, we're going to get ready to start a hose right here shortly.
Copy.
It goes right here to a building, or at least a building was once here. This is called flume, and I was just about to explain the flumes. After the hard rock mining began, and that was like wealthy people in Europe investing, and then Californians becoming like employees for the most part, like a lot of Scottish and English investment in that stuff, there was something else that could be the more average person or the community could do mining, and that was with the invention of the monitor, and that's a huge, like for fire boats, a huge water cannon to put out fires. So they thought, why don't we just wash away the hills and get the huge nuggets out that way? And so in order to power the monitors, they started the flume systems. And some of the other hard rock mines needed them too, to just make power. So some of the earliest things in California, like mines had electricity before cities did. Like, because it was big billionaire investment stuff. So they did the flume system to transport water so that they could wash away hillsides and get, like near Paradise,
2771.
a 54-pound nugget. The deeper in the dirt they are, the bigger the nuggets are. And that's because we now know what a gold nugget is. It's bacteria that eat soil, and they can't digest gold. So it's their poop. But it takes a long time for the nugget to develop.
Kinzer, been instructed to go find you in time.
So the small nuggets are at the surface, and they get washed away. So the bacteria get washed away. Where it isn't, where it's deep, they're like 35 pounds. A couple bowling balls sized worth nuggets. I would take that. That sounds good. So unfortunately, these trophy nuggets got melted down.
Mike 2771.
But you'll have these old.
Yeah, I've got engine 351 here with me. They're not engaged. 2789 is with me as well, but they're engaged in drone ops. Would you like me to drag 351 with me?
Firm. Go ahead and bring 351 down, and then
Break 351, you copy that?
It's probably a pump house, perhaps, or something related to flume. Some of these flumes they're like canals, but they're made out of wood or sometimes concrete. Some of these flumes were repurposed for agriculture because when they started to wash away the mountainsides, they made it illegal finally in the 1800s. And people go, climate change, California floods, but really, they mostly the reason California towns flood.
R2 crews and come down to where we're at and start blowing out of Lake CRA.
Is the like climate change or no? They will because they wash so much topsoil down into the rivers that they're super shallow now. So the water has nowhere to go but spread out. So it ruined and like wrecked. I can't see from satellite what the building might be. It's probably like the remains of where a building used to be. You can never know. Like these are old topo maps. That's the kind of thing I try to explore. But the California has a lot of problems due to the unregulated, crazy gold mining situation that used to exist. So this might be the remains of a mine. Probably. Let's see. The Jaybird Creek, and they would sometimes name mines after Jaybird, this or that. Mosquito Camp Sawmill, probably where they dammed this to, I don't know if the sawmill still exists. Mosquito School. Must be an old one-room schoolhouse or something. I don't know. Like originally, back in the day, you know. But this is, wow. They'll probably be dipping out of this. And then up here is where the fire is. Right up here. That's one hell of a way to get here. I was thinking that from like Mosquito, who knows how old this map is.
It's a trail here pretty quick in front of you guys. Probably another 100 feet.
Yeah, I'm kind of following the trail already.
Yeah, you'll get down a little ways further and it really opens up. It's about 8 foot wide.
Wow. Now there was logging up here makes some sense too, because for the mines to shore them up, you had to timber them, which is, oh my god, this is scary. There's no guardrail or anything. Woo! Can you imagine tumbling off this road? Oh god, look at the brush. This is just
771, 351. They were held up at this slide. That traffic up there.
no wonder the fire's so ferocious. That's just Tinderbox
We're in
stuff.
Dozer tender 2741. We've got a nice turnaround spot right here. We'll back into it. We'll pull out and give you some space so you can use it. How's that?
Okay, even if they could make it past the bridge, could fire trucks struggle up here? Wow. So it makes sense that the earliest eyes on the fire were probably the fire captains and stuff in their they have pickup trucks. They have pretty good, robust four-wheel drive vehicles. So they struggled up here. I can see what you mean now.
I'd like you to head up, report to Division Mike up by Slate Mountain.
Rock Creek Road is worse. Yeah, it'll show on the map, but
72, I see.
Okay.
In traffic, report to Mike. They're gonna start supporting the husband.
Road close.
What road is that off of?
They're gonna take Mosquito Road up to the Walmart Y, hook a left up towards Slate Mountain. They should have parking up there for you.
Wow. La Paz Road. Fire danger high. Internet service reliable. $9 a month. affordable and easy. The Paz Road. Looked like they could have had build stuff down there at one point. This is where it said, like, the one-room schoolhouse thing on the map. In the future, when flight is the future, like, at least short-range, personal air taxis, firefighters will just go, boop, be deposited up there. This is insane.
Water tender to head up and support.
I don't think horses could struggle up here an entire day. There had to have been.
Once we get the broach's dozer, we'll blow it out a little more.
Okay, I'm going to send you water tender 49 up to Slate Mountain.
Copy it. Is that the smallest one you got in staging?
We haven't even reached Mosquito yet. I had no idea this was so involved. So that's getting to a property. Some tractor back there. I bet there's an old elegant house back there or something. A little bit overgrown property. This is all 2012 stuff. God. Lovely old oaks.
Transport dozer 4 trans
335.
Wow. You'll love our special financing. Oh, that would say something like, "We love you, firefighters." And a lot of rural communities have stuff like that. Old abandoned-looking house, or half-constructed, or something. Yeah. This is just inviting fire. Oh God, the brush. I know this is not current images, but I see a lot of this kind of thing. It's typical of California. It's extremely difficult to keep the fire load down, the brush. Rake it up together, do your tractor, do your burning. Our rural property was 24 acres, and there was no way to even get to most of where we were at. We had to build our own roads down, and we just couldn't build our own bridges across some of the creeks. Still some vendettas when the cliff drops with no guardrails. You'll see some areas out there. Look back at they're making good headway, creating their own new dozer lines and turning trails into places where the the engines and water trucks can access it, at least. Oh my God. You have no idea. I live in Placerville. It's just a massive tangled web of brush and garbage. Oh God. I saw some of it in 2022. Wish we could have met up. We flew in there. C-Probe flew into Placerville. We kept taking off from the airport to go film the Caldor burn scar. I was so sad to see the fire at the actual, go up to the airport from that pay dirt road down there. That was what I was remarking about. I said, C-Probe, if Placerville doesn't burn down, it'll be a freaking miracle. This is the most brushy, untamed, wild, unattended, flammable town that I've ever seen. Even the airport, like just the bushes growing up around the airport chain link fence, and that crazy windy road up to the airport. That's like, did they want their airport to burn down?
Engine 1489, respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF Tech 9. Make access through Placerville
to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. There's no access on Mosquito Road.
Yeah, I was trying to make a documentary and interview the people that were affected and burned out during the Caldor. I got really ill while I was in California, though, and went back to Oregon just thinking I had a rotten tooth or something to take care of. And, you know, toothache can be infected. I didn't want to use a random dentist in California. But I started just becoming weak after a time. I spent time in
1489, copy, responding.
Tahoe and Omo Ranch Road and those places. And I could show you some of the
339.
big history time.
Camino, that is 1489.
Copy 1489, 1489. Staging is at the Mosquito Airport.
We haven't even got to Mosquito in our little journey up the road. Now we understand that fire access is a huge deal. But, you know, the media is going to be lazy, and there's only one answer for how fires are bad. Let's interview the guy at the Let's interview the guy at the local news station. He'll say something about global warming, right? Okay, quick. We did our news article. We know what happened. And that's the only factor they'll ever mention. Not the fact that we need better fire access road, and this is all a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, we haven't even made it to Mosquito yet, let alone the Mosquito Airport. I guess it's better to fly in here. I wonder how sketchy it is. I'll show you the takeoff and stuff that we did from Placerville Airport. We filmed some of the most incredible, beautiful sunsets over by Tahoe.
5368 at 1340.
Oh, is this the marijuana plantation they were talking about? Or is that vineyards? Oh, it's probably a vineyard. Wait. Pot or not, let's play the game. What lovely old homes. Oh, wow. Ah. Now that is a stately ranch home right there. Yeah, it's nice up here. Sweet. There's the windsock from the airport. Got it. Got it. Amazing. Can you imagine the horses struggling up here and drinking out of here and then going back into the stable? You have arrived from your stagecoach destination.
Again, my apologies.
It's Arson, Jan.
Confirming copy. Law branch's last location.
Crozier IC, CDF Tech 9, make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. Mosquito Road is not passable, and staging is at the Mosquito Airport.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not passable. The the one-lane bridge thing. An old plantation. Could be the stately home ranch of a.
Entering the unit, Highway 50.
You know, this is a sawmill up here.
Dozer 1449, respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF Tech 9. Make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. Crozier IC, CDF Tech 9. Mosquito Road is not passable. Staging is at the Mosquito Airport.
Sorry, we're listening to both these
Dozer
channels.
1449, copy.
The Mosquito Airport.
They both have different things. It could be the sawmill, owner, the lumber baron, But yeah, I wonder. This is
Dozer
lovely.
1449, entering the unit.
Traffic is 1449, copies direction.
Dozer 1449, respond to the Dozer incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF 44.
I'm going to mute the other one.
Assistant 8 and Chief 2 at 0344.
Because the old maps, they say that there's a mill here, and then that's mostly why they made ponds like this. To store fire, to prevent fire, they would store logs safely in a lumber pond. Yeah. It's over to the left, so the windsock was right here, but the Google car didn't go over there. I'm surprised any Google car made it. So here's the Volunteer Fire Association right here. Somewhere.
Gambrini's going to be standing by to expedite them up to us. You can note I'm going to have Sacramento 1 and Sacramento 2 tying in with evacs here once we get a radio situated.
Shame. This is, PG&E for you, the Monopoly Power Company. I bet this is PG&E. Look at the dead tree under the power line.
Gonna move us to a little wider spot on the ridge, and it's a Volvo.
What? California's almost never this green. This has got to be spring. Yeah, May 2012. It's green like this for like 1 month out of the year. Maybe 2. Maybe March. Maybe April. By May 4th or something, it's 95 degrees and it just dies. Boom. What is that? That's neat. Classical. Kind of an old store. It's something Outfitters or something. All right. So, it did go over here, I guess. Okay, I just and there's your. Oh my God. Oh, that's not a Bonanza, is it? I thought it was a Doctor Killer for a second. There's a plane called the Doctor Killer. It was there was a very popular plane, the split tail Bonanza. And doctors that decided they would become pilots, attorneys do too, people rich enough. They tended to buy the split tail Bonanzas. And I want to photograph everything here. And they were popular in the 50s, but so many of them wrecked and crashed that they were called the Doctor Killer. And so there's a V-shaped thing on the tail, like that. And most people know it from The Day the Music Died, the Big Bopper and
Try switching tones.
Buddy Holly and their pilot and Richie Valens all dying in a plane crash. But it was them kind of pressuring the pilot to be overloaded and take off in a storm and all that in winter to get to their next concert and not disappoint anyone. At least here they're clearing the brush off the side of the road a little bit in 2012. Here, we're at Rock Creek Road. How freaking hard is it to get to this fire?
Make access Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. Mosquito Road is not passable. Staging is at the Mosquito Airport.
Here's a pond. Fetid bog water. Let's bottle it and sell it at Whole Foods. It's got super nutrients. Algae is good for you. And blue-green algae. It comes with free minnows. That's your protein for the day. A hydrant.
42 Charlie is passing.
That.
348.
It's a hydrant up here. Incredible. Doing something. Amazing. It's probably the only one up here in the entire region. The water trucks. The thing about this fire is water trucks, the tenders, have to drive all the way up here to deliver the damn water.
California. David over Paul, 1-4. call Frank, Silver Toyota.
Look at that lovely old wood. I would polish up. Oh, the remains of old historic site. Are we at like an old, probably a mill location? They tended to store the logs, like I said, in mill ponds. But I can't make the little gold man. Yeah. Kind of like zoom out to where we were. So this is Finnan Lake, right? Higher up there. Is this Finnan Lake? Yeah, Finnan Reservoir. So in the past, we don't really, yeah, see here's an 1885 to 1915. There was a building or a little ranch or something there, but no lake. We go to up to 1945, there still isn't one. That's interesting. Trail across the gulch. So this Rock Creek Road was called Trail Across the Gulch to Spanish Flat, which things are called flats are usually that.
Unit, en route to the Crozier incident.
9444 Golf at 351 information. When you get into Placerville, take Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road for access. Station will be at the Mosquito Airport. If your navigation is taking you Mosquito Road, it is not passable for fire equipment.
So,
CDF TAC 9.
Affirmative. CDF TAC 9 for your ground tactical. Eldorado Command, tone 9 in that area.
Louisville, huh?
9444 Golf.
Ghost Town, no longer on maps. Spanish Hill is a place. American Flat, Spanish Flat. So, I have to go here. This is amazing. I stayed in that super old hotel in Placerville with the Sea Probe. It was amazing. I just asked if he could fly me to either Marysville.
Let's hold him and try to get someone on that Bravo side. Maybe have that 1449 Dozer to get someone established over there. With the operation going to Mike, I'm going to start first off on the west side of the street. Get those side.
Chester or Susanville. But it's smoky.
2729 on 2.
So the thing about this historic version is you go to Spanish Flat, then there's American Flat, but this way.
6094608. First of Robbie. Break.
Slate Mountain 9. Ghost Towning
Rock
via
Creek Road to the Mosquito Airport. Mosquito Road access is not passable.
yes, the Carey House Hotel, yeah. And then there was a crew of a couple of guys on the roof using a drone to film.
Negative, go ahead.
Is that a restaurant?
641, your first subject, lots of rock, showing a history of 1 point.
10-4. He might have a 10 frame during his call.
Rock Creek Camping. Ah, you know what that...
42 at 354.
Guy's like, what? Want to pass me? That looks like my dad. What the hell is that? What in tarnation is on the top of that car? Is that a camera? Why is there a surveillance camera on the top of this car?
Update.
Beavers actually promote fire. They kill trees by drowning them, and they leave a whole bunch of dead trees everywhere.
For fuel, so I'll need a unit to meet with them there, break. And SAC 2 is going to be heading to 20 David for an assignment. Break 20 David if you can find an assignment for them. They have one of our radios.
So their ponds are usually not big enough to dip out of. So they're a double-edged sword. And if there's just like a high-altitude pond beaver, no, that's not really a big fire risk. But like places like Oregon where we have a lot of, like the Coast Range, for example, too many beavers, not enough land for them to, stake their territory. They dam like every square inch of the creek.
They have a 26-minute ETA.
At one point or another, drown the trees. You have a strip of dead trees going down the canyons, which is, a canyon is a wind tunnel. So when lightning strikes, one of them...
You guys can respond to Claim Street and Rock Creek and work Claim Street north and everything off of that. That is a mandatory evacuation area.
Now we got an intersection.
With caution tape that have been advised.
Sad. This is such a beautiful area. This whoever madman is, so angry.
Ranch, do you copy on this channel?
But I mean, high altitude pond beavers, they can be very beneficial, but they usually.
Hey, you guys just pulled out of the incident command post. Can you guys come back over here when you get a sec?
Besides, the beaver mafia is starting a lot of fires. Like I gotta tell people.
601, your first subject last of Ross, 27 shows expired. Shows an unconfirmed 1029 Mary out of Tuolumne County for failure for traffic, bail of 10,000.
Okay, I'm going to turn off the public safety one and just put
Copy that from 41.
Fire and EMS. Because the manhunt for the arsonist is over, or suspected, I guess. See, if you don't...
300 feet, and our handline starts off of that King Trail.
If you don't pay the beavers, there are consequences. The beaver mafia has taken over the entire Portland area. Multnomah Falls is just Multnomah County, same county as Portland. We all live in fear of the beaver mafia. One missed check of your protection money and
772, lookout, division line.
Yeah, Oregon never lacked for them. I don't think if they ever became rare, they bounced right back because they're so proliferate. Proliferant. I mean, they're rodents. They just love to reproduce. California has some spots where they've come back, and some spots where they're absent. It just really depends. But they're in the Feather and the Sacramento and all that, and the Yuba. They do eat some brushy kind of stuff, but they prefer.
Are you still out with the one lookout, or do you make it back to the
They prefer to eat your garden. You know?
Water tender 83, I think.
Look at these incredible spreaded umbrella oaks. Wow. When oaks do. This is California's rare natural habitat is oak savanna.
They could make their way back if you
It's poison oak down here, but where they don't compete for light, where the pine trees aren't crowding them out and firs aren't trying to kill them, they do this incredible umbrella spread. And if they do get crowded and compete for light, you know, what is
Engage
pines?
through, and if they're around, you have them come back to where 2772 is, and they can help us with the different.
He says,
I'll bump back in. Find him.
go to Claim Street and Rock Road. We're following
Good.
Rock.
We're at Utility 88 right now. Are we on the right trail?
Stay firm. Just keep following that ridge road to past 2772. And keep going beyond that about 100 yards and that's going to be it.
Copy.
Oh, this is looking better. It's more thin out here, you know.
2771 attack.
Still a bit brushy. But yeah, the beaver mafia is a meme here, Cheryl. So when we say beavers start fires, it's a running gag on the channel. God, I'm so upset this is on fire. Are we getting closer? We're going to like American Flat or Spanish Flat. This is like a driveway. See where the roads will just... This is where the fire crews are going. They're taking Rock Creek, right? What? Sorry, didn't mean to make anybody sick. They're struggling all the way up this way. So where we have gone is just from the bridge down here, that entire way, we went
75, 4 o'clock.
We're still not near the fire yet.
Camino Medic 49 committed Marshall.
49 Marshall, 4 o'clock.
Okay. Claim Street and Rock Creek. Well, that's where they're helping to. That's where they're reporting to that location to stage by the airport. And then they have to go Rock Creek, right? Or did they come from Rock Creek? They came from the other direction, right? To come to the airport. And then where did they go? So they came from Rock Creek.
You coming down from Mosquito Road?
Well, let's just
I just met with Division Mike up there, and I'm going to try to make access over to the One-Eyed Creek on that west-southwest side to establish the other division.
Okay, let's put it in.
Okay. Yeah, when you go up the One-Eyed Creek, when you actually see the One-Eyed Creek sign, it'll veer to the left. You need to stay straight on the paved road.
I copy. I'm just leaving Slate Mountain now. I'm trying to go up there. I'm going to try to pump in a strike from the Charlies and a Dozer on that side as well.
Yeah, they come from Rock Creek. So that's more than 30 minutes by a swift-moving car. I have a feeling it takes longer than that to drive.
How close does that road come to the fire's edge?
Now, how close is the fire?
The 12N70 break. Prior to getting to the fire, you'll see the 12N76, and it's kind of a narrow road, but it'll take you right to the fire's edge. Break. Don't necessarily want to drive all the way to the fire's edge, or you'll end up backing up quite a bit.
Copy. And was this the Growlersburg crew kept talking?
The 1276 road? Aha.
What's your designator?
Division 3.
Copy. Thanks for the intel. And yeah, I'm coming back down. I'll be at Swansburg Airport here shortly and then head over that way.
Yeah, down that corner.
Okay, so they're taking that Rock Creek to 12.
I'm just trying to make a spot for them to lay hose.
12N76 road. I don't even know if Google Maps will even be able to get that. Can't even find it. No. Okay. I wonder how they get there from there, up there. Probably taking from here, they could take Mosquito Road, right? Yeah, it's been at least 40 minutes just clicking a lot. Holy crap. All right. So once you're here, the fire's up there. Maybe, yeah, the Google car doesn't go anywhere over here.
9442 Charlie up on TAC 9.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this like rich?
Come over on Caltech.
Is this like rich people zone? Or is it like rural property, or is it like new construction? I mean, they got their own like little private airport, so is it like big mansions up here, or a mix? Like Log Cabin Drive is where an old lady needed to have help, at least be woken up. Pine Cone is where they started to evacuate people. Is it older, newer? Pine Needle Lane and Stoke Drive, they started to evacuate. That's a good tip, Rob. When it comes to oaks, it's important to trim the bottom 6 feet of branches, provide a gap between the grasses and the branches to keep the fire out of the trees. Okay. It's 4 in the morning. I will never ever sleep for the rest of my life. I think Cheryl, you might be my only mod that's awake. I don't know. Sarah still is. Been live almost 9 hours. I was just gonna set up the stream, go to bed, introduce like, hey, here's what happened with the park, go to bed, eat, and then go to bed. Let's look at this crazy fire. The chat is here for people to ask questions, friends. Thank you, everybody who's donated.
2741 on TAC 9.
To keep us ad-free and on the air. I want to get down to California. We'll need some funding for that. And we're well on our way, and I just want to thank you guys. I keep forgetting I should do as well.
Are you hearing me on TAC 9, Griff?
The rest of you who just found us, hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell if you ever want to know we go live in a crisis. If it means if it means I don't sleep for days. Doctor says I gotta stop doing this.
Yeah, we're just past Pine Grove crew. Just hold up there for a minute. Copy. Once you tie in.
They are hard at work building the dozer lines and trying to make access. You can see this for miles away. Miles away. That's from downtown Placerville. Yeah, Sarah's got the evac info. Did I not spell it right? Why am I not in the hashtag of cozier fire? Oh, it's Crozier, and she didn't put the R. Uh-oh.
Hey, go ahead for the Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there's room for you. We're just getting the engines in place. You can come on up, and then as soon as we're ready, I'll bring you in to tie into 2771.
Another good resource for us is
for the lookout, and then the road breaks off to the wire, off to the right.
Northern California, wildfires and flood info, which one of my mods
yeah,
runs.
take Lake Mountain and get to that Y, There will be the left will go up to the lookout and the right will take you out to the ridge where we are.
Post reset newest activity. This is a really good one.
So you're going to get a fork in the road prior to that where the dozer transports the stage. You want to stay left there, and that sounds like where you're at. And then when you come to your Y, about a mile past that, you want to stay to the right.
Oh.
Griff, what I'm thinking is we're just going to shoot straight up this ridge past that hand line, get up top, and try and get some line above this thing, and then see if they want us to go down the hand line and then try and engage direct. But I'm going to try and get this whole ridge opened up as far as we can above it.
Copy that. I just walked a little ways down this path, and it seems pretty big. If you have a good sight just straight ahead of you, that's
Yeah, no, I see that. I'm going to try and stay in the brush, but as close to the ridge top as I can.
He started out so small, but I don't know if the arson suspect has been arrested or not, but 2 fires broke out up here today. They pounced on one and they got it real quick because it was by the paved road. Then this one was further up and deeper in. You're lucky you have live video and we don't. I know, Cheryl, as a... Hey, Gene G. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will never sleep. This is going to keep me up and I won't be able to really do so much on the park in the morning, but hopefully I can wake up by noon or something. I have had almost no sleep for days. Just little snippets here and there. Yeah. Yeah, Rob, that's a great idea for defensible space. We can look back at the Morgan Summit as a control burn. These were some impressive its efforts to just save the pardon, I should say, the radio tower that's northeast of Mineral. And since nobody announced this, I guess Cal Fire doesn't really announce this stuff. Everybody thought that there was fire had jumped past Mineral. It was way up here. They announced it on the radio, but Cal Fire has, and these alert wildfire cams, they just need a little overlay of text. What you're looking at. This is a control burn to make it easier to defend this radio tower, which is a big safe spot and staging area. Yeah. BC is not a poor
we have foot traffic trying to get by.
Province of Canada. You need your wildfire alert cams. Early detection means it saves you so many millions. Yeah. Yeah, Gene G, exactly right. What we do for the summer, we watch fire, we help others. I need a dang day off, though. My throat hurts so bad. I'm just talking 17 hours a day. Yeah. I've been speaking so long, I forgot this was Miss Morning's milk. Excuse me. Oh, God. Blech. I think I have another Sloppy Joe. Oh, I do. I have Sloppy Joe meat. Let's eat that. Thank God for C-Probe. All right, let's get a Pepsi out.
Control 75 in quarters.
My poor confused mom got a huge package today, and I was about to report mine stolen. Amazon's like, your package is delivered. I look outside, not again, the porch pirates. Mom, and then I'm like, wait, Mom, can you look out on the front porch? Oh, did you send me something? I was like, oh, that would have been so nice if I could have said yes, but there was nothing in it that's like a gift. I would have just said, yes, Mom, that's for you, whatever it was, you know, like, but it was,
17 assist Axel Street.
energy drinks and, lavender oil to calm my nerves and, another round of real sugar Pepsis. And herbal stuff.
Engine 17 for a lift assist, 10 Axel Street, cross of Wheel Street, 414.
Let me put it on a cam, sorry, that's live. I've got to take a bathroom break and get something from the kitchen. I just wanted to show people this is totally normal. You're just over there by Mineral, things are fine until we hear otherwise. And at Cohasset, they also confuse the living crap out of people. It looked like the woods were on fire. And that's probably described like a burn pile, just burning stuff up there. Yeah, it's really low key now. Here's the last 30 minutes. They are still doing mop up and cleanup, and that means like damaged and burned wood stuff. They will bulldozer it to a pile, they'll let it burn.
Look out. Division Mike.
Cohasset half burned down. That small mountain community. Morgan Summit is northeast of Mineral. It's just a big radio tower where the park fire is, but the
1676.
The new one.
Engine 1676, respond to the Crozier incident, contact Crozier IC, CDF TAC 9, make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road to the Mosquito Airport. Mosquito Road is not passable by engine.
It's northwest of Placerville. Northwest, sort of. Due north, maybe?
Division Mike, 2741 on TAC.
Would I go camping in spooky woods and watch a zombie movie? Yeah. I would not watch a werewolf movie. That'd freak me out. What about you? What about you? But,
Division Mike, Dozer 2741 on TAC.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so I got the dozer line tied into where the Growlersburg crew dove off down the flank. I was going to continue up on this ridge above the fire, if that's what you have in mind.
Yep, firm. I'd like you to continue this all the way out. You'll get to a point up ahead where you'll see the head of the fire out there, and just assess whether it's going to be doable to try and get around that. I think Kendra's coming out with a dozer as well, and I'm going to try and get him out in front of you guys as well. Get some better eyes out there.
2741 copies.
okay. You've done your share of Stephen Hawking movie stunts? Oh goodness, like what? You know, I have some pretty funny video I took of myself trying to test the low light ability of a camera I had. It was a failure of a test, but I decided to go out to an old abandoned ghost town that has a lumber mill in it back in the day, and only the lumber mill powerhouse remained out there in the woods. And it was a pretty I think it's a lovely building, but it's scary at night when the wind is just going through the trees. It's pretty remote. So I went there and I started thinking as I spoke to myself and went down the lane, just how foolish it might be to be alone in the woods where, come to think of it, it wasn't too nearby. A cougar was spotted and watching kids at this party spot that was somewhat nearby. And so when they have no fear of humans whatsoever, that's when they get dangerous. So these youngsters were having a party by an old lumber mill, a bigger one nearby, and they looked up with their flashlights and there was a coon in the tree. Mountain lion in the tree. So let me go get some food in order.
Try tone 6.
And I'm thinking, great. I'm a tiny person, like just walking around at night completely alone. What am I doing? Really, what am I doing?
That's still unreadable.
Tell you the rest of the story in a second.
How do you copy? Camino, strike team 9115 Golf, entering the unit, Highway 49.
Strike team 9115 Golf. Respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF TAC 9. Make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. Mosquito Road is not passable. Staging is at the Mosquito Airport.
We're right here at the Cameron Utility 88 pickup. Should we keep going?
Affirmative. Keep up and forward until you run into 2789.
See, but I think I heard Rock Creek Road. Copy you loud and clear.
Affirmative. Access is Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road to the Mosquito Airport.
Copy 193 Rock Creek Road, Mosquito Airport.
Yeah, I'm not catching anything. What'd I miss? How's the operations going up there?
It's going good. I think the hose lace caught up to the hand crew. They're still trying to punch in. Dozers made a pass where the hand crews are coming down. They're continuing along the ridge. We're going to continue out there to that knob where the fire's kind of stacking down.
Okay, I copy. We're going to go into that that left length side. You're going to have a branch 5 set up there, and you're also going to have a division Bravo, and we're making access in there now. So that'll be your contact with the other side of the fire once you get up in there.
Okay, I copy. You got a branch 5 in the division Bravo. And then did we still have that other dozer coming out to division lights on the ridge?
Or just dozer. I passed them right after I met with you. You should be tracking in there, and then I'm going to have this other TT dozer straight deep from you going to the Bravo.
Okay, copy that.
Also, we have it out here, so in Austin. It'll turn around in the morning.
Hey guys, with me? Do you want me to have them bump back to you?
Yeah, hey firm, why don't you and the other 72 firefighters go ahead and maintain that lookout, and then bump the 88 guys back and then finish this with the road.
Okay.
Somebody?
Negative. There's 2 headlights walking down towards me, but I'm looking back at you.
Okay, look down. Okay, now I know where you're at. Is that the top of the knob up there?
A little bit past me, near the top.
Copy that.
Mosquito Bridge open. It's just not passable for engines, or is it closed completely?
I think they got the road closed completely because they're building the new bridge above it.
Yeah, copy that. That's what I thought.
It might fit by an inch or 2, but that's about it.
I've had a tender across the Mosquito Bridge quite a few times, but I didn't know if the road was actually closed, or just closed for bigger stuff.
Well, you know what? I'm not entirely sure. So, I mean, if you go to the airport there and veer left on Mosquito, you'd know if the bridge was closed, and probably it's only like 8 minutes down to it.
I copy that.
Copy. I should be off the trail, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Copy.
Headlamps passed me in the brush.
Copy that.
Placerville PD on scene in the area, checking to make sure there aren't any additional start attempts. The male that was trying to start fires is in the custody of a tow truck driver in the parking lot. 4:30.
With law enforcement, but with the tow truck driver.
Engine 28, they're working on getting him in custody. They wanted to check for any attempted additional starts behind the building first.
20, thank you.
Yes. Yes. Hell yeah, for citizen's arrest. Oh, I want to shake this tow truck driver's hand and give him or her a kiss. The suspect is in the custody of a tow truck driver awaiting police to come and make the arrest. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Sorry. Okay. I didn't mean to clap. I forgot how loud that is in a microphone. But I'm excited. Jeez. Yeah, what parking lot? Parking lot of what? Sorry, I just come out of the bathroom. I was like still rubbing my face with the water. Yes. See, arsonists repeat their behavior, and I should fully go into the details. They repeat their behavior their entire life. They do it all year, and sometimes they do it all day. They repeat. Even the ones who are just purely, cold, not nuts or anything, just cold, like insurance fraudsters. You know, there's always somebody in the gangster community. I know a guy who will take care of that property for you that you're upside down in on your mortgage, but you insured for a lot of money. You know, like that sort of thing. Did you overinvest?
328. How much further you guys need to go? You need us to load everything out?
But the nuts, you know, and those who are angry at the world are trying to burn down one specific neighbor's property or something. They light many different fires. The nutsos just wander around and do it. And those angry with the county or the region or their neighbors wander around that specific area. But they repeat the behavior. And even arsonists who try to burn down a property for, say, insurance purpose, oftentimes they can't get it started, ironically. Like they'll light carpet on fire and walk away from a house and expect, oh boy, it's going to go, right? It's going to go. They sit out there in their car ready to do a getaway. Hey, why is the house not on fire? Walk back in. What? It's smoldering on the carpet. Oh. That's right. Flame retardant is added to like basically all carpets. It's part of what's giving all of us cancer. Yeah, forever chemicals and dioxins and stuff, but synthetics are so flammable you have to add flame retardants to them. Like all the couches we're sitting on, you know, flame retardant and all the, you know, plastic, also known as nylon and stuff, kind of you know, fuzzy parts of the couch and chair. So the arsonist gets vexed and they're like, dang it, okay, how am I going to start this house on fire? And the furniture has flame retardant in it too. Damn it. So oftentimes they use an accelerant, you know, get some gasoline or something like that, or try to set it up, but it looks too obvious. That's like really obvious. So they'll leave a couple cigarettes or something on the couch and wait outside. Oh, it's still not on fire. Eventually, you know, some of them will just be like, oh, screw it. I can't be here all night at the scene of the crime. And try to make it look like vandalism or robbery or something. Kick down the door and then...
For information, the homeless male is currently in custody now with PPE and no longer with the tow truck driver. Engine 20 available returning.
Ooh. God. Homeless, yeah. That's not going to be good for the whole rage against the homeless community thing.
17 in the city limits, you're clear to return.
Copy, returning. 643.
You know, they are the victims of arson more than they are the perpetrators. You know, evil people pick on the marginalized, those that they don't think the police want to defend or investigate much. If they get killed, it's one of the perfect crimes for a serial killer to pick out the homeless. You know, somebody's in their tent until they passed out on drugs. Serial killer just kind of creeps by, lights their tent on fire. It's a big plastic means oil fire. A tomb for the person, but make it look like it was an accident. Just kind of kick over a Bunsen burner, you know, one of those things where you like cook outdoors, like a little unstable propane mini stove. It can be a perfect crime.
771 Division Mike, you got water from your 49 pulling up now.
Back up.
Sleeping bags are like little death traps of flammability. So it's like your own burial shroud, just add fire. Some of the worst fire victim kind of things ever have been sleeping bag fires where the coal pops out from like a campfire or the fireplace and kind of traps the victim inside the bag. And it's an oil product, you know. Dacron, which now that was the original name of it. I can't remember what it's called now. Fake cotton. Those sleeping bags were all the rage before they had flame retardant requirements. It's some really hideous, unspeakable bad, you know, situations happened to wake up the industry in the 70s. All the synthetics were everywhere. And synthetic clothing was just absolutely killing people. And then they said, well, we'll just...
1640 run. Respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC. CDF Tech 9. Make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road to the Mosquito Airport. Mosquito Road is not passable. Transport 1641, copy.
Well, they're going to go see if the bridge is out. Or if it's a hard road closure, if they can move the little barriers. The bridge is there, but the instead of moving on to like natural fiber requirements for some kinds of clothing, like children's clothing, the solution was, oh, we have a chemical solution for that. Of course, the chemical companies, you know,
Branch 5.
flame retardant. And it's everywhere.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll take this in for us. You know where we're going to be coming into, but I'm thinking where we left the pavement, that last glow stick. Stick to transport that large turn. Enough tack.
Is Dacron just fluffy polyester? Every time we sit down on our couches or sit down on the computer chair and we have friction, our own clothes against the furniture, little micro particles of the flame retardant go up into the air and make toxic dust. And that's why they're talking about air pollution indoors being worse than outdoors. But we have to learn about these things. Oh boy, have a sloppy Joe. What a good dinner, breakfast. I don't know what I'm having right now. It's 4:42 in the morning. He was allegedly seen starting it, right? Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. Sweet, they caught the alleged person. You know, I'll say this funny joke. I'm sorry if kids are watching right now. Cover their ears. But I kept saying, you know, in order for me not to get sued for libel and slander, you can't say somebody did something if you can't prove it. And they sue you, you know, for ruined reputation, loss of business, revenue, blah, 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 something. So you gotta say alleged, you know, person, allegedly, suspect, that stuff. And so I gently reminded somebody who was saying, that arsonist dickhead who started the park fire. I said, hey, friend, you gotta say allegedly, help me out. You know, I don't want to get my stream banned here. He goes, fine, I will. The alleged dickhead,
Bravo.
arsonist.
I see.
And I just started choking. The alleged dickhead, arsonist.
PDF TAC 26.
Oh my god. You guys are great. Okay, you can uncover the child's ears now.
I'll make the transition after we get done with this. Same data for me. I'm going to keep on 9 until I stop and reprogram. But, yeah, we do got a secondary tack for you, so just sort of in.
Now, my idea is, what I want to know is, did anybody see this person in the vicinity of the Mosquito fire earlier today? Because there's been 2. That's why this looks so damn suspicious. The Mosquito is further downhill, closer to the actual Mosquito, you know, community. But in this neighborhood.
About
so
having the 2 additional tenders start heading this way and making rounds as needed.
Just for your assessment driving in, you think the tenders that are down there will be getting someone up there?
Have enough room here to
well, he was evading people. There was a manhunt earlier, and so multiple citizens were like following him. One of them said,
extended turnaround. Yeah, 2.
like, I've got him in my sights, and hung up on 911. And then 911 traced the call based on PD request. And so the person who was following the dude
exactly sure on what their progress has been made. I'll confirm that with IC. However, before I got here, they were actually evacuated Mosquito proper. And the warning out to the north side would be in evacuation. So I'm sure it's done, but I'll confirm that one more time.
Since lightning was like recently in the area, it could have been a sleeper fire, a holdover, from, not holdover, but a sleeper from, maybe a tree that was on fire that nobody noticed from lightning from days ago. But that usually happens in high wind.
Yeah, if there are any extra water tenders,
yeah, you need a couple more water tenders up there. Is that what I'm getting?
So 5 hours ago, they declared forward progress stopped. The fire was reported about 8:19 at night. I started covering it. I just missed it. Like, oh, it's a little thing. Probably just a lightning. I guess we'll find out later if it was something else. So I guess a lot of fire crews responded here. And perhaps the suspect, perhaps.
I'm going up One Eye Creek and 70 Road.
The suspect perhaps waited for all the fire crews to go away to start a fire again.
I headed up the 70 Road right now. I'm
I think I'm in front of you with one of your patrols.
And maybe he got smart. I don't know. Can't get in their head. But maybe they thought, well, maybe I should go off the road a bit. This time they won't be able to put it out if it's right next to the road. I don't know. But it's sinister. The wind's blowing right towards the town. Just thank God it's not a red flag high wind night, or it would be well in there by now. Jesus. Maybe there was no rhyme or reason and the guy's a gibbering madman, but what if there was? Are there a lot of homeless around here? Or is it a vagrant drifter, a house guest that got kicked out, got pissed, tried to light a fire? I have no idea. This is a bit off the beaten path for, your typical homeless thing, You usually don't go up remote roads like 1,000 feet up. There's no Pacific Crest Trail through here or something like that, right? Or something where there's long. There are trails and there's camping, but you just wouldn't expect an encampment up here, so to speak, or like your typical panhandler type to be up in the rural area. But the police were led on a merry chase. I may have written down the intersection where they traced the call. He went on gated roads.
Here we go.
And they were asking the 911 operator to make contact with the callers who were reporting the dude running off.
Unit Task Force on El Dorado Command.
Can you ask
Task Force Camino?
Can you ask homeowners to unlock the gates so we can go chase down the suspect? But some of the callers were already in pursuit.
193 to Rock Creek, 448. They'll be on CBF Tech 9.
Yeah, barefoot and in shorts. short-haired, tattooed, running through the woods. Covered in ash with a lighter in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Or a spotlight, is what they said. Now we could think, oh, it might be a deranged victim of his own insanity, in need of serious help. Homeless person could be. Or it could be, with not even shoes, But what if it's kind of like an evil character? And he lit the fire and melted his shoes and stepped out of them. You know what I mean? It was more like a house guest person instead of like a street person. We'll have to wait for the arraignment if there is one. Police, I'm sure, will begin interviewing and trying to figure out what's going on. Either way, they're off the street tonight, thank God. The people in the area can rest a bit easier, but they're still looking for other smaller fires that he could have started, especially by buildings. We just don't know what. We need some PC acronyms. Yeah. I'm not the news. Can't make me. I'm just a concerned citizen here doing the job of that officials should be doing. I'm the world's only 24-hour resource. Evacuation Information Center. For West Coast wildfires, just me and my team. We are the Lone Rangers. Because all the hotlines about these fires turn off after 8, even if they exist.
Pull off up here and wait for the Dozers to catch up.
But dumbass is strong enough. Hey, until 5 in the morning, it's still night. So I'll allow it. Yeah. Alleged dickhead. Like, hey, you have to call him alleged. Alleged dickhead arsonist. I'm going to crack up to that the rest of my life. Okay, so the other color cameras are kind of exaggerating the fire's activity. This is more like it really is. This is a nice calibrated camera. This is good. Yeah, the ones in color are showing the color like reflection of the fire off its own smoke above it. It was PC. Woo. Gene, I must hold you back.
That's 5 operations. Just for your heads up, you've got early up aircraft already requested for the AM hours.
Well, I just made up my mind. I'm coming to Placerville. Again. Looks like a citizen's arrest. It's just awesome. Everyone's allowed to make a citizen's arrest. If you see a crime committed, a suspect is trying to get away, you are allowed to make that arrest. You can confine, you can restrain, you cannot beat up and or otherwise harm a suspect. That's hard for somebody that, like, when people form a mob to restrain everybody. But people, especially who have special skills,
Branch 5.
military, people who have martial arts training, off-duty first responders, or people who are just comfortable and have, a good physique, who could possibly...
Be on the phone. Concern's going to be with that spot making a push. Any resources coming off the fight with it coming off.
Okay, I don't know what he said. He may have said he's concerned with
thoughts and the amber fallout coming off this in the distance. Right now, I'll see what I can do, but looking probably going to follow it back to this road and then have to take it out to Rock Creek.
Okay, I don't know what he said. That was unclear. He basically said, do you have everything you need for dawn? Until dawn? Or daytime? You have everything?
Looking at this main activity here out our side, this is the cell phone.
And so that was the answer. It's a bit unclear here. I don't know if he says, I am concerned with the slop making a push, or I am concerned if the slop would make a push. Like, is it? Or if? Dang it. That'd be a totally different story. And he also said there's some spots in the timber fall out in the distance. We could try to tie it back to all the way to Rock Road. From one road to Rock Road, but I don't know. He didn't specify.
I had to pee.
Really? Sounds like radio vandalism there. I know, we don't... He goes, why don't you go down and see if the bridge is truly closed, or if just the road is, and we could, like, get past it. This one dude... Did you hear the proud truck driver? He's like, I've made it there with water tenders before. It was a squeeze. So I thought, he was going to go down there to see. He never checked back. He's like, just an 8-minute drive. Why don't you go look? At dawn, we'll see, like like maybe real flames. Most of the cams, though, it seems like it's behind a hill to them. For a brief moment, we'll see it pretty well. See how exaggerated that is compared to the reality of the other one with the black and white? That is mostly light because the camera's shutter is wide open. It should be shut down a lot. It should be squeezed down. This is just a massive blob of crap. When you can see stars in the sky, it's like it's on astral photography mode. Inappropriate. But it's starting to be pre-dawn twilight stuff. Probably B says I'm about to head back up there in just a few. It's looking pretty rough. What makes you say that, Tommy? They're doing prescribed fire. The Morgan Hill was a control burn. Is there anything else I should know about the park up there? Or are you talking about the day? The day looks rough. Yeah, it's rough weather. But they did all kinds of prescribed fires tonight, and they had a great opportunity, and so I feel better. Like underneath the Morgan Hill. That's let me see. Where's that radio tower picture I have? Where'd I put that?
1475 entering the unit, bound 50, part of 9145 Charlie.
Okay, I have no idea where I saved that screenshot.
Respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF TAC 9. Make access through Placerville to Rock Creek Road. Correction, through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. The staging is at the Mosquito Airport. Mosquito Road is not passable for engines. Camino engine 1475 copies. Head to staging, Mosquito Airport. Affirmative, that 501.
For a bit, the camera looked down. We could see, that they were just burning logs and stuff. Everybody else was kind of freaking out, going, "What? The cameras are melting." No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just burning the pine needles down there. And if the camera would look down, so we could see what they were doing, it would have been a cool teaching moment. And how would the camera melt when pine needles are on fire down there, guys? It was just like, come on. Don't be excitable. Be steady like a rock.
Now, doing up, proceed up here.
Thank you.
That white spot
This is the park fire, guys, so. But thank you, Tommy B, for having the guts to go anywhere near this damn fire and support our heroes, so. Can you take some pictures for us? Can you send them to my email? I'd be super grateful. It would help put my mind at ease, and I could be more, less talking out of my ass. There's also a photo button, camera button on Watch Duty, but they don't allow everybody's photos. It's kind of hit and miss. But, of course, stay safe and think of photography later, right? But this seemed to be Arson over there. Perhaps even more fire starts just north of Placerville. They've apparently arrested a shirtless, shoeless, and covered in ash, tattooed, short-haired.
CDF TAC 9, make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. The staging's at the Mosquito Airport. Mosquito Road is not passable by engines.
The Rock Creek cam, that playback was so incredible. And the fire moves away. And the cam didn't follow it. It's the closest one. This would help fire crews know where the damn fire is if, you know, the camera was like somebody was awake to man the camera and keep tracking left where the fire goes, you know, maybe. I'll volunteer. It just went off to the side, and so it was hard to tell where it was. And fire crews were like, "Oh, where is it?" Well, maybe you could look at the cams too, if the cam would follow it. Ugh. They just need high definition night mode. See how this is the exaggerated light by the infrared, the smoke and the heat and the fire is all the same color. Oh, now we can get what the fire's doing. We don't have any idea. Oh, when it was this tiny, they could have just put it out. One nighttime drop, maybe 5. It was right here.
Go ahead.
Nighttime
Hey,
helicopter.
Growlsburg 3 is looking for someone to bump a couple extra Dolmars down the line. So if you got someone heading back down, just 2 Dolmars down, so that was it.
Yeah, affirmative. Hold up.
And then it was like so. This is 4:34 in the morning. But how long did they have to get to it? It was a pretty small affair. This is 11:06 p.m. Actually, not 4 in the morning, excuse me. It's 4 after midnight. I need sleep. But it's like an hour later before it starts getting bad.
I got Squint here with me. I can send him in there. Their Dolmars, just to confirm, are on their bus.
It's 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning now. And they've just recently made access.
Yeah, do you guys have extra Dolmars on your bus, or we need them off range?
Yeah, we should have 4 to 5 on the bus behind the passengers.
Sorry, that's annoying.
Copy. Confirming your buses are still up here with us.
They're safe and lookout.
Copy. Good. 71, did you copy that?
I copy that. You want to just have them bring a couple Dolmars from the engine?
Confirm, maybe just put the flag on to you know, the different.
I copy. He's in route.
Operations, I see.
AJ Cat, good morning. Yeah, you've been listening? It's been intense. It's been real intense. We're still waiting to see if that guy's at the bridge. Oh, I didn't want to close that. Ooh, computer's acting real sluggish. It's been on for a long time and streaming a long time. We're at 10 hours. So if you found this important and useful, please hit the like button. It helps us fight the algorithm and people will find us. And remember, subscribe with the ringing bell or you'll never find us again. Well, subscribe normally to find us again if you ever do a search. But the ringing bell will let you know whenever we go live. We have to restart the stream every 12 hours. And there will be gaps in coverage.
And I'll get all of you.
I have to sleep sometimes, but if there's a crisis, we'll go 24 hours if we must. What I'm waiting for is to have some daylight look from the cams just around dawn. This is the one in Placerville still, the Crozier. Just around dawn, we'll have that magical moment where we can see really, really well. We have gray smoke, we have red fire. Thanks, Jan, for the like button. Your check's in the mail. But as always, I should say thank you more often. Thank you, wonderful donors. If just 20% of the viewers gave $1 to $5, we'll do it. We'll make it. I'm going to try to set up membership soon. It's just I didn't have time to open my mail. Cook. Clean. I've been live.
Have you gotten underneath that portion of the fire yet?
I've been live since June 6th, basically. Every waking hour, almost. There's like
what our distance is going to be from Rock Creek Road to where it's coming down.
What kind of a spill, J.E. Cat? Do I want to know? No, I don't, because I'm eating. You're in the sanitation business. I'm gonna try to come up here and film the aftermath of this and try to take this show on the road. I haven't heard from Dustin about getting the laptop that might tide us over till we get fully funded for the dream laptop. Yeah. Better not come to Portland again without meeting me.
444 Golf 512.
Inaudible.
I can only be insulted once. Okay. Placerville, I've always been on pins and needles for. It's a tinderbox. Having that fire west of the town. Do we know what happened? What started the pay dirt fire, which they called the pay fire? Is it under investigation for like 2 years? Cause, Google. I already know all about the fire. Some Placerville, July 10th. Doesn't that seem like it was a year ago? Some Placerville residents found themselves quickly packing and evacuating from their homes as a wildfire near Lions Park and the airport began to spread, ultimately engulfing 77 acres.
On Eldorado Command, switch over to TAC.
old article not updated. They continue to.
Fireman ride staging, Mosquito Airport.
1445, 1449, 514.
Cause under investigation for the day. Okay, but do they have any idea? Yeah, it's all hot around Northern California. Pilot scrambles to save the planes. That was eerie. Wow. This is why I say get iron shutters. It's the windows, glass shattering in the heat, and then fire entering through the windows is one of the worst ways that you can lose a building that's otherwise metal. Get iron shutters. Because it's a tried and true method. Whoa. Alright, let's watch this real quick.
Fire planes saving private planes. As the Pay Fire burned in Placerville.
We were still trying to figure out how we could get the planes out. The power had been shut off by then, so we couldn't get the doors open.
James Johnson, a retired volunteer firefighter, knew what to do when word and flames spread the Pay Fire was threatening the Placerville airport.
We knew that the downhill slope of the airport is hazardous for wildfires.
And then the hangar where he...
How did he get the planes out?
Stored his plane, the basement caught fire.
Opened up the door.
Respond to the Crozier incident. Contact Crozier IC, CDF TAC 9, make access through Placerville to Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road.
Or to vent the smoke.
Mosquito Airport.
And then that's when the Cal Fire crew came by, dropped the hose, jumped on that, threw water in there to decrease the temperature.
Cal Fire crews spent Sunday on the hillsides, hosing down the charred terrain, cleaning up, and putting out and preventing any lingering hot spots. You can see how the fire traveled up the hillside, getting awfully close to this home. The flames even singed the siding a little bit, but firefighters were able to keep it away and save that home and many others.
This was ground zero right here.
Like Jared Nosetti's home.
Got a pink house.
But it's still there.
It's still there. I'll take a pink one any day.
Older black Toyota Corolla with a WMA 20.
Okay, that's just weird. I'll take a pink house. Pink is the new black. That was just some random stuff there. Sheriff's office.
But it's still there.
It's still there. I'll take a pink one any day. It's still standing. These guys did a great job, man.
Nosetti's family was swimming near Kybers when they heard the evacuation order Saturday afternoon.
I'm sitting in the truck right here getting ready to leave off the driveway. Here comes the airplane that dropped all the retardant right here on the roof, and it was quite the show. It was time to go.
They got out so firefighters could do the work to protect their homes, property, and planes.
A couple minutes longer, and the basement would have been fully involved, and we would have had a collapse on the back.
That was Michelle Van Door reporting for us.
How did he get the planes out? Ah. EPA issues an emergency ban on the weed killer Dathal, citing risks to unborn children. My God. So, guess we're not going to know. It really doesn't take that long to figure out most fires. Every once in a while, they have to take some extra time to do a chemical analysis for, like, possible accelerants in an arson case or something. Wow. This is the Crozier. I'm going to retweet that. Colorado National Forest, Wildfire AEU, Amador El Dorado unit. Let's go there. Video of AEU strike team and helping out with the park fire. They don't have any pictures of the Crozier. Crozier? Is it Crozier? 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 I don't know.
G2, 403.
Let's check our cams. Do we have Dawn yet? Meadowbrook's been in color all night and all day. What was 3? Yeah, this is the third. I mean, this is 2 at Mosquito. Mosquito is a small, very small community, 1,000 feet up higher than Placerville, or 500 feet higher. I can't remember what Placerville's elevation is. Let's see. The pay fire happened by the Placerville airport. That's pretty distant compared. Like it's like a 30-minute drive away at least, quarter of an hour. Down here is Placerville, which is not the world's biggest town either. The airport's up on a plateau. Over here. The main downtown is down on main Highway 49 here. Is it 50? I don't remember numbers very well. So you would have to get up to Mosquito here by taking the long way. Like here's where the bridge is. Mosquito's way up there. Higher elevation. So, oh, this is in meters. I was going to say, I don't think this is 1,000-foot elevation. Placerville's at like 2 at least. Meters. I freaking hate meters. How do I get out of meter mode?
127 is available.
What a bunch of metric crap. Give me some real. Give me some real.
Short. 27 shows non-issued. 29 to clear.
Yeah, 2,287 feet up there, Mosquito. Okay. How dare meters make me do math? To figure out feet, I have to divide by 3 and crap like that. Go to hell. Nobody puts yards up into the air. Go to hell. So, let's see. Oh, Placerville's original name was Hangtown, by the way. The hanging tree existed in the middle of the town for a while, I hear. I can't remember if that was Placerville or what, but it's called Hangtown Creek still. Yeah. Jeffrey M. logged on and like 3 different devices. You're freaking swell, man. Thank you. We fight the algorithm. 5 bird miles, yeah. So, yeah, Placerville's around 2,000 feet, and that's where most of the small towns / cities survived in the gold rush, if you kind of turn the shade of the leaf. The winters are not too harsh.
Across China Garden Court, 524.
I just turn off that medical crap. Didn't want to violate people's privacy. So the
49 Medical, Diamond Springs, Mulholland Park.
2,000 feet is about magical, where you don't really get snow except every once in a blue moon. You go any higher, and you get the worst of both worlds. As you get the heat of the valley and the snow of the winter, extremes. So places further up in the elevation kind of struggle to have a store, you know, or a gas station, or anything but a restaurant or 2.
Engine 349, Medic 49 Medical, Diamond Springs, Mobile Home Park, 3550 Trinity Garden Road.
I guess we're going to get them with both now. We haven't heard anything new on the fire. We can get the, yeah. It's just still one, these are big margins of error, heat detection. But there were 2 fires today. The Mosquito fire on Mosquito Road. And then just off Mosquito Road, higher up, this new one, the Crozier. So multiple witnesses, though, saying they saw somebody start it. I wonder what somebody was doing up there, though. Like, that seems kind of remote. Up by a fire lookout, Slate Mountain Lookout, or a previous location of a fire lookout. This is where a lot of the fire crews are staging. And they went to the end of the road and couldn't get to it. They're like, damn, we need Dozers. Even build a road to put water in the fire. So they sat there looking at it for several hours as it got bigger and bigger. That's the need for better fire access roads. All right. And thank you, Jeffrey M. You're a super supporter. You get hearts because you're helping us fight the algorithm and get seen. You're heroic. Rick Nitras says pay fire was a tree falling on a power line. Really? Really? Yeah, Jen says old Hangtown, my ancestor's wheelbarrow Johnny claimed he cut down the original hanging tree before he returned to South Bend, Indiana to make war wagons for the Civil War. Wait, the hanging tree didn't become a wagon, I hope not. The hanging tree? Because that would be a crime. But was he just involved in lumber in general? The Placerville Hangtown hanging tree. Didn't they hang Juanita there? Yeah, the hangman's tree. Was it Juanita? The hangman's tree was a tree in Placerville. The site of the tree is California Historical Landmark number 141. You take pictures of them to collect these landmarks. Please don't steal the signs anymore. Thanks, friends. The stump of the tree is now under the building at 305 Main Street. What? I didn't realize that. That's it. I gotta come back here. During the gold rush, the city was called Dry Diggins after a gold mining camp, but was known as Hangtown, as vigilantes, also known as Judge Lynch. Oh God, that's dark. Hung many men for different kinds of crimes. Many? How vague? That's usually not allowed on Wikipedia. Like, prove it. During the gold rush, the site was Elstoner's Hay Yard next to the Jackass Inn. Hangtown was later renamed Placerville. Old Dry Higgins, Old Dry Higgins, old gold mining camp. What? I just had a seizure reading that sentence. Old Dry Higgins, old gold mining camp in Hangtown is a California historical landmark. Overland Pony Express route in Placerville is another historical landmark. Studebaker's shop in Placerville is another historical landmark. Johanna Smith says, wheelbarrow Johnny Studebaker, what is a cooper, was a cooper, worked for the blacksmith that saved the old gold for the old Hangtown when the banks collapsed. Juanita was hung off of a bridge in downtown in Downeyville. Oh yeah. I keep getting Placerville and Downeyville history mixed up. Downeyville? God, there's some darkness there. Can't believe they don't have a picture of the hanging tree. When did we lose it? When did it get cut down? The United States is 246 years old, really? Okay. Downeyville. Well, first I'll explain that the crazy. Yeah, where is this dump? Is it still, like, can you see it in the building? Can you see it, like, under the floor or something? It's a very colorful town. I'm such a night person, and sometimes I would sleep in and then do some photography, and I would plan to leave the hotel at 8 after it got cool, the evening air. I thought I'd go eat, some dinner, walk through the town. Everything shuts down at 6. It's like, what? You can't find, like, even a restaurant open around 7:30 or 8. Like, hello? I was going to poke through the buildings and be live with the camera and, like, show people Placerville. I'm like, everything is closed. We land a plane after dark, and struggle to find a meal. We kept going to one of the two McDonald's, and when we were, like, surrounded by these awesome restaurants when we landed the plane, like me and Z-Probe. Yeah, you guys know your history. So many of these towns had very rough and tumble names. As soon as the women came out, like the gold miners would send for their women back east, they came out and they go, what? So Magalia was called Dogtown, where the Dogtown nugget was found, the 54-pound gold nugget. There, that was the treat. Even though it was dead for a while, they kept it propped up. California's lost haunted trees. That sounds like an awesome news article. The Hangman's Tree building. There's got to be a picture of it. What? All right, here's what Placerville looks like. That's the fire bell of the town. If Paradise had had one, fewer people would have died there. Because they relied on digital means of telephone means of notifying people. Yeah, here's, like, old Placerville picture. Most of these 49er towns, the ones that were wooden, burned a few times, and they kind of got remade in brick. Is that it? HistoricPlacerville.com. Visit our community. What? Register? What is that? Main Street events. Isn't that the library where the people are evacuating to with the Crozier fire? Or is that City Hall? I can't tell. Journaling with pen and watercolor. That sounds exciting. I thought they'd have, like, Gold Rush reenactment stuff. So Magalia was called Dogtown. Yeah. I can show you my own photos, Placerville. But I'll be here all night. I'll just get involved in it. Photo work. The Masonic lodges did some excellent work with so many cool buildings. That's what it's like inside the Hangman's Tree. Wow, like an super old bar turned into a soda fountain. I need to find a picture of this. Like, seriously? Old Placerville. This has got to be the same artist that did a drawing of Timbuktu. Yeah, I recognize his work. I wonder who did this. Made a whole bunch of illustrations of very early California's West and Oregon, I think. Lots of old forts. I want to know who this artist is. You can right-click and say search the web for this image, at least in Edge browser or with Google. And sometimes it'll make a picture match, and it'll like be somewhere that will actually tell you who made the image. So paradise was pair-o-dice, like the gambler. Women didn't like that. They didn't like Dogtown nearby, so that became Megalia. Hangtown. I'm not going to live in Hangtown. Sure. Placerville. How about that, sweetie? Yeah. PBS has a story on there. Supposedly they made a tree beneath an oak. I didn't read what you're saying. A tree later commemorated by the Anglo-Americans as Oak of Peace. Saying Anglo is really, really narrow. Like, there's more than one white group of the Europeans. Like, there's more than, like, there is no white race. Anglo doesn't mean, like, white people. That's, very specific. The Angles, the Utes, and the Saxons who migrated to England. Like, what about the Celts and the Scots and the Welsh? The French or the Franks, Bretons. The original inhabitants of England were not the Angles. They came from like Frisia. What about the Germans? The Italians? Lombards? There's more than one kind of European. Anglo-Americans, like, seriously? They didn't all come from England. England is named after Anglo, You can say English speaking, but that doesn't work either. Like, Europe is a diverse place of many different cultures. We need our diversity celebrated here. That's I'm uncomfortable with the very idea of Anglo as a term. But there will never be. Can't we just settle on something like Old Worlders or something like that? Something like less loaded. I probably have Anglo blood in me, being partly English, but I'm mostly Scottish. What about the Irish? Oh well. PBS, Southern California. Hangman's Tree, Big Oak Flat Road, Walmsley County, Second Garrote. Is it Garrote or Garrote? Ugh. There's a place called Second Garrote. That's a word you don't hear anymore. That means to die by strangulation. There's a town named that? Really? The historical landmark in Walmsley County? See, I told you they had rough and tumble names. Garroting is usually not hanging from like a tree limb or like a scaffold or whatever. It's when you're strangled, like as a captive or a prisoner, usually bound, like somebody just behind you. The Romans did that to do public executions of the captured leaders, like Vercingetorix, the Gaul who stood up to them. And Julius Caesar conquered him and dragged him back naked to Rome in chains and had him strangled to death in the Roman Forum. That was in the HBO series Rome as well. So it's usually like they would put a pole behind somebody's neck and then just put the rope around it and just tighten. So second garrote, what the hell is that for a name? The infamous trait. Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. There's some macabre, really dark tourist destinations in California. I want to have a travel show. You want me to guys show you this stuff? The scenes of many executions in the 50s. If a sign is that old, it refers to the 1850s. But I don't know who made this picture. I still want to find out. Let's see. Hanging Tree Historic Spot. That's what bothers me the most about, like, I'd love to live in a quiet, sleepy mountain community, tourist destination or something. I would like it to be cold in winter. That'd be cool if it snowed occasionally. I like that. But I wouldn't want to wouldn't want to live with the fire risk, that sort of thing. Oh, and the whole everything shuts down by 8 p.m. I'd die of loneliness. Mountain people, they get up at dawn and they're like tired by 6. Maybe I could have a monopoly. I could have like a 24-hour coffee cafe or something for the rest of the nighttime people, refugees. Ooh, Western Mining History has Placerville. Oh, do they have Mosquito? Oh, I thought it was westernmininghistory.com. It's just wow, that's Placerville? Like log cabins? Dude. How quaint. That's so cool. I'd frame that. Yeah. You believe that tree is a fake tourist attraction? I said my ancestor wrote that he chopped the original one down before he left old Hangtown. No, that wasn't Hangtown. That was a different one. This is just a PBS. This is at Second Garrote in Tuolumne County. I can't believe a town is named that. It means like strangled twice? Or that there were 2 nooses? Second noose? What the hell does it even translate to? They're real, generally. California, the hanging tree was in the center of town usually for sometimes mob justice, but sometimes it was actually for convictions. I don't know if any are still like truly standing still. And this is the one in Calabasas, LA County, 1939. But hanging was a traditional capital punishment. In Marysville, they did it off a scaffold in back in sort of an alley. It was a sign of civilization to have a true what's it called, the scaffold to hang somebody. Okay, do we have Dawn yet for a picture? You were truly civilized if your town had a real place for hanging. How ugly is that? All right, let's see the frames and the cameras as it goes into daytime mode. It's a little bit far away. That's Meadowbrook 2. Meadowbrook 1. See, you can kind of see reality, intensity. When the shutter goes down, it can squeeze down because there's more light in the sky. Usually you can kind of see things more realistically. There's no intensity difference between this and this. It's just there's more light in the sky, like here, back here, here. So the camera will make its own adjustments. Oh my God, look at the Coon Hollow. It just looks like a nuke happened. So people who slept through this last night, is when this started, like 11. Wake up and see this out the dang window. So there's isn't that Placerville's downtown? Yeah. Yeah, Coon Hollow's looking that way. Man. It goes from like unreality to, oh, okay. Hot smoke, blurring everything. Oh. Good morning, California. I will be your guide. We will help you do this. Ed S says we lived miles out of Placerville, but still heard the fire tower siren every day at noon when they sounded it. 1955. I'm enjoying the history, Catherine. Yeah, me too. I have to do something I like at part of the stream, or I'm going to go insane. You want to see some behind the scenes of us taking off from Placerville Airport at sunset, doing the camera tests. Let's see. Carey House, day 2. There's me at the Carey House lobby. Hey, show my picture. Me and Z Probe. Ta-da! At that old, super old hotel. Yeah, you know, I've played enough video games to know that this is a secret entrance to like a basement. You would lift that up. I'm sure there's a stairwell or something under that. It just looks a little, You know what I'm saying? Or that mirror is like a door, and it, like you press the secret button and that opens. You know, Mason's built this stuff. You know, there's like secrets in it. We went to restaurant. That's not the most compelling picture. Let's see. Oh yeah, somebody was flying a drone above the Carey house. It's gonna open. I think I might crash Edge browser. Whoops. Dinner at Folsom after the first flight. Okay, that's not the GoPro. Yeah, the beautiful Tahoe. The flight. Let's see more images. We've got the most frames here at the moment. Let's see all of them. Look at Mount Danaher. My God. Crozier. Dude. You can see how all night it exaggerated the amount of light and flame into the sky there. Cheryl says, my grandfather was a piano player from England. They had 10 kids. They survived, each made their own way. There's a heart in the way of what you said. 4 survived. Oh my God. Their family's from England and Scotland, but they didn't earn the right for leaving from England. Carey House Hotel is a room dedicated to Wheelbarrow Johnny Studebaker with his pictures in it. Really? I didn't realize. I have to go back. Ouch. Okay, let me find the. Ow. I think I called the folder Beautiful Tahoe. No, I didn't. Tahoe Flight Gold. Yeah, I think I did that. This is. I haven't turned it into anything. Where's the takeoff in Placerville? Let me see. Yeah, video number 1. Found it. All right. Let's I'll show you the video in a sec. I have to do the player. It's nuts. So Placerville's kind of down there, but from this vantage point, man. I gotta text John Stoker. Hey, can you see this from your vantage point? Hey, John, look out your window. Can you see the nuclear bomb cloud near Placerville? Appears to have been arson last night. They seem to have caught their suspect. No known structures lost up by Mosquito. I'm going to make this a tweet. Just one of those, oh my God, things. Which one's the perfect screenshot? The view from the airport might be good. There. Uh-huh. Bear with me, guys. We'll do it on the X. Post. Oh, not at Calfire. No. Just like, Crozier Fire. Post. Oh, I didn't know it automatically tagged for you. The clear. Good morning. Good morning, Placerville. Beautiful nuclear cloud today. Okay? I mean, what else are you going to say about this? I'm still live covering this. About to wrap up the stream. Unreal. Arson suspect in custody. Apparently captured by a tow truck driver. Good job. Good morning, John. How would you rate this nuclear cloud today? That's a question for all Californians. Description. Dawn's light brings a shocking scene of a medium large nuclear like wildfire plume over visible. Let's see. View from Coon Hollow Wildfire Camp up on a hill looking northeast at the town, the community of Mosquito. Placerville in the foreground. Lights of the downtown Placerville in the foreground. I'm doing this for the blind. A Placerville. Twinkling lights. Yeah, we need to make this as eerie as it looks. A white to pale yellow dawn sky illuminates in Erie. Illuminates a large mushroom-shaped smoke plume in an Erie. Pastel beauty. Pastel pink and violet beauty. Post. Wait, the top things recommended for this fire are Watts City, Cal Fire, and KCRA. Fine. I'm chopped liver. Was KCRA tweeting all night? Was KCRA covering this all night? I know, Kate. Can you believe this? Thank you for your kind donation, by the way. And I got the mail. I thought maybe we'd have quite a nice morning. Nice quiet morning. I've been awake too long, friends. I got to try to get to bed soon. I promised people here, though, you can see this. Yeah. See the behind the scenes, guys. Taking off from Placerville Airport. 2022 summer, as I tried to film the Caldor. I want to go back and finish the documentary. We flew over the Caldor burn scar. So I have GoPros underneath each wing. We did a bunch of tests first because I never filmed from an airplane before. I tried my best with this. Let's see, where's the player? Pretty much all of Mosquito is evacuated. Where's VLC player? Okay. So here's C probe and the plane here. You guys see this all right? So you take off into the sun. I didn't know that. The takeoff strips, we're looking basically southwest, west-southwest. We're in a Cessna Skylane from like the 70s. It's a pretty neat aircraft. When the fire broke out, the pay fire, it was down there in the neighborhoods. So it raced up here, and these are the hangars that started to burn. Eventually it showed up down here and went all the way around burned all this. We had to do kind of a wide turn. We had to do what air traffic control told us to do. I didn't know we were taking off into the sun, so I didn't put a filter on. I knew we'd be facing away from it, so. That's 50. Highway 50, right? Going to Kairos and Tahoe. We're headed for Tahoe. Hey, ABB, suspected arsonist, you know. You know. You know, I was going to go to bed early, and I said that, and that means that an arsonist said, no, Catherine can't go to bed early, I have to do something. No, in all seriousness, though, you start going past the Caldor Scar eventually. These are different clips. GoPro breaks it up into separate videos. Hide this in a minute. Just, you know, huge fire up by Mosquito. Just another day in the neighborhood, yeah. So the one called the Mosquito fire, we kind of touched on, it was around 8 o'clock. And I assumed lightning, because lightning had kind of been in the area with all these storms last couple of days, and or maybe just accidental by the road kind of fire. And I was really busy with the park at the time. Yeah, it was a control burn, not a back burn. They just, well, a back burn is how you try to stop a fire. So it's like a desperate, oftentimes, or like really intense, you know, fire's racing across a field, so you put fire in front of it to burn the grass off in front of it and make it stop. Like, that's a back burn. But a prescribed or a control burn, however you want to put that, is a low-key affair at night to, you know, burn the pine needles and sticks off the ground and the smaller, really small trees and the bushes. So what they said at night was that they were going to do just that over at the Morgan Summit. So I told my viewers that. But others got pretty agitated and said, the camera's burning over and melting. I'm like, but I am not just here, but like, you know, on social media. So my phone kept blowing up with it. Hey, switch your view over to Morgan Hill. It's burning over. No, it's not. It was just really boring. It was like it would have been cool to watch, but the camera only looked down like twice at it. So all you saw was like an orange glow and smoke in front of the cam. But this is one of the ways that the alert wildfire cams really panic people. They need to have some sort of a description of what you're seeing. But all night I had to, you know, put down the rumor. They said at 11 o'clock or so at night they were going to do a control burn and start it over by Mill Creek. Try to, you know, save the cabins and stuff. And then 45 minutes later, they would start one at Morgan Summit. And so I just checked the camera time, you know, coincidence, and sure enough, right on time. when they said it would occur on the radio, boom. There's a red glow, and the ground is on fire in a low-key manner at Morgan Summit. So, but then we had our hands full really quick with the people saying the new Crozer fire is, people like Sarah Luna says, I got a bad feeling about this. And I said, why is that? And she goes, because they can't make road access. I went, oh dear. And sure enough, it looked pretty dang bad. So the closest cam was incredible. It was a saddle timber Eldorado. I didn't know about this one. Yeah, the closest cam was incredible, but the fire moved past it and the camera didn't follow it. Great. Yeah. Tree torching on the Morgan. Hang on a second. All right, I'll take a look at it. So Hassett was a little concerning because nobody said anything about a control burn at Cohasset, but it turned out to be a leaf pile. There are a couple of dead trees in this area, but we were listening to the cams for quite a long time. You can go back and take a listen, but they're thinking ahead, like if they have to herd the fire.
2910 Shady, up behind the residence.
We're listening to.
Copy. Confirming with the Jose Tanya, we call the four burner stop.
That's that way.
I got Eldorado back on. Let me see. Tree torching. Let's see.
Mountain Crew 2 entering the unit eastbound Highway 50 en route to the Crozer incident. Local code 6.
11 for navigation. Take Highway 50 into Placerville, then north on Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road. If your GPS is taking you out Mosquito, do not take that route. It is not passable for fire equipment.
Yeah, they keep saying it because the world's tiniest bridge, like an 1800s wagon bridge, like made out of wood, is the closest way to get to a fire. And it's looked worse than it has truly been all night. This Morgan Summit thing.
Take Highway 193 to Rock Creek Road.
I copy Highway 193 and do not go to Mosquito.
Yeah.
Mosquito Road is not passable for for fire equipment.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little thing down there on fire. There are a couple just kind of dead trees there.
Have you guys offloaded, started settling in yet? Okay, so I'm headed out back towards the ICD. I'll tie in with you and get you guys lined out on your 7.
That one torched. Okay. But it's really been a low-key affair. Every time we got a really good screen every time the camera looked down, there's pine needles and a lot of the logs and stuff on fire.
Ridge, as it dives down, we're just going to do 2 blades down to the fire's edge, and then we're going to blow out a safety zone down here, and then we're going to start going back towards the field.
I copy.
What they do when they babysit these is if you see one tree going up at a time, It's because they don't want it to get too intense. So if it's just like the one tree they let burn, like the one right there. This guy here was, I guess you can call that torching first. And then it's over. Then you see one more. And it's over. It's because they allowed the flames to climb up it. I would have thought that they would have felled the thing first, but odd, but see, and then one little thing at a time. You can ask JB about that. That seems like a
San Andreas, I see forward progress has stopped.
forward progress stopped. Really? Is it true? Still listening to El Dorado County? Let's see if any others were looking at it.
2100 Valley View Parkway, the Vineyard Apartments. Unit 721 crosses Blackstone, 615.
Good morning, California. I will be your tour guide to this nuclear event. Is that really forward progress stopped? They said advise San Andreas. Forward progress stop. Is there a separate fire? San Andreas is not over there. You're talking about Shady? Yeah, Shady Fire, he said.
Jack 9.
That is right by where the arrow started. Those structures threatened. I was hoping they were going to declare that for the
Strike Team 91.
Frozen.
15 golf on Jack 9.
Clark Street.
Middle fire update. Dead.
Engine 28 medic 25 medical 3174 Clark Street, cross of Clark Court, 617.
6-hour time lapse of the
On the way.
Colby Mountain 2. Here goes the forest. Incredible. And it's so sad.
Joint 741, Jack 9. The north end of this ridge to where we can start seeing what I'm calling the head of the fire. If there's any more dozers that are available, we could probably, it's getting pretty thick over here on this north aspect. We could probably use one or two more if there's some available.
Okay, yeah, I think maybe during day shift some will come up today. Right now, I know the two we had, we have two here and we have one in Bravo. So I'll see what comes available and let them know.
Copy that. I was on the phone with IC and said he's got 5 or 6 that roaming around the neighborhood.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, we'll get
Morning, Angela.
As the place are available. And then also, just past where you're at, we're looking at kind of it flattens out and a chance to potentially take a direction to attack to the field. And before doing that, maybe something I will try and fix this even later to get you guys to start to do that. So have you take a look when you get this way.
Crozier sure was a thing. They caught the arsonist, they say, or alleged arsonist.
Yeah, affirmative. Preliminary, you're ready. Yourself, Chief 230, Engine 223, Engine 231, Engine 2753, Engine 2754, Engine 2782, Engine 4466, Engine 4472, Engine 4486, Baseline Crew 3, Unload Crew 1, Training 4427, the Transfer Dozer 4445, Bartender 224, Bartender 234, and Bartender 518 Austin.
Yeah, we're hearing El Dorado County. Density and movement combustion. Yeah, I don't see anything that's alarming on the Morgan 7. From a distance, Stover is like showing these things. It's still okay to do control burns right now.
Engine 361, Squad 51, Medic 61 on Medical, 2101 Daffodil Lane, across the Bear Creek Road, 621.
Looks like a tow truck driver saved the day and apprehended the arson suspect up by Mosquito. He lit at least 2 fires and was witnessed. Combustion value to dust and smoke generation and combustion process occurrence. What is the question about it? Welcome. Good morning, friends. I was just checking, like Morgan 7 doesn't have a second camera to look down at itself. But they said they were going to do a prescribed burn. Most of the time it was just really boring. I was like, really?
Talk to Kinzer. Was he going to stay up there and watch the fire and stay with the Borges Dozer?
So I'm down here with him now. If you keep coming down that ridge, have you ran into the, I think it's orange flagging?
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm so far indirect I can't see the fire, and we're already starting to get a little wind shift. So it'd be nice to have somebody who can see the fire. Can you see it from your vantage point?
Yeah, we're pretty much at the fire edge. Once you come down this ridge line, you'll pretty much head on with the fire.
Copy that. Yeah, I've got a couple of your flags. I'm only bringing 1 blade with me.
Copy that.
What that means is I think that the dozer could put
Charlie?
too wide to build a wider
If you want to follow us.
a wider path. And we're listening to El Dorado County, where an alleged arsonist who is in custody now probably lit 2 fires right above Mosquito in a spot where they could rush down the canyon to the town. Was really messed up and infuriating to hear that. So, yeah, Jan says that I don't know about some comments sometimes.
Medical 2101 Daffodil Lane. I have Squad 51, Medic 61 en route. Confirm response. Engine 361.
Some things seem to be, sometimes bots seem to occur. I don't know if it's Google Translate sucks
For a
or...
12-year-old female, fever and ill for several days, fainting and seizure.
Oh, let's go back down to... the Placerville area. This one is called the Crozier. The Danaher nuke shot. Good nuclear morning, friends. No structure loss as far as I know. They called the first fire the Mosquito fire because it was off Mosquito Road, which has been one hell of an adventure. Last night, following it, we followed it on the Google camera, and I was like, this is unreal. The fire trucks were like, can we cross that bridge? No, you can't. No, you can't. If you want to fall through the bridge, you could. This is one of California's oldest suspension bridges.
Charlie 626.
What a classic, awesome bridge here. So they're building one above it, so the entire road may be blocked. And this one guy was like, "This is the new bridge that
41, Division Mike.
Replace it." That one guy goes, I got a water tender.
Okay, so I got you an additional dozer coming up to help you. And I'm also going to be walking out from just below you here if you can hold off for just a second.
Yeah, copy that. Are you downhill with me? You're headed up?
Safer.
Okay, copy. I'll sit tight till I see you.
Make a new tab group. Yeah. Okay. I should probably post the park fire one. Good morning.
Now looking around, yes,
Yeah, I saw your helmet.
Somebody beat me to it. My picture is better. Dang it. I'll just look petty now. Oh well. If somebody did it, somebody did it. Still only one heat detection at the Crozier. I should post here Northern California wildfires and flood info. Falling through the bridge doesn't sound fun. Yeah, I know. It's okay, I just don't understand. Elada.
Right. The line goes both ways.
I count.
Search 9115 golf. TAC 26.
How much did it?
54, 2763.
Copy, stand by.
Now this is from a different angle. There's a lot of dead trees I didn't see last night, of course.
Going right and uphill.
Up there by Mosquito. Up there by Mosquito. Up there by Mosquito. Yeah. Yeah.
Italian 4413. Strike team 9115 golf on TAC 26.
I think J-Cat went to work and just said hi. Yeah.
Cruise, I'm heading up supposedly your way and looking for an assignment.
I wish Volcanoville wasn't down. Now this one, the Rock Creek, was incredible for a while, and then the camera failed to track it.
I'm heading up the, I believe it was an asphalt road right past where the Dozer transports were, and I have the crews staging there, so I can look for you.
Like, this was the perfect camera, and it was such a low-key fire that they couldn't get to it. The first Mosquito fire, they got to it, put it out. That was around 8 p.m., around after 11 or something. Then this breaks out up the road, but off the road. And Sutch and Sarah was like, Sarah Luna was like, I got a bad feeling about this, because they're looking at it, but they can't get to it with the water trucks and with the with the engines. So I went, uh-oh. And then people said, it's quite suspicious, two of these. At first I was like, well, it still could be lightning that went through after a bit. And then Sarah goes, okay, I'm listening to the police scanner. They've got witnesses, and there's a suspect. I'm like, oh, dear. But because the bridge was out and not really adequate, and the one they're building is not done, they had to take a 48-minute detour. Because Mosquito Road is the direct way there, but you can't cross the bridge. So that detour, and the fact that it started to find dead trees, meant that, damn it, they looked at it for more than an hour helplessly. They pulled back to the nearby fire lookout, which I don't know if there's a tower still there. Do you know, Jan? The actual lookout there on the... Yeah, I better write down that this is my recap so I don't have to waste my voice again. It's about shot. I have to sleep. I have to go down. Angela, are you...
Fallen 3, 15 golf, TAC 9. Copy?
You, Oh, you had to help somebody evacuate the Pollock Pines area? Like now? Like last night?
9115 golf. Give Parlin 3 about 5 mics.
Jeez. When did I start talking about this? 6:30-ish or something?
Are monitoring TAC 26. Sounds like they're utilizing them. Copy. I'll let them know.
They're still guiding people up to it. There's one funny guy, he goes, well, I've taken a water tender up this bridge before. It's a doozy, but you can squeeze it. So that's when the fire left the building, like Elvis, to the left, and this stupid camera never followed it. It was really close, really accurate. The fire crews kept asking, where is the fire? And it's like, well, if this camera would have followed it, that would have been good. I think they just leave it on AI mode or something, or just, these seem to be unmanned at night. You're home all day? Did you just drive to Placerville or Pollock Pines? and drive home last night. You should get some rest. Can you guys take shifts? Maybe. So this camera was just stopped tracking it. I appreciate it. About 1:15 in the morning. Oh, you only had to go part way. Okay. Well, let's see where Pines is. I don't know that. Let's see. Do an assessment. The Dozer crews made lines to it all night. They've got a lot of resources. They're getting more. They called for a nighttime helicopter and did not get it. Where's Pines right here? Right here. Pollock Pines. Let's see what the wind direction is supposed to be like today. It's always good with special needs to err on the side of caution. I'm not particularly worried for the town of Placerville at the moment and for today. This sucks. All these fire crews, they can't deal with these crappy arson things. They can't go help on the park. They can't do anything else. Yeah. Thing is crews need like a week or two off after they work like just breakneck killing themselves. I mean, it's extremely hot. You have to have rest. You get exhausted. And okay, let's go down. To not Modesto. Not Davis, Lincoln. Where did I go? Orville. Nope. Olson. Placerville. There we are. Found it. Okay. That says 8 p.m. It's 6:30 in the morning.
361. Medic 61 committed to Marshall.
That's more like it. Okay. Why is it at 8 p.m. though? Why isn't there a now button? So here's today's wind. As the day wears on, the prediction of the wind direction, it'll be blowing back up over itself and then kind of from the south. I don't need you to go into the 8th, thank you. You see the nightly winds
Engine 28637.
into transition to the daytime winds that go up into the mountains. Yeah, that's especially at the time when the arsonist wasn't suspected. Arsonist was not in custody. You know, I would have been on edge in that area too. So if they want to do a visit or somebody wants to.
So Division Bravo should be working on a plan to kind of start tying in these two guys coming down. If you want to try to get him in, he should be on CDF TAC 26.
As far as the day goes, I'm more worried about it.
One of the captains from the TC said.
I'm more worried about it getting established up in the mountains. David says it was 98 degrees at Angels Camp last evening. Coming home from Bear Valley, geez. Yeah, they did. A tow truck driver took them under custody. There were some pissed off citizens in pursuit, as well as the cops. One of them said, "I see him," and like hung up. It was some pretty exciting scanner radio. And then the cop was like, they hung up, and the 911 operator's like, yeah, it seems to be basically implied that the person was going to take care of this themselves. Oh yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that was a great choice. Somebody with special needs and with an arsonist on the loose. Yeah. But the I'm just trying to give my assessment of like everything I've heard, where their evacuation zones currently are, and the wind is not scheduled to blow towards Pollock Pines. You know what I mean? So if they if they wanted to feel more comfortable, we
yeah, just a little bit.
You know, give an assessment. Ouch. If Pollock Pines, the way Pollock Pines could be most in danger is if it gets established, say up in here at the higher elevations, and then you have a north wind. You know. But I don't know when. Well, we'll have to watch. Let's watch Predictive Services with a little video, and then see what Predictive Services thinks will happen. We are coming up on the 11th hour and 24th minute. I just realized I've been sitting in the same position and destroyed my hips. Ow. Let's watch Predictive Services, shall we? A happy little video.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Tuesday, August 6, 2024. The most recent water vapor.
Hey, they don't have the 7th yet. Hey, they don't have it. Shouldn't it be coming out like any moment? August 6th. When did they update this stuff? Okay, it's for the 6th. Maybe they'll speak about the rest of the week. Let's just go ahead with it. We'll watch the next one that comes out.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Tuesday, August 6, 2024. The most recent water vapor loop from GOES 16 shows a low pressure area spinning over the Pacific Northwest and will influence our weather the most today. High-level moisture is also being drawn northward from remnants of Tropical Storm Carlotta, but most of that will be in the form of some cirrus clouds. A much drier air mass is trapped underneath this moisture. Visible satellite this morning reveals a compressed marine layer across the coastal areas, while a stream of abundant smoke originates from the park fire. Cloud cover should be pretty minimal today, outside of some cirrus and the erosion of the marine layer.
This is about yesterday.
The low pressure wave will pass to the north of the area today, while ridging will remain dominant through most of the week. The ridge is expected to weaken some during the weekend and likely more so early next week due to Pacific troughing. High temperatures will be above normal between 3 to 12 degrees across most of the area during the next several days, with some possible cooling late weekend into early next week. Breezy winds will tend to favor the east as well as the Bay Area and Siskiyou County today. Humidity will remain low both day and night, with minimums in the upper single digits, teens, and 20s across a broad area away from the coastal influences. These forecast images are valid at 1700 today. Areas of breeziness will continue on Wednesday, favoring the Bay Area and Zephyr areas off the High Sierra. Humidity will remain unseasonably low, with upper single digits, teens, and 20s away from the coastal influences and moderate to poor recoveries at night. These forecast images are valid at 1700 Wednesday.
Yeah, this is about yesterday.
The west-southwest and southerly breeziness could increase some on Thursday, with continued lower humidity, although likely moderating slightly. These forecast images are valid at 1700 Thursday. As the ridge gradually weakens some, increased west-southwest southerly winds could prevail for a multi-day stretch starting on Friday and lasting into the weekend. Humidity would remain low across the interior, away from the coastal influences. These forecast images are valid for Friday. The 7-day significant fire potential product shows some residual high-risk conditions across the east due to hot, dry, breezy conditions today. The winds could increase a bit more late week into the weekend, so we'll be monitoring that period as well. ERC charts for the Northwest Mountains and Mid-Coast Mendocino PSAs reveal near record dryness for the time of year during the next few days. Near record burning indexes should also be experienced across those two PSAs, plus the Northern Sierra and Sac Valley foothills. In summary, only slight fluctuation.
I wonder if arsonists sometimes watch these and go, oh goody, near record, susceptibility of the fuels to a spark. The foothills, exactly where this started. Placerville area foothills, the mother lode. Could just be a gibbering maniac with no rhyme or reason in his head. There's a fire. I want to make a fire. But it could be somebody crazy like the fox. The Mosquito fire did not take off because the crews pounced on it. It was next to Mosquito Road yesterday, 8 p.m. So after 11, when they went home, back to their stations, and presumably all the way back to Placerville, perhaps, he goes up the same road, same general area, off the road, start the fire where crews can't get to it. That's why I wonder, crazy like the fox. Or gibbering idiot. Or somebody that needs extreme help, who's extremely mentally ill and can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. Somebody like that I have sympathy for, but not the criminally insane, not the evil, not the evil like the fox.
Fluctuations in the weather is expected the next few days, with an unusual expected the next few in Sac Valley foothills. In Valley.
Let's go back to what he just said. This is what it was like. Wow.
Indexes year during the next few. Mendocino PSAs reveal near record dryness for the time of year during the next few days. Near record burning indexes should also be experienced across those two PSAs, plus the Northern Sierra and Sac Valley foothills.
Right precisely where it started. Where both, if not even more of these fires started. 98 degrees at night. This kind of heat where it doesn't get cold at night is the one thing that kills the elderly the most and the vulnerable with the heat exhaustion and heat stroke. If your body can recover at night, like if you can open up a window and it's cool at night, you'll do way better. But after a couple of days of all massive heat during the day, massive heat at night, that's when people start to die. So do check on your neighbors, not just because of fires. Make sure they can open their windows at night and cool off the house at night, because that's just nuts.
In summary, only slight fluctuations in the weather is expected the next few days, with an unusually warm and dry air mass and a compressed marine layer. Areas of breeziness.
Only slight fluctuations in the weather, so it's just going to kind of suck and keep sucking. And kind of suck moderately. It's not the worst fire weather on Earth. We don't have extreme high winds. Otherwise, we'd be in a whole different world. We are very lucky with the weather in some ways. Pretty unlucky others. In others, it's a mixed bag. But mostly, we're having these problems just because of alleged arsonists, not because of any other reason. Is there something in the Bay Area? We'll look at that in a second.
This will continue the next few days and tend to favor eastern areas and the Bay Area.
Areas of breeziness continues the next few days.
The ridge is expected to weaken some late week into the weekend and could create an enhanced west-southwest southerly wind flow, so we'll be monitoring closely.
Now, their new one for today should come out any moment. just have to refresh the page. Right, 11 hours and 33 minutes. This is last call for my broadcast on fire information. What fire are you asking about? I don't know. Where were you asking that there might be a fire at? Sorry, who was asking? Oh, David was saying that there's Bear Valley. It was really hard. Who was asking about a fire somewhere else? Did I just hallucinate that? Okay, as far as the winds go, if they can keep the fire kind of roped in today, I think they've got a really good chance of really getting around the Crozier, because they had so many like old roads and trails that they just improved, which means widened, flattened, really old gold mine trails and like flumes, like access roads to flumes that have grown over with bushes, but they'll take care of that. I have a new park fire update. So it's up to you guys. Do you want me to restart with no chat, with just the radio on? You could do this. You guys, I could start it out. You guys could get some rest this morning. I could start it out with no chat, and I've trained Z-Probe to come over and turn it on. Like later in the day, at a certain time of your guys' choosing. He can come and do that. Okay, we could schedule that for you. You took coffee? Oh dear, Angela. If you just threw back like 5 espressos and said ready, and I'm like, you could rest. I'm sorry. This is my fault. Oh, you have coffee. Okay. Hey, California cat. Good morning. I can't believe the. Yeah, what we've been seeing. The whole much. Oh, yeah, this shows us more of the landscape. This is what I'm a bit worried about, the dead trees. But it has been salvaged, logged, I guess, around here, replanted from some other fire season. Up here. Oh, God, sorry, guys. That was an involuntary burp. I just switch position and put pressure on the rib cage. Yeah, if you do the fire history, what was this fire here? 2014 King fire, so it's like super dry wood. It says Slate Mountain Lookout. Is that something that still has like a lookout tower? There seems to be a building there, but old mines and such. There's old weird mining roads and whatnot. I wonder what this means. FJGJ FHGH? I don't think I've ever seen something like that on a topo before. I wonder if not having much access to this fire in 2011, changed their minds and decided that they would fund the new bridge over this at Mosquito. El Camino power plant and a footbridge. How did it get the name Poho Ridge? So there's these dead trees in the way, but they've logged down some of it. But that's a super dry forest with tons of brush at the base. That is a powder keg in the foreground. Well, nobody actually really came here with any sort of questions last night. Yeah, you can rewind the stream. It was on broadcast if I did. Let's see. That was approximately at 4:18 in the morning or so. But I don't know if that's the exact timestamp. No, it wouldn't be. So if you don't use the clock, if you remember, you have to hit the live button to come back live, even though we have to restart the stream in a second. Let's see, Tinderbox. Wow, what's this fire called? Let me just make this note real quick. The 2014 King Fire. Yeah, if you go to the timestamp, it's 9 hours and 40 minutes of the broadcast. So that's how you could tell. But hit the live button to come back live. And that's when we were celebrating. I burst out of the bathroom. I'm like, yes! So I didn't have the right note time. It's a 2014 King Fire Tinderbox over there. Camera didn't really show a lot of it. If you locals can tell me how much in the way of dead trees is up there. There's plenty of brush from growing up that long at the base of these trees to probably get it going. But in all this, how much was salvage logs, Or is this a 2021 Rubicon? It's really hard if they put labels over everything. Like, they blur into places. Now that must have been a tiny, tiny one, that red thing. This must be the 2014 King Fire. That looks enormous. I'm losing forest faster than I can grow back. You got back from camping 7 days in the lovely Stanislaus National Forest. That sounds awesome. Stanislaus, is it? Am I even saying that right? I've never even been there. We took an awesome little jig using the Gold Man and going around on the road. In 2012, the Google car drove up here. Pretty epic. This is the evacuation zones. If we get a north wind though, and if this gets up into that burn scar, and if there's a lot more of those dead trees up there, it was huge and burned a while. Yeah. That's the thing is, Z-Probe can come and start the chat. I can't rewind my own broadcast. Only you guys can do that right now. But it was pretty cool. Dispatch was saying, well, it looks like the suspect is in something like citizen custody or something. Not with PD yet. And They're trying to they don't want to move the suspect until they found out if he lit any fires around and nearby the building. Nobody said what building, they didn't specify. We wanted to know, but damn, look at the Colby cam. Sorry, rebellion from Windows. Yeah, it was a citizen arrest by a tow truck driver. They said the citizen is with the tow truck driver. I want to shake that person's hand and or kiss them in a French way, mwah, mwah. And I was explaining people can make a citizen's arrest, but you better be really strong, And if you are armed, you better be prepared to use your weapon if they charge you. It is never okay to shoot somebody or stab somebody or do something like that when they are running away from you. Not for the cops, not for anybody. That's called murder. You can arrest somebody, you can restrain somebody, you can detain somebody, you can't harm them. And somebody running from the scene of a crime is fleeing, and they are innocent until proven guilty, so you cannot administer justice. Okay? No matter how mad you are. Well, if somebody was running away from you, the only time you could use deadly force is if, like, they're trying to kill somebody, running after somebody with a knife. And even then, you'd probably hit the victim. Like, you can't do that. You can't mow down somebody with your car running away. You can follow. You can be on the phone with the cops. You should be in contact with the police or dispatch every step of the way if that is possible. If as a group, you can tackle somebody, restrain them, but immediately get the police there. And so if I even have to explain a citizen arrest, Smitty, no. Stop. This is what happened last time. We can't talk about violence and or suggest it. That's not free speech. Inciting. Not only against terms and conditions. So I had to restrain like 3 people from suggesting violence last night. Just please understand that. That's an absolute no-no for the public sphere. I take that extremely responsibly. I take that with extreme responsibility that I speak to the public. Like the whole world listens. So you can arrest somebody. You do have the power. You do have the right. You better know what you're doing, though. And you could get really hurt. If you need a weapon to protect yourself, you may not be physically capable of doing a citizen's arrest. It probably involves tackling and restraining somebody, like, or the assistance of people with physique, with robust physicality. You will have to physically restrain somebody. It's not like the movies where you point a weapon at them and say, put on these cuffs, like you don't have cuffs, you know what I mean? It's usually groups of people witness somebody and somebody tackles and the rest hold them down and somebody calls 911, But if you can just from a distance film somebody, especially their vehicle license plate, get them on camera and track them from a distance, help law enforcement keep track of them, but just keep your distance. That's good. Don't ever try to be a hero and get yourself killed. Anybody willing to commit arson is really messed up and probably willing to kill. Maybe even has killed in the most gruesome manner possible. You got to know who you're dealing with, or they might be like absolutely mad as a hatter. So, but if there's somebody burly and somebody, I wonder, I'm just imagining in my head what this tow truck driver might look like. If you're burly and you got the skills or the military training or whatever, man, I'm really proud of the people who can do that. That's really brave, you know. But you are allowed to detain, restrain, not interrogate, and or, you know, leave the policing to the police. Okay, we're 11 hours and 48 minutes. What are your decisions? Shall we just start the stream? I think Park Fire audio would be best. Let me switch my dashboard to Butte County again. I don't know if it should be Northern California Major Incident. That would be the airplanes. Oh, yeah. Let's see if... Hey, there's somebody taking the scenic drive from Tahoe. Or past Tahoe, took off from Reno. Went past the lake in the morning. That must have been a beautiful dawn. Now they see the huge mushroom cloud above Placerville. Ice House Observatory Point. That sounds amazing. Okay. Let's look and see if we have new battle maps for the Park Fire. I do have Northern California Major Incident on, only 20 listeners. We're back on the Butte audio. Let me check, see if the maps are here. I want to see the new, if they have a new footprint for the park. Looks like we do.
Strike Team 9248 Golf. Division Whiskey. Command. Misty Command 4.
Right, we're back on the park audio. I'll see this in a second. Time to open up generic window capture.
Strike Team 9248 Golf. Division Bahama Whiskey. Command. How do you copy? Okay, go ahead and load your Golf Strike Team up. Wheels are rolling to drop point 33. We got some more fire to put on the ground.
Hey, drop point 33. Meet me.
Yes, stay on the highway and don't go down 172 and just pop out on the highway here, Highway 36. I'll meet you at drop point 33 via Nipsey TAC 1.
We got some more fire to put on the ground. They are continuing their firing off.
Striking 91, 45 Charlie on CDF Command 2.
As at 7:10 a.m. So a lot of the intensity and the big plumes, people would look and go, "Oh my God, oh my God." Okay, they're doing firing ops. It's still good enough to do it. Some of that is on purpose. It's better to do it now than when it's like super hot later. Fire is coming to these places, so it's less intense now than it will be later. So a lot of people look at that and go, oh God, no, it's just found new fuels. It's doing it. It's okay. It's okay. It is what it is. That's why we listen to the radio. If the fire had been out of control at Morgan Summit, like people were saying, like that can't be a firing operation. Yeah, it can, dude, because they said it was. I just don't know why they let a few trees torch, but maybe they just don't have the time to take them all down. There's a bunch of dead ones around this camera. A lot of people are alarmed, going, is the camera going to burn? If you look, all the trees that do torch do so individually. Like, that's fire crews letting it happen. They're babysitting this. All we saw was a bunch of the logs on the ground burning. The pine needles and stuff, the bushes. Every once in a while that it actually did look down. It looked really low key. And it's just that a bunch of smoke rose up in front of the camera directly a few times. If the camera was looking down the whole time, people would not be that alarmed. You probably see the fire crews like lighting the dead trees on fire on purpose. But all this occurred well beyond, the lines.
Firing Team 3, to Ammo West.
If there had been a spot way this far to the northeast of the fire, there would be a panic. The fire crews would be buzzing around all night. They would be like, "Oh my God, evacuate this place and that place." It was a pretty low-key night and really good news. So let me open this in another viewer because I can't get the stupid Microsoft thing to open this map. I just want to end with this real quick. We'll restart the stream. Okay, let's show Earth in view. Right, there we are. Let's check out our footprint. I would assume, God, this hurt my eyes. I would assume that the mapping plane did something last night. I didn't catch it. We were watching the new thing at Placerville. So where they just did the controlled burn is way up here. I don't know why it makes my cursor tiny. Shush. I don't want to be full screen. Sorry, I can't zoom with the mouse. All right, they did the control burn like way up here. See where it says DIV-TX, like in between the V and the X. So the fire perimeter is still down there. Turner Mountain and like. So I imagine they do this where the V and the TX is, where this tower is, the Morgan Summit, and because they think the fire will go where the X is along the ridge top. So that'll be part of a good control burn to try to stop it. It's probably going to go past, past in that area. So we'll see what happens. This is not where Mill Creek, the place is. This is Mill Creek, like the kind of general over here. They got lots of dozers and stuff over there. kind of strung out along this area. If we can get some more donations going, I mean, laptop's first priority. If I can get a third monitor set up to fix my desk too, I can draw on the screen again. So we have 2 minutes to end the stream. So I hope that was enlightening. It's been a good morning. We're logging off. So we're going to restart. It's going to take me about 5 minutes to restart. And I'll start out with chat at the beginning. Then we'll make a decision. We'll make a decision about, yeah. Hey, Bruce, we're about to restart. Yeah, hopefully they can get a hold of Fire to Public Pines. I don't think, I wouldn't think you have to evacuate Public Pines. We'll re-examine this as soon as we come back. So guys, we're going to restart the stream. So what you do is you click on the K logo. Every 12 hours we have to restart or YouTube doesn't save the video. It also gives my little computer a little break to do that. Ooh, I want to know about saddles. I'm going to put that on watch later. Okay, so you click on the K logo, takes you to the channel page. And this is what you should bookmark to find us again, like in your browser. You will see, whoops, that wrong window was up. Okay.
Go ahead.
I have to mute that for a sec. Now, this is what you should bookmark and refresh. Subscribe, hit the ring bell to get a notification when we go live. Hit the like button too on the way out. That'll help us with the algorithm. I'll get this back up in just a couple minutes. I just have to give a new title, etc. Shouldn't be too bad. And cut off the thingy that's recording and restart a new one. So we'll be right back. I'll answer the questions. I see no clear and present danger. No danger to Public Pines at the moment. People should be wary. Ready, of course, but the suspected arson is in custody. So we'll talk about that in a second. Just hang on. I'll be right back, friends. Thank you, everybody who's donated, and share this with people you think might share this with anybody who might feel could use this. Hit the share button. Thank you for being here. Thank you, donors, mods, viewers. Be right back.